I pioneered scientific magic. Chapter 151, Harof, could it be that we are false legendary wizards? Unfortunately, the duration of this supernova explosion is very limited. It seems the gathering will have to come to an end for now, Lynn said, feigning disappointment. She activated some special effects in her smart brain, creating spatial distortions. Harof couldn't quite understand the connection between the supernova explosion and the maintenance of this space, but he was relieved to hear that the meeting was ending. Both of them exchanged some pleasantries and agreed on the time for the next meeting before simultaneously exiting the magical domain. When Harof's consciousness fully returned to his body, he was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. It seems it's over. So, did you gain anything, or did you encounter any troublesome situations? Aurora asked, propping her chin on her hand and teasingly inquiring. Harof glanced at Aurora with annoyance. He had put in a lot of effort to avoid being looked down upon in the wizard's realm, preserving the reputation of legendary wizards. He wished he had let Aurora handle this mess from the start. Of course, that was just frustration talking. Even if he had a second chance, Harof wouldn't hand over the ring, as the magical theories about the boundless universe were too captivating to let go. If I have to mention something I gained, it's that. Harof hesitated for a moment, thinking about the magical newspaper written by Roral. He sighed and said, the magical theories in the wizard's realm might be outdated. Aurora raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know about vacuum quantum fluctuations, cosmic radiation, and the Hubble law? Harof chuckled and asked, were those researched by the Society of Mystical Arts? Aurora shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard of those terms. What about supernova explosions and the Big Bang? Harof continued. Are these subjects studied by the Society of Mystical Arts? Aurora interrupted, unable to contain her doubt. After all, they had some knowledge of the cosmos, and it was impossible that they were completely unaware of these theoretical concepts. Are you sure they're not just using some fancy, mysterious words to confuse you? Aurora questioned. Just a moment ago, I witnessed the spectacle of a star falling, Harof sighed, shaking his head. The high temperature produced during the destruction of a star can melt everything, and the sparkling light can even illuminate an entire galaxy. The magic we possess is nothing compared to that kind of power. The Society of Mystical Arts calls this phenomenon a supernova explosion. The name sounded poetic, but the implications were chilling. After a brief pause, Harof continued, do you remember, 30 years ago, when we observed a star suddenly shining brightly for a whole month and then disappearing? Now, looking back, that must have been a star reaching its end. Aurora listened to Harof's detailed description, trying to picture the magnificent scene. If stars could also have their doomsday, what about the sun they had above their heads? Could it also have a time of falling? The wizards of the Society of Mystical Arts must have developed a more powerful form of farsight magic, Harof said with conviction. Only that explanation could clarify their profound knowledge of cosmic stars. And only by witnessing it firsthand could they perfectly recreate the spectacle of a supernova explosion. Aurora nodded, and as legendary wizards, she couldn't believe the Society had made such rapid progress. The only explanation was that they had clearer and farther-reaching vision. Furthermore, I noticed something strange about those legendary wizards of the Society of Mystical Arts. Harof hesitated for a long time before speaking cautiously. Aurora raised an eyebrow. What's strange about them? They gave me the feeling that, it's like facing a star. Harof pondered his words. It's like they're different from us. Aurora looked puzzled. You can't be serious, can you? People can't be like stars. No, I'm very sure I'm not mistaken. Harof stood up, paced around the room, and after a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Harof halted, and in an uncertain tone, he said, do you think it's possible that their method of promotion is different from ours? These legendary wizards from the Society of Mystical Arts were more knowledgeable and powerful, there was no doubt about that. Now, the apparent differences in their qualities raised intriguing questions. Harov, who had witnessed the destruction of a star, began to entertain the idea that their method of promotion might be flawed. Aurora seemed to understand Harov's implication immediately and stood up from her seat. Magic swirled around her, and she spoke with astonishment, "This can't be true. Someone has already paved the way, haven't they? If she's right, do you think we can stand here as we are?" Harov taunted. From wizard apprentices to full-fledged wizards and from full-fledged wizards to grand wizards, there were fundamental differences. But legendary wizards and grand wizards had none. The only distinction was that legendary wizards unleashed more powerful magic, but it didn't fundamentally differ from what grand wizards did. Or perhaps they hadn't found the key yet. Thinking about this, Harov shook his head. It was more appropriate to say that they were merely grand wizards who had crossed a certain limit. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 152, Can Humans Really Become Like Stars? Compared to Harov, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the Society of Mystical Arts, August appeared somewhat skeptical in the realm of magical practices. "If you think we're wrong, what do you believe is the real path to advancement?" August countered with a cold tone. "Do you think we should become like the sun?" Harov found himself momentarily speechless, as this was the very point that baffled him the most. In the pursuit of ascending the ranks of official wizards and grand wizards, there were typically only 3 ways to gain more formidable power. The first method involved controlling new elements, and the second was exploring the microcosmic realm of elements. However, their dilemma lay in the fact that they couldn't find any new elements, and even if they did, it would be impossible to elevate their power to an entirely new level. Furthermore, their exploration of the microcosmic realm of elements had come to a near standstill due to an accident over a decade ago. According to the accounts of elemental wizards, they encountered what they referred to as elemental ghosts. This term was initially coined by the legendary wizard Altok, who developed the Great Dissolution technique. However, after delving deep into the phenomenon of elemental ghosts, the most powerful elemental wizard went insane, leaving behind a research manuscript filled with incomprehensible ramblings. Harov had reviewed some of the remaining pages of that manuscript, and the legendary wizard believed that the microcosmic elemental world was chaotic and disorderly, where all magical laws lost their effectiveness. The state of elements became extremely peculiar, moving at incredible speeds, rendering magic manipulation practically impossible. Furthermore, Altok couldn't even confirm the existence or state of these elements. The manuscript ended with a chilling statement, "It's evading me, it knows I'm observing it, they are ghosts, elemental ghosts." Since then, the microcosmic realm had been inhabited by creatures known as elemental ghosts, capable of attacking souls, and rumors circulated that they could breach the mental defenses of even legendary wizards. Research on the microcosmic elements had to be halted. The Altok elemental precision was praised as the limit for wizards. Moving beyond this point would expose them to elemental ghost attacks, and not even legendary wizards could escape their clutches. With both routes sealed, their only option was to find a way to enhance their computational power. The legendary wizards of the Society of Mystical Arts were now revealing a different possibility to Harov. August grew impatient with Harov's indecisiveness. "If you think their method of advancement is different from ours, why not just ask them?" Harov gave August an exasperated look. These were just his speculations, and he couldn't be absolutely sure. Besides, such a straightforward inquiry might expose his vulnerabilities. Although he acknowledged that the other's research on celestial bodies far surpassed his own, Harov still hoped for an equal exchange of academic ideas within the world of wizards, rather than one side listening to the other's guidance. More importantly, obtaining this valuable knowledge would not come without a cost. Harov was well aware that if he appeared too powerless during academic discussions, unable to demonstrate enough value, he might be excluded from future gatherings. After all, no academic organization would appreciate a member who constantly freeloaded without providing any value. As the next gathering of legendary wizards was still far off, probably not until the next supernova explosion, Harov contemplated and thought that he might start by investigating information from Lynn, hoping to uncover the secrets of those legendary wizards. Meanwhile, within the realm of magic, seeing Harov depart left Lynn relieved. It was no easy feat to deceive a legendary wizard, and the consequences of being exposed would be disastrous. Despite a minor hiccup along the way, the overall situation had unfolded according to her plan. By enrolling the legendary wizard Harov into the Society of Mystical Arts, she had secured her position within the world of wizards. With his endorsement, no one would doubt the authenticity of her background any longer. By the way, 071, why did you create a small nuclear fusion reactor in the projections of each individual? Lynn asked with a puzzled expression, now that she had a moment to focus on this matter. She had noticed it earlier, but the encounter with Harov had taken priority, and she hadn't had a chance to address it. According to the agreed-upon objectives, adding high-energy reactions to each unit creates 4 nuclear reactors, which can effectively conserve computational power, the intelligent AI replied. Lynn couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that the AI had inserted these reactors into the projections of Einstein and others. She had intended to give them a touch of her own power, perhaps to mimic the substantial pressure that legendary wizards exuded. However, it seemed that the AI had decided to add nuclear reactors to the projections, which was undoubtedly quite high energy. Lynn shook her head in resignation, hoping that no one had noticed anything unusual. Turning her attention to a shivering dove on the ground, Lynn could see that the spirit projection of the legendary wizard had exuded a terrifying aura, especially during the supernova eruption, making her feel as if her spiritual body might disintegrate. However, Lynn couldn't help but find it awkward to see a middle-aged lady crouching in fear, so she promptly asked her AI to cancel these projections. You did well this time, Dove. If you could be a bit braver and speak more confidently, it would be even better. Lynn approached the girl and patted her on the head, offering words of comfort. Dove looked up, silent, and simply gazed at Lynn with an expression of deep resentment. Lynn extended her hand, conjuring a thick book of stories that appeared in her palm. She swayed it in front of Dove's eyes. This is the first volume of Grimm's fairy tales that I promised you. Take it. Lynn handed over the book without any teasing, fully aware that this book was Dove's source of joy in a world filled with nothing but stars. The prince turning into a frog, the kind-hearted Snow White mistreated by her stepmother, and Cinderella attending the prince's ball but losing her glass slipper. All these stories filled Dove's world with happiness in a dark universe where nothing existed but stars. However, Lynn, being a bit mischievous, had deleted the second half of all these stories. The only way to access the second part was to agree to help her perform a play. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 153, Measuring the Circumference of the Planet. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the relentless promotion by the Magic Daily, news of the pendulum experiment at the symposium and Lynn's plan to measure the circumference of the planet in mid-July quickly spread throughout the entire wizarding world. This explosive news left countless civilians and wizards awestruck. Nobody had ever imagined that they could measure the circumference of the land and oceans they had taken for granted for so long. After all, the sea was vast, and many had previously believed that this world had no end. However, Lynn was doing something that everyone believed was impossible and had proposed a logically feasible method. He had even used experiments to prove his planetary theory. Therefore, in a very short time, Lynn, the Society of Mystical Arts, and his planet circumference measurement method became the hottest topics in the wizarding world. Even farmers working the land had to mention it in their conversations to showcase their knowledge. However, the geocentric theory had deep roots in the wizarding world, and its straightforward, self-centered theory still had many supporters. These people firmly believed that the land beneath their feet could not possibly be round, and all of this was just a magical trick from that wizard from beyond the misty sea. But whether they agreed or disagreed, they all converged on Greenrill, eager to witness this historic moment. Early in the morning, Kevin and Orlando, who had been invited by Philip, arrived in Greenrill by carriage. They were accompanied by Darren and other halflings. "Look at that pendulum!" Darren exclaimed as soon as he entered the city and saw the enormous swinging iron ball in the city center. This was the pendulum pointer that the master architect Raphael had recreated with permission from the council and Lynn's authorization. Even the sand table and scale disc below it were identical. The only change was that the ambitious Raphael did not place wooden sticks as pointers on the sand table. He intended to create a great piece of art that could exist permanently. To achieve this miracle, more than a dozen alchemy masters worked tirelessly for 3 days to set up a massive alchemical array under the sand table, extracting all the nearby spatial elements to create a vacuum domain. This way, without the influence of air resistance, in theory, the pendulum could keep moving under the combined forces of gravity and the Earth's rotational force. Every wizard entering Greenrill, upon seeing the iron ball that could swing back and forth and even change direction without needing any external force, couldn't help but exclaim that it was a miracle in the history of magic. "How long until noon?" Raphael glanced at the sky. The scorching sun was already high above their heads, marking the 7th time he had asked. "We have only 15 minutes left." The apprentices standing nearby replied excitedly, their eyes glued to the magic clock. This scene played out in every corner of Greenrill. Everyone eagerly awaited the last moment, even wizards who couldn't afford to buy a magic clock were anxiously watching the sundial, waiting for the final moment. Meanwhile, an airship was speeding across the vast sea. 2 days ago, at 11:45 in the afternoon, the airship had departed from Greenrill and embarked on a voyage, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. Now, it had been sailing on the sea for 2 full days, covering a distance of 720 kilometers. Lynn couldn't help but marvel at how vast this sea was. Along the way, he only saw scattered uninhabited islands. To increase the rigor of the experiment and provide a beacon for the airship's return, Harov had used magic to erect a stone pillar on a mid-island. He left a wizard there to record data, while the others continued their journey by airship. "How much time do we have left?" Harov shouted eagerly. 1 minute, the last minute. "There are 53 seconds left." Lydia shouted loudly, holding the magic clock. At this moment, whether on the floating ice island or in Greenrill, everyone gazed up at the sun, feeling that this 1 minute was incredibly long. With just 10 seconds to go, Lynn took out a length of rope and handed the other end to Harov, preparing to measure the shadow of the ice pillar. The transparent ice pillar glistened in the sunlight, creating a peculiar brilliance. As an editor for the Magic Daily, Roral, who had the privilege of riding the airship, stood on the ice, feverishly holding a quill in his hand. He quickly sketched the white ice island, the towering ice pillar, the descending airship, and Lynn and Harov, who were measuring the shadow length with a rope, on the parchment. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 154, Opening the Door to a New World. Harov and Lynn pulled the thin rope taut together, one end pressed under the ice column, while the other end overlapped with the shadow. When the magical clock struck exactly 12 o'clock, Harov used his hand like a blade and precisely cut the remaining rope. "Ruler, hurry, pass me the ruler!" Harov shouted excitedly, so hurried in his descent that he forgot the most crucial tool. Ilk, with quick reflexes, immediately ran back to the airship and handed the ruler to Harov within 10 seconds. The legendary wizard took the ruler with great solemnity, as if on a pilgrimage, and began to measure the length in segments. "Harov, what's the length of the shadow?" Several accompanying wizards asked with great anticipation. Harov didn't answer immediately but measured multiple times before speaking cautiously. "It's 1051 centimeters, or 10.51 meters. With the data in hand, everyone quickly took out pen and paper to calculate. The wizards, who hadn't formally studied advanced mathematics, still knew basic geometry. However, this value wasn't a whole number. With decimals, squaring and taking the square root doubled the calculation complexity. It took over 5 minutes for them to calculate that the length of the hypotenuse was approximately 100.55 meters. After over 2 months of mathematical training, Lydia and Ilk were clearly quicker than the rest. They had already started calculating the angles of the triangle, using trigonometric formulas to determine the sine of the opposite side over the hypotenuse. I've calculated it. The angle is 6 degrees. Lydia, the first to calculate it, waved her arms vigorously and shouted loudly. Harov, who didn't have pen and paper, also arrived at the answer through mental calculation at the same time. Lydia's calculation was correct. The triangle's apex angle and the corresponding angle on the Earth were indeed 6 degrees. The rest was straightforward. A circle had 360 degrees, so the Earth's angle meant dividing the entire circle into 60 equal parts, each being 720 kilometers. So, the total length was 43,200 kilometers. Harov's voice trembled, and he repeated the calculation several times in his mind, afraid of making a mistake. After confirming it was correct, he said, almost in a dream, 43,200 kilometers. This is the circumference of our planet. Lynn, of course, was the fastest to calculate. After receiving the shadow length data from the AI in his brain, he instantly had the answer. It seemed that this alien planet was slightly larger than Earth in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, Earth's circumference was around 40,075 kilometers, and the two values were quite close. The other wizards quickly calculated the same value, and they were all thrilled. Once they knew the circumference, calculating the diameter, radius, and surface area was only a matter of time. On the side, Roral didn't participate in the calculations. Instead, he created another new painting, titled People Measuring the Planet's Circumference Under the Blazing Sun and Ice. His ink-dipped quill danced rapidly on parchment. Harov, using the ruler to measure the rope's length, Lynn estimating the central angle, Lydia jumping with excitement, and the wizards in the background deep in thought all vividly appeared on paper. Against the backdrop of the harsh sun and floating ice islands, the scene was bizarre yet harmonious, forming a striking and beautiful picture. After pouring his inspiration onto the canvas, Roral looked at the two paintings in his hand and felt that his life was now complete. He was well aware that these two pieces would be remembered by people for generations to come during this historic moment. However, after composing himself, Roral didn't forget about another crucial matter, as some people couldn't wait any longer. Thinking of this, Roral turned to Harov and asked, Harov, should we send this message to Greenriel now? Harov, who was calculating the planet's surface area, didn't have time to respond but simply nodded. Now that we've confirmed it, send it. Meanwhile, in the city of Greenriel, a dozen alchemists were anxiously waiting by the communication alchemical array, hoping for news from the other side. But it was already 12:37, and they hadn't received any messages, making Raphael and the others begin to doubt if the operation had failed. Could it be that Lynn's assumption was incorrect, and this continent wasn't spherical after all? Look, there's movement. A sharp-eyed alchemist was the first to notice the alchemical array glowing. Everyone rushed over. Since the distance was over 700 kilometers, the amount of mana required for transmission was a staggering number, so Roral had only sent the two most crucial pieces of data, the shadow length and the apex angle. The shadow length is 10.51 meters, and the apex angle is 6 degrees. Raphael, watching the data formed by magical energy inside the alchemical array, shouted excitedly. Thanks to a sound-amplifying spell, this message quickly spread throughout Greenriel City. The entire city of wizards seemed to be in a frenzy as countless mages, who had eagerly anticipated this moment, took out parchment and quills to start their calculations. Even some educated civilians joined in. Calculating the data with just the shadow length required a solid understanding of trigonometric functions, which was enough to baffle most wizards. However, once they had the apex angle, it became basic multiplication and division, something even some commoners could handle. The planet's circumference is 43,200 kilometers, the diameter is approximately 17,751 kilometers, and the surface area is 594 million square kilometers. On the crowded streets of Green Real City, Yal observed the just calculated data, murmuring to himself. He wasn't a wizard, or perhaps he lacked the aptitude, and never had the chance to become a wizard's apprentice. But, driven by a deep interest in mathematics, he had once thought that his math skills would only be useful for everyday transactions and, at best, make him a tax collector. However, the last issue of the Magic Daily had opened a new world for him. A wizard named Lynn, who had come from beyond the Misty Sea, was planning to measure the circumference of their planet using just a few simple mathematical formulas, without the need for any magic. Yal had doubted whether it could be that simple, but when these values were revealed on paper, all his doubts vanished. The overwhelming shock he felt couldn't be quenched, as if the world was unfolding beneath his pen. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 155, The Grand Idea of World Exploration. I've calculated it. The planet's radius is 7,200 kilometers. Nonsense. It should be 6,875 kilometers. Due to the immense magnitude of the calculated values, similar discussions erupted quickly in various corners of Green Rill. After repeated debates and disputes, data regarding the planet's circumference, diameter, and radius were soon recorded on paper. The planet's surface area was an unexpectedly staggering number, 594 million square kilometers. Many people only now realized the vastness of the world beneath their feet. In the heart of Alya, there arose a desire to explore a world so vast. Based on the just calculated circumference data, even the best alchemical ships could circumnavigate the world in just 3 months under the most ideal conditions. However, when he proposed this idea, it was met with laughter. The vastness and danger of the open sea were beyond what someone like Alya, with no sailing experience, could comprehend. Even the most experienced sailors risked their lives when faced with storms, not to mention the fierce sea creatures. What if we use airships? Alya didn't let the ridicule deter him, instead, he presented a new idea. Since crossing the sea was perilous, perhaps they could depart from the air. Upon hearing Alya's words, those who had mocked him fell silent. They suddenly realized that while Alya's proposal might sound crazy, it undeniably had some feasibility. Circling the entire planet was a truly magnificent feat that could be recorded in the annals of magic history. Maybe we can fly in the opposite direction. Didn't the Magic Daily say that our continent constantly rotates from west to east? So, if we depart from the east and fly west, we could return in a day, a tall, thin witch suggested with pride. However, he didn't notice the onlookers gazing at him as if he were a fool. If it were that easy, they would have already traveled from the east of Green Rill to the west when they jumped. After some contemplation, an alchemist shook his head and poured cold water on the idea. Even with airships, it's unlikely to achieve such a grand endeavor. If you can't determine your direction, you'll get lost at sea in no time. Perhaps you might even encounter attacks from sea dragons, feathered serpents, or bird spirits. However, this time, there were quite a few people who supported Alya's grand idea. Some suggested mounting magic crystal cannons on airships to fend off flying magical creatures, while others proposed using the guidance of the stars to determine direction and location. The discussion continued lively. Alya, on the other hand, deflated as he realized that a commoner like him could never own his own alchemical airship. Meanwhile, in the city square not far from here, Raphael gazed at the heated debates and even the physical fights erupting over the accuracy of the measurements. He sighed and remarked, "Greenrill hasn't been this lively in a long time." Since Lynn had arrived in this ancient city of wizards, it was as if she had injected new life into the city. Every day, she expanded their understanding of the world and even got some commoners involved in academic discussions. Raphael had never seen a scene where wizards and commoners jointly discussed a magical theory like this before. The commotion in Greenrill City lasted for quite a while. It wasn't until 2 days later that the returning airship appeared in the city's sky, reaching the peak of excitement in the atmosphere. Tens of thousands of people gathered on the streets and squares, eagerly awaiting the airship's descent. As the airship slowly descended, everyone craned their necks to get a better view, and some mischievous children even climbed onto rooftops for a better vantage point. The first person to step off the airship was Lydia. As she saw the dense crowd in the city square welcoming them, she joyfully waved her hand. Darren and other halflings were also excitedly shouting, "Lydia, I knew you could do it. Lydia, you're the pride of the halflings. Our hero." The chorus of voices quickly spread from all corners of the square. Halflings, though a minority in the wizard lands, numbered in the thousands, and they were using their physical advantage to squeeze their way to the front, all shouting Lydia's name in unison. A non-magician halfling? How did she end up on this airship? Some male witches who had arrived from a small town west of the wizard lands couldn't help but frown when they saw Lydia step off the airship. They couldn't understand why, at such a sacred moment of measuring the planet's circumference, they had to bring an ignorant halfling who couldn't learn magic. Upon hearing this, Darren and the others immediately became displeased and spoke out. "What do you know? Lydia is now Lord Lynn's apprentice. She handcrafted all the core components of this airship. No one understands how to operate an airship better than she does." Several male witches found it hard to believe. In the history of the wizard lands, no faction had ever accepted halflings as apprentices. After all, it was an undisputed fact that halflings had no magical talents. Some shape-shifting witches even disdainfully referred to halflings as a group rejected by magic. This meant that halflings were not well received in certain cities in the wizard lands. However, Lynn, who came from the Misty Sea, was willing to accept a halfling as an apprentice and even allowed her to participate in the intricate alchemical process of constructing an airship. This made the few male witches very surprised and even suspicious of whether Lynn had some special preferences. Can't non-wizards also join Lynn's Iata school and become his apprentices? Alia excitedly remarked. The commoners who aspired to become wizards also looked at Darren with enthusiasm. "Of course, Lydia is the best example," Darren said proudly and then quickly added, "but you have to be exceptionally intelligent." "Exceedingly intelligent?" Alia hesitated, feeling he might not meet that standard. Still, he gazed at Lynn, who had just descended from the airship. Upon their first meeting, Alia's impression was that Lynn was young, very young, perhaps not even 20. Yet, this young wizard, who was a few years younger than himself, proposed a grand idea to calculate the planet's data and put it into action, achieving remarkable results. At that moment, Lynn was engaged in a pleasant conversation with the legendary wizard Harov. Even from a distance, Alia could guess that they were discussing more profound magical theories. However, it was all just his imagination. In reality, Lynn was explaining the complicated relationship between Newton and the apple. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 156, The Glass Mirror and the Micro-Deformation Amplification Method. "So, you're saying that legendary wizard, Isaac, was hit on the head by an apple and discovered the existence of gravity?" Harov inquired with great curiosity. "Yes, it is said that Lord Isaac was just an apprentice wizard at the time. After a scholarly discussion about the movement of the stars, he began to suspect that there was an invisible force pulling the planets around the sun. It wasn't until he stood under an apple tree and was hit by a falling apple that he had an epiphany." Lynn explained with a hint of frustration. For some reason, during their return on the airship, Harov had become quite interested in the legendary wizards created by the Society of Mystical Arts. So, Lynn had to modify some famous stories to keep Harov satisfied. However, Harov was clearly unaware of this, as he was completely engrossed in the stories Lynn was sharing. What surprised him the most was that these legendary wizards from the Society of Mystical Arts had developed many magical theories when they were still apprentices or full-fledged wizards, or even non-magical ordinary people. They had discovered hidden truths within seemingly ordinary phenomena using esoteric knowledge, astounding intuition, and extraordinary imagination. For example, Isaac, who discovered the phenomenon of gravity because of a falling apple, and Kepler, who deduced that the planet beneath his feet was a sphere based on lunar eclipses. Perhaps this was what genius truly meant. Harov couldn't help but think that he had only discovered the existence of gravity after becoming a grand wizard, thanks to the increase in magical power and computational ability when casting spells. Compared to the experiences of these legendary wizards, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. However, Harov also noticed something very important, and that was esoteric knowledge. Whether it was the 3 laws of the stars mentioned by Lynn or the law of universal gravitation, or even calculating planetary data, they could all be intuitively represented in the form of esoteric knowledge. This simplified many complex explanations, as long as there were formulas to calculate. Harov called this the esoteric knowledge mindset. Undoubtedly, this was something lacking in the world of wizards and perhaps the reason why the Society of Mystical Arts had made such rapid progress in magical research. With this in mind, Harov asked Lynn to compile some basic esoteric knowledge, as he intended to propose to the council that esoteric knowledge become a mainstream subject for all magical schools to study. Lynn gladly agreed, as he had long wanted to standardize the various arcane symbols used in the world of wizards. Every school seemed to have different symbols for the same formula, and it often left him bewildered when studying magical books. Since we've already calculated the data for the planet beneath our feet, can you tell me what the gravitational constant is now? Harov eagerly inquired. The pendulum experiment and planetary data calculations that Lynn had previously conducted were undoubtedly leading up to this crucial discovery. Harov, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few more days to determine the gravitational constant. We're still missing something very important, and then we can visually see the effects of gravity and space distortion. Lynn explained confidently. Oh! Harov's interest was immediately piqued. Gravity was an invisible, intangible force, and he could only liken it to ripples in water to understand the changes in space. But Lynn claimed they had a way to see the effects of gravity, and that was something he couldn't help but be curious about. Is there anything we can do to help? Harov quickly asked. I'm looking for some materials for experiments. Lynn described the appearance and properties of quartz and feldspar. His method for calculating the gravitational constant was none other than the famous Cavendish torsion balance experiment. To replicate this experiment, they needed light and several mirrors for reflecting the light. After all, the effects of gravity were extremely weak, and only by using light to project and amplify the subtle disturbances could the changes be perfectly presented. Quartz and feldspar were the 2 raw materials for making glass. Of course, melting sand directly at high temperatures was also an option, but sand contained unavoidable impurities in addition to silica, which would affect the quality of the final product. In addition, limestone and soda ash were needed as flux agents, and these 2 substances were relatively easy to obtain. Limestone was abundant near the Iida harbor, and soda ash could be synthesized. The council's actions were faster than Lynn had expected. On the 2nd day of his return to Green Real City, Harov sent people to transport several tons of quartz sand and feldspar using dozens of camel-like creatures. The materials were piled high in front of their temporary residence, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Lynn, if the quantity is not enough, I can have more brought in tomorrow, Carol said with great respect. As both Harov's disciples, Carol didn't dare to underestimate this young male wizard who had gained recognition in the wizarding world. He didn't harbor any jealousy because of Harov's appreciation for Lynn, as the fate of Teresa served as a warning. It's enough, absolutely enough. Lynn looked at the two small mountains of quartz sand and feldspar and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. With so many raw materials, he could start a glass factory. After declining their offer to help, Lynn had Lydia, Darren, and the other halflings take a portion of the materials back to their room. The process of making glass was not too complicated, it only required high-temperature melting. The melting point of quartz sand was 1750 degrees, but with the addition of soda ash and limestone, its melting point was significantly reduced, and Lynn had no problem creating this level of high temperature with magic. Under the curious gazes of Lydia and the others, the granular quartz sand gradually melted under the influence of flame magic, turning into a bright red liquid that flowed continuously in the palms of their hands. They then poured it into a circular mold they had prepared earlier. Once the glass had completely solidified, Lynn applied tinfoil to one side and finally poured in some mercury. Mercury was a liquid metal that could dissolve tin, making it adhere tightly to the glass plate. After it had fully solidified, a flawless mirror that could clearly reflect images was presented to everyone. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 157, Even if it's robbery, it's not this fast. Lynn, what is this? A mirror. Lydia propped her feet on a chair and peered at the flawless round mirror on the workbench, her eyes filled with amazement as she asked. In the land of wizards, there were mirrors, but they were usually polished copper mirrors. Some wizard lords even enchanted them. However, Lydia was sure that not even the best copper mirror in the wizard land could compare to this one. Yes, I call it a glass mirror, Lynn replied with a smile. Darren and the other halflings gathered around, marveling at the clear reflection in the mirror. It's perfect, incredibly perfect, even clearer than the reflection on the lake's surface. Darren couldn't stop praising it. He had never seen such a beautiful mirror, it was like a work of art. After receiving Lynn's permission, the halflings cautiously reached out and held the round mirror, gently touching its transparent surface as if it would shatter if they applied too much force. Lynn watched their expressions, which made it seem like they had discovered a rare treasure, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He had assumed that the wizards, with their basic understanding of the celestial mechanics, would have already invented such an essential technology as glass. However, he learned from Harov that the divination wizards, in their pursuit of observing the stars, had developed various long-range magic spells and even upgraded the design of alchemical eyepieces several times but never ventured into glass production. There was no choice, magic was just too convenient. Lynn had also grown accustomed to using magic to solve problems, such as creating glass, which would normally require a furnace but was effortlessly accomplished with a flame spell. Lydia toyed with the mirror, gazing at her own reflection in fascination. No young woman could resist a flawless glass mirror that could reflect her features so clearly. Professor, is this made from a special kind of sand? Lydia reluctantly handed the round mirror to the next halfling and looked at the basket of raw materials on the table, curiously inquiring. How is that possible? This is definitely the effect of magic. Darren said with absolute certainty. Such an exquisite glass mirror could not be created with just sand and stones. So, it must be enchanted. Lydia paid no heed to Darren and looked directly at Lynn, awaiting his answer. Yes, the main component of glass is silica, which is found in sand. The process of making it doesn't require any magic, you only need to melt it at high temperatures and then shape it into the desired form. Lynn nodded, confirming Lydia's guess and then briefly explained the process of making the glass mirror. Since he had successfully created the glass mirror, Lynn was not content with using it for a simple experiment. Such a novel product would surely create a new trend in the wizard land. As for large-scale production in the future, he couldn't handle it personally, and there were few people he trusted. During the time of airship operation, Darren had been delivering a sufficient amount of magic coins to him every month, and there had been no signs of embezzlement. As for the leaked airship blueprints, Derek had acquired some information from Ralph's body with a psychic spell. Lynn couldn't blame a dead man for failing to protect the secrets in his mind. Of course, Lynn had retained some slightly more complex techniques, such as making mercury and tin foil. He planned to teach these to a few wizard apprentices separately, breaking down the entire manufacturing process to minimize the risk of formula leakage. After Lynn explained the process of making the glass mirror, the halflings were all somewhat stunned. Apart from the high-temperature furnace required to melt quartz sand, there was almost no technical difficulty involved. And the cost was extremely low, probably just a few silver coins. But if it were to be sold, Darren believed that even if they set a price of 20 magic coins, people would still be eager to buy it. A profit margin of 1,000 times, even if it was robbery, it wouldn't be this quick. 2 days later, at noon, thousands of wizards gathered in the conference hall of the Magic Research Symposium, eagerly discussing the agenda for the day. They had all received the message that today, Lynn would reveal the final secret of the planet beneath their feet. Raphael, do you think Lord Lynn will use any method to weigh the planet beneath our feet this time? Raphael looked at August beside him and pondered, his hair having thinned out considerably in the past 2 days, with no clue in sight. It seemed like an impossible task. I believe he might use the method of division, just like when he measured the circumference, August said confidently, wearing a smile that exuded self-assuredness. Since we know the volume of the planet, all we need to do is select a few areas as samples, weigh them, figure out the volume of 1 ton of soil, take an average, and then estimate the planet's weight based on the volume ratios. August continued. Of course, this is just my humble suggestion. Different regions have different geology, and there are special cases like mines and oceans that need to be discussed separately. My estimated weight is around 300 trillion tons, with an error that shouldn't exceed 20%. Raphael and the others sighed in admiration at August, the shining star of the magical world. His mind was truly remarkable, and he had come up with such an ingenious method. They had all heard that when Lynn returned to Green Rill, he immediately had 2 heaps of sand and stone delivered, and now it made sense, he must have been estimating their weight. Roral also gazed at August with great admiration, thinking that his teacher had probably glimpsed the truth, which was likely the only way. As they were discussing this, they heard mocking laughter from the side. Mr. Carroll, do you have a different opinion, or have you found a better way to measure the weight? Roral glared at the male wizard beside him with dissatisfaction. Sorry, I have no idea what method to use to measure the weight, Carroll replied with a shake of his head. He only knew that Lynn needed the sand and stone not for weighing but for creating some experimental equipment. Without waiting for others to question him, Carroll pointed to the curtains that had been suddenly drawn around them and said with a smile, but I guess it's related to darkness. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 158, Lynn's Bold Theory, Gravity Doesn't Exist? Darkness? Raphael and the others paused for a moment, and then all the lights in the hall disappeared, leaving only the skylight on the roof still emitting a faint glow, shining down on the platform. Everyone's attention naturally focused, and Lynn's figure quickly appeared before them, a faint smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's magical symposium. Thank you for taking the time to attend. The previously noisy symposium hall immediately turned into a lively scene, with all sorts of discussions, and some even shouted loudly. Lynn, I have a few questions about the method you proposed for calculating the angle between the Earth's core. Also, what do you mean by cube, square, and square root? What is the radius and volume of our planet? Is it 86,000 billion cubic kilometers or 12,300 billion cubic kilometers? Lynn, when you mentioned weighing the planet, is it done using some special magic or a method similar to measuring the circumference? A variety of questions followed, with some wizards curious about the weighing method, while others wanted to confirm the accuracy of their calculations. Calculating, while not too difficult for wizards with good mathematical minds, varied in proficiency among individuals. Combined with the vast amount of data about the planet, even a slight error in the calculations could lead to vastly different results. So, after 2 days of fermentation, thousands of wizards had managed to produce several different answers, leading to heated arguments and almost turning into a brawl to determine who was right. Quiet down, quiet down. Now is not the time for questions. A senior wizard presiding over the symposium banged on the table impatiently, temporarily silencing the increasingly boisterous discussions. It was only at this point that Lynn spoke up. I will answer your questions one by one. First, the radius of our planet is approximately 6,875 kilometers, and the volume is about 1,364 billion cubic kilometers. You can deduce this using the circumference formula, where the radius is equal to the circumference divided by twice the value of pi. The volume can be calculated directly using the radius in the formula. Lynn patiently explained the radius, volume, and the corresponding magical formulas and derivation process, as all of these data would be necessary for the upcoming experiments. Wizards who had accurately calculated the data naturally felt satisfied, while those who made mistakes looked embarrassed. Some wizards who were not confident in their mathematical skills secretly memorized the information. In recent times, the planet and the orbit of stars had become the hottest topics in Greenrill. Any gathering of wizards inevitably included discussions about these subjects, making it a widespread trend. Now, as for the weight of our planet and the method to measure it, there is another crucial question we must address before we can truly unlock the secrets, Lynn said, looking at the assembly of wizards. He suddenly asked, what do you think is the essence of gravity? Or, in other words, what factors determine the weight of an object when measured? Lynn's question instantly puzzled the wizards in the room. It seemed simple but was quite tricky, even somewhat baffling, like asking them to explain why water is called water and not earth. The weight of an object was, of course, determined by using a balance and weights. The alchemists had even developed magical scales that could precisely measure an object's weight. So, what you're saying is that the gravity we feel is the result of the planet's own gravitational pull, right? So, an object's weight is determined by the influence of gravity. After pondering for a while, one of the senior wizards in front of the platform responded. Yes, but also no, Lynn nodded and then shook his head. Gravity is a subforce of universal gravitation. It is not always a constant value. Even on the same planet, the amount of gravity experienced in different locations can vary. Generally speaking, the closer you are to the planet, the stronger the influence of universal gravitation, and the farther away, the weaker the effect. Once you enter the boundless space, the concept of weight ceases to exist. Lynn explained. So, you mean in places without gravity, everything has no weight? A witch sitting in the front row couldn't help but stand up. This is incredible. Although the concept of gravity had been introduced for some time and, after the experiments of free fall, had almost become synonymous with weight, the idea that an object's weight could change or even disappear with the strength of gravity still exceeded their imagination. This was challenging their existing beliefs. Before long, another wizard stood up and retorted, Lynn, I apologize, but I cannot agree with this concept. Are you saying that whether it's dirt or gold, once they leave the influence of gravity, they have no difference in weight and are lighter than feathers? They are, of course, different because they have different masses. What we perceive as weight is actually the product of an object's mass and the acceleration due to gravity. Lynn explained calmly. Mass? What's that? The witch who had just stood up had a puzzled expression on her face. You can think of it as the total amount of elements contained within an object, Lynn explained as succinctly as possible. It's an intrinsic, fundamental property of matter that doesn't change with external factors such as temperature, pressure, or velocity. Whether you place it on a planet or in the universe, this value remains the same. The discussion in the hall became intense once again, focusing on Lynn's new concept of using mass to replace weight. Everything in the world was composed of elements, common knowledge in the land of the wizards, so Lynn's words were not too difficult to understand. However, what he said next left everyone in shock. Furthermore, in my view, gravity may not even exist. Lynn didn't hesitate to express his controversial theory. The symposium erupted in an uproar as over 1,000 wizards stood up, looking at Lynn in disbelief. He was actually denying the existence of gravity. How dare he? Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 159, How Matter Informs Space and Space Informs Motion. Lynn's words instantly ignited the entire audience, and even Raphael and the others responsible for maintaining order at the seminar were visibly shaken. If Lynn's previous remarks were like laying the foundations of the magical world, then now it felt like an attempt to kick down the entire magical tower. Lynn, this is no time for jokes. Raphael's expression turned serious as he looked at Lynn. He spoke earnestly. Didn't your earlier propositions about free fall and stellar orbital theory prove the effects of gravity? Raphael couldn't comprehend why someone would suddenly make such radical claims. It seemed like Lynn was shooting himself in the foot. And he was not alone in his thoughts. Many others questioned Lynn's sanity or believed he was deliberately spouting nonsense to grab their attention. In the midst of the skepticism, Lynn spoke again. In my view, so-called gravity is fundamentally a manifestation of space-time curvature. The mainstream wizardry theories in this land suggested that gravity influenced and distorted space, but Lynn was flipping causality on its head. He argued that it was the changes in space that caused the phenomenon of gravity. Immediately, someone stepped forward to question, if it's not the effect of gravity, what force is causing the deformation of space? Of course, it's mass. Lynn stated confidently. The reason we feel the effects of gravity is because of the massive mass of this planet beneath our feet, which distorts space-time, compelling us to fall toward the center of the Earth. Harov and a few experts in the field of force field magic wore thoughtful expressions. As for the official wizards, they felt their cognitive abilities stretched to the limit. Lynn's every word continuously challenged their imagination and thinking. Gravity didn't actually exist, it was just a phenomenon. Space was merely pulling them in a certain direction, an intangible change that many wizards found challenging to grasp. They couldn't fathom how space twisted in such a way. Lynn didn't provide an extensive explanation. Instead, he moved aside and revealed a circular fabric on a raised platform behind him. It was made of the skin of a feathered serpent and possessed exceptional elasticity. It was laid on a sturdy iron frame. The curious audience gazed at it. Lynn picked up a 10-kilogram ball and placed it in the center of the fabric. The next moment, the flat fabric instantly concaved around the ball, creating a curved surface with the ball at the center. The further you went from the center, the weaker the curvature became. Gravity is like this. Lynn exclaimed. From his pocket, he took out a 1-kilogram ball, casually placed it at one edge of the curved fabric, and then let it go. Everyone in the seminar stared wide-eyed. The wizards at the back even used distant viewing magic to get a clearer look. Without Lynn applying any extra force, the small ball automatically rolled towards the center following the curvature of the fabric. I see, so this is gravity. An excited senior wizard shouted. He imagined a three-dimensional fabric, collapsing from all directions towards the center to attract objects. Before the audience could fully process what they were witnessing, Lynn picked up another small ball, changed the angle, gave it a slight push, and the ball didn't roll directly downward. Instead, it started to move in a circular pattern along the curved fabric, revolving around the larger central sphere. Stellar orbit, this is a stellar orbit. Another person exclaimed loudly. All the wizards' eyes were fixed on the small white circular fabric with a diameter of just 1 meter. They felt like they weren't gazing at a few balls but at the grand image of the cosmos. Lynn used a highly elastic piece of leather to demonstrate the distortion and collapse of three-dimensional space in the form of a two-dimensional fabric, making it incredibly intuitive. However, the distortion of time couldn't be presented in such a straightforward manner. Nevertheless, it was enough. This little experiment aimed to help these wizards better understand the phenomenon of space curvature creating gravity. Lynn looked at the excited, awestruck, enthusiastic, and zealous group of wizards in the hall and summarized once again. So, I believe that gravity is a geometric effect caused by how matter informs space, and space informs matter how to move. Matter informs space and space informs motion. Among the wizards with some knowledge of force field magic in the hall, this concept was being thoroughly digested. It was brilliant, truly brilliant. This was the mystery of space-time magic. Lynn, based on your speech today, you are more than qualified for a nomination for the Solar Corona Medal. A senior wizard responsible for maintaining order at the event gazed at Lynn's slightly youthful face and sighed. At the previous seminar, the legendary wizard Harov had vowed to award Lynn the Solar Corona Medal. Raphael had initially felt reluctant, thinking that Lynn had merely presented an alternative view on stellar phenomena that contradicted the mainstream theories. But now, it was clear that Lynn's understanding of gravity and space was far beyond his own. Everything Lynn said that day could serve as the foundation for the study of spatial magic. Some enthusiastic individuals even meticulously recorded Lynn's descriptions of matter and space-time, even if they didn't fully understand it. They could boast about it in the future. I have one more question. Why doesn't our planet, beneath our feet, rush towards the sun due to gravity, like that small ball? Raphael asked, still puzzled. As Lynn released the second small ball, it was clear that, while it continuously revolved around the central sphere, the extent of the curvature was gradually diminishing until it would eventually be drawn into the center. That's because there's no air resistance in a vacuum. The planet's speed doesn't decrease, and it reaches equilibrium with gravity, which prevents it from falling into the sun, Lynn explained. Raphael pondered this, realizing that the earlier small ball's speed gradually slowed down, causing it to move closer to the center, with a shorter orbit until it fell into the center of the curved fabric. So that's how it works. Raphael had a sudden epiphany, and many of his previous doubts about stellar orbits were instantly resolved. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 160, Calculating the Gravitational Constant Through Mirror Reflection. After Raphael had comfortably settled down, another powerful wizard skilled in the magic of force fields curiously inquired. Lord Lynn, you mentioned that it is the mass that causes the distortion of space and gives rise to the phenomenon of gravity. Does this mean that only massive celestial bodies possess this characteristic? In fact, Lord Harov's theory on gravity is quite clear. This phenomenon is widespread and exists in everything, replied Lynn calmly. Even a grain of sand or a stone. Lydia raised her hand high, asking a question that left most of those present puzzled. Of course. Lynn nodded and explained, just like when you place an object in water, even a grain of sand will inevitably displace the water. Why haven't we ever felt this so-called attraction caused by spatial distortion? Roral couldn't help but stand up, voicing his most perplexing question. If gravity existed in every object, then theoretically, they should also possess it. So why don't the pebbles on the ground get attracted to them when they walk? That's because, compared to our mass, the impact on space-time is too minuscule. Even a towering mountain barely disturbs space-time, and it's probably less attractive to you than a passing lady. Lynn joked. Among the four fundamental forces, gravity has the most extensive range but is the weakest in terms of its effects. Roral found this analogy a bit amusing, but he still asked another important question. If gravity's influence is so weak, how can we be sure that it exists in everything? Only grand wizards can barely sense the subtle changes in the curvature of space, and for regular wizards, understanding space-time is a matter of pure imagination. Lord Roral, in fact, that's precisely what we need to discuss today. Lynn clapped his hands, and Johnny, Ilk, and others immediately brought over a very intricate experimental apparatus. It looked like a scale used for weighing heavy objects, but a 2-meter steel wire was suspended above it, and at the ends of the balance arms were 2 small spheres, each weighing 1 kilogram. Is this for weighing something? The wizards in the audience were puzzled, but this guess was soon dismissed when Lynn instructed Johnny and the others to place 2 50-kilogram iron balls next to the small ones. Lynn explained, as I mentioned earlier, universal gravity exists in all objects, and they always attract each other. Although it's incredibly weak, it is not non-existent, it just requires some special means to observe this disturbance. I think you haven't forgotten the pendulum experiment from before. By using a thin and long wire, even the slightest disturbance can be greatly amplified. This apparatus, which I call the microdeformation amplification method, employs a similar technique. According to the law of universal gravitation, the large ball exerts a force on the small ball, causing the T-shaped balance to rotate towards the direction of the large ball. The greater the gravity, the larger the rotation angle. Conversely, by measuring the angle of rotation of the steel wire, the force acting on the ends of the balance arm can be calculated. With Lynn's explanation, the group of wizards became very interested in this compact and clever device, closely observing it. Do you see anything, Pierce? Ilk stared intently at the small ball hanging from the balance arm and, after a while, could not see any disturbance. He looked at his companion, asking quietly. Of course, just as the professor said, the small sphere is gradually being pulled closer due to the gravity of the large sphere. Pierce nodded, pretending to be observant. However, like Ilk, his eyes were tired, and he couldn't see any changes. But since the professor said this method works, it must be correct. The wizards in the hall were all looking at the balls, and besides Harof, Raphael, and a few others who could see the slight movement of the suspended wire, the rest were baffled. A male wizard couldn't contain his impatience and stood up, directly asking, Lord Lynn, has your experiment begun? Lynn nodded and casually said, just wait for another minute, and you'll see. Seeing Lynn so confident, the impatient wizards on the field had no choice but to continue waiting. The hands of the magical clock soon crossed 12 o'clock. The sun was high above, and its rays shone directly down. At the same moment, Lynn picked up an exceptionally small glass mirror and reflected the sunlight that poured in through the skylight onto the long steel wire. Only then did many wizards notice that the center of the steel wire was also suspended by a strange round mirror. After the sunlight was reflected onto the central part of the mirror, it was again reflected onto the scale on the opposite side. I see it. It's moving, that point of light is moving. Lydia shouted loudly. In fact, there was no need for Lydia's reminder this time. Everyone could see it clearly. The point of light reflected on the scale was slowly moving to the right, turning from 0 to 1 degree. Could this be caused by the Earth's axial precession? A witch suddenly interjected, dampening the excitement. Rorl and the others also immediately thought of this possibility. Yes, could it be that the Earth's axial precession is affecting the slow movement of the small ball, just like the pendulum experiment earlier? Lynn didn't reply but instead moved the large ball, which had originally been on the right side of the small ball, to the left. After a while, the point of light changed direction, moving to the left, slowly returning to 0. Seeing this incredibly miraculous scene, everyone's doubts were completely dispelled, leaving only astonishment. Even the most critical and skeptical individuals could not deny the existence of universal gravity. After all, the point of light did not move randomly but changed according to the position of the large ball. So without a doubt, this was the influence of gravity. The attraction generated by the phenomenon of space-time distortion. Compared to the other wizards who were amazed by the theory of universal gravity, Harof was more interested in the intricacies of the experiment itself. The gravitational force of a 50-kilogram iron ball was almost negligible, yet Lynn used a long pendulum arm to magnify this tiny influence and, afterward, a beam of light to further magnify it, making the almost imperceptible distortion of space-time clearly visible before their eyes. Harov couldn't help but express the same admiration as Raphael. What kind of mind could conceive such a brilliant method? Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 161, The Foundation of Arcane Mathematics. To ensure the accurate calculation of the gravitational constant, Lynn had the archmages create a vacuum field once again, and Johnny and the others withdrew from the platform to minimize interference. After several experiments, the final value of the gravitational constant quickly appeared before them. 6.671011 nm2/kg2. This value was essentially the same as in Lynn's previous world. It seemed that apart from the existence of magic as a unique energy, the fundamental parameters of the two universes were quite similar. However, the symbol representing gravity, N, needed to be replaced with their own symbol, L. Another crucial piece of data, the gravitational acceleration, had been calculated by Lynn long ago, measuring approximately 10 m/s2, slightly higher than Earth's value of 9.8. With these two values, calculating the weight of the planet beneath their feet became straightforward. All they needed was to use the universal law of gravitation to derive the golden substitution formula, Gm equals Gr2, where G represented the gravitational constant, G was the gravitational acceleration, and R stood for the radius. After Lynn explained the formula's derivation, Harov and the others immediately began calculating. The enormity of the planetary values squared, divided by the minuscule gravitational constant, made their heads spin. "I can't figure this out. It's too hard," Roral exclaimed, staring at the calculations sprawled across the parchment, his head spinning. Beside him, Raphael gripped his few strands of hair, sweat beads forming on his forehead, all in an attempt to calculate the final result. Even with numerous obstacles, few chose to give up. After all, the planet's ultimate mystery lay right before them, and they stood at the doorstep of truth, ready to kick it open. The only issue was that the door was exceptionally tough, easily breaking their bones. A full hour and a half later, an excited mage stood up, nearly driven to madness. He shouted, "I've got it! It's 670 trillion tons!" However, Lynn simply shook his head, and Harov, who had just calculated the data, was even more direct, saying, "Wrong, and terribly so." "Wrong? How could it be wrong?" The mage's excitement faded as he examined the calculations on the parchment and discovered that he had made a mistake when writing the radius of the planet, using kilometers instead of meters. In other words, he needed to add several more zeros and recalculate. His entire hour and a half of work had been in vain. Realizing this, the mage's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. Ilk looked at him with pity, and she stopped writing. Even full-fledged mages found the calculations challenging. It was probably better for them as apprentices to simply wait for the answer. The calculation of such massive values was difficult, but as time passed, more and more people arrived at the result. It was a number that couldn't be accurately described using any existing unit, only an arcane formula could make it visually comprehensible. 7.081024 kg. No wonder, in the Society of Mystical Arts, arcane mathematics is the foundation of everything, Harov finally understood. Values like gravity and celestial bodies, either immense or minuscule, required arcane mathematics to be calculated clearly. Thinking of this, Harov announced the result. After Lynn confirmed it, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even with repeated checks, such a massive value could easily lead to errors. Carol and the others looked at August with peculiar expressions. They remembered that the magic star had estimated the planet's weight to be around 30 trillion tons. Wasn't this quite a significant difference? It seemed the title of magic star wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Compared to Lynn's straightforward application of the universal law of gravitation, his method of dividing and calculating soil weight was barely worth mentioning. Faced with Carol and the others' mocking gazes, August remained unruffled. When he mentioned a 20% deviation, he was referring to the number of zeros. The discussion about the gravitational constant and the planet's weight continued into the evening. Some enthusiastic prophecy scholars estimated the masses of other planets in the stellar system based on the universal law of gravitation, attempting to reconstruct a picture of celestial motion. The witches at the conference were more interested in the round mirrors Lynn used during his experiments. When they learned that these smooth, flawless glass mirrors could be mass-produced and sold for just 20 magic gold coins each, their joy knew no bounds. It wasn't until the seminar ended that Lynn finally escaped the relentless questions. To help the mages understand certain terms, he had to think hard, as there was a multitude of concepts to explain. The two worlds had different cultures, vocabularies, scientific knowledge, and even ways of thinking. For instance, explaining that weight was essentially mass multiplied by acceleration and then elaborating on what mass was itself took a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, this effort yielded results far beyond Lynn's expectations. The Society of Mystical Arts, Arcane Mathematics, and the A.K.A. school became well known among the local mages. Some independent mages even started testing the waters, asking if they could join the A.K.A. school. Regarding your nomination for the Sun Crown Medal, it has been approved by the council. In a couple of days, there will be an award ceremony. You should prepare for it, Harof said with a smile. Are there any rules or things I need to be aware of? Lynn asked. He had thought that receiving the award would be straightforward. Not really, but this is the first time we're awarding the highest accolade in magical academia to a formal mage. You should speak a bit more to impress the audience, Harof quipped, then became serious. I believe there are still some gaps in your theory of universal gravitation. Lynn's expression turned serious as well, but Harof continued solemnly, what can affect spacetime is not just mass but also magic. Lynn couldn't help but smile at this. Of course, he knew that matter was energy and energy was matter. However, it wasn't yet time to bring out the mass-energy equivalence equation. As for the universal law of gravitation, even if it wasn't for Lynn, Harof would eventually deduce it in a few years at most. The only difference was a matter of inspiration. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 162, Referring the Force Field Magic with the Law of Universal Gravitation. On their way back to the school's lounge, Harof and Lynn discussed the topic of how magic affects spatial curvature. Lynn, being well versed in the field of magic, responded eloquently to Harof's inquiries. She even presented the optimal magical structure for discussion, openly asking about areas she didn't fully understand. While Harof answered each question, he couldn't help but be amazed. Even a third-tier wizard like Lynn had a profound understanding of the connection between magic and space-time. How could the legendary wizards of the Society of Mystical Arts remain ignorant of the best magical structures, he thought. Maybe he had overestimated their knowledge. Perhaps he had asked too simplistic questions, and they were simply too trivial for the Society's experts to answer. With these thoughts in mind, Harof's expression suddenly changed, as if he had heard something. A hint of resignation appeared on his face, but he continued to speak. I have a friend who is very interested in that shining glass mirror. Do you have any in stock? Lynn raised an eyebrow, a peculiar look in her eyes. She didn't expect Harof, a legendary wizard who usually dressed casually, to be interested in glass mirrors. Perhaps it was for academic research or as a gift for someone. Without hesitation, Lynn handed the large round mirror she had removed from the balance device to Harof. Is it 20 gold coins, right? I'll have Carol bring it to you tomorrow, Harof said, taking the mirror and passing it to someone standing nearby. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, the mirror disappeared silently. Did Harof have some sort of storage device? Lynn had never heard of such a thing before. Surprisingly, she didn't ask, and after bidding farewell to Harof, she returned to the school's lounge. She couldn't wait to test her theory. With the Council's support, Lynn had perfected the law of universal gravitation. She had a feeling that she might not need additional computational power to cast certain force field spells. This wasn't just a baseless hunch. Casting spells as a wizard was like running a program or solving a complex equation. When faced with unknown variables, you had to try different values repeatedly, using the process of elimination to find the answer. By making two of those variables known, the universal gravitational constant and the space-time curvature at the surface, the computational power required for casting force field spells decreased significantly. That was why Harov and others believed that the law of universal gravitation would become the cornerstone of spatial magic theory. So, while waiting for the award ceremony, Lynn secluded herself in her room and focused on refining the spell models for force field magic. She delegated other matters to Philip and the others, instructing them to purchase suitable property in the bustling area of Grenril, which would serve as the future base for the A.K.A. School of Magic. After all, it wasn't practical to stay at the Magic Symposium's lounge every time she visited. Although the lounge was spacious, it was always crowded and not very convenient. During the past 6 months in the wizard's territory, Lynn had accumulated nearly 5,000 magic gold coins from the income generated by the airship and the looted Ladek Manor. It was enough to buy a decent estate in any location outside the busy district of Grenril. Magic missiles. The next evening, on the training field, a young girl softly shouted as a dozen shimmering magic missiles appeared in the air. Beside her, Ilk, Pierce, and others didn't want to be outdone. They each used their most potent magic. Several fireballs and ice blades intertwined and headed straight for Lynn, who was not far in front of them. However, Lynn didn't make a move, and the flames and ice blades were mysteriously diverted by some force before touching her. They flew past her and hit the wall behind her. At first glance, it seemed like the apprentices had deliberately avoided hitting Lynn, like they were drawing the outline of a person on a shooting target. However, Ilk and Pierce knew that, at a distance of just a dozen meters, they couldn't miss a stationary target like Lynn. Hey! Lynn, who had easily deflected their attacks, didn't let her guard down. She noticed that Johnny's magic missiles were moving slower than she expected and, after encountering the deflecting force field, burst apart. Although there seemed to be nothing inside them, Lynn could sense a rapid increase in the hydrogen content in the air around her. At the same moment, Johnny extended her left hand and intertwined her right hand on her left wrist, which was the starting position for Flame's embrace. A faint flame expanded rapidly within a second, igniting the hydrogen around Lynn. This caused a violent explosion that filled the training room with thick smoke and a scorching blaze. Ilk and Pierce had shocked expressions on their faces. This level of destruction was almost on par with third-tier magic. It was the first time they had seen Johnny display such power. Is Professor Lynn injured? Ilk stared at the rising smoke, and when there was no movement for a while, he said uncertainly. Impossible. Johnny gave Ilk a dismissive look. She was still panting, and precision magic like this consumed a lot of computational power. Even for a formal wizard like Johnny, it wasn't an easy task. In the billowing smoke, Lynn's voice came through loud and clear. Hydrogen explosion? Interesting, it seems you've learned well, Johnny. But your hydrogen to oxygen ratio was a bit off. The correct ratio should be 2:1. Once the smoke cleared, Ilk and the others realized that Lynn was unharmed, not a hair out of place, and her robe undisturbed. This left Ilk feeling a little numb. Even an attack almost on the level of third-tier magic couldn't make Lynn budge. How were they supposed to fight this? Though it was just practice, Ilk and Pierce were already considering retreating. Johnny, however, was determined to measure herself against her professor. Now it's my turn. Are you ready? Lynn said with a smile. Ilk and Pierce swallowed nervously, and Johnny remained resolute. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Lynn extended her hand, and her index and middle fingers trembled slightly, as if she were plucking the strings of a harp. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 163, Resonance Magic and Spatial Wave. Upon seeing Lynn's peculiar actions, Ilk took a step back, startled. However, he quickly realized that no flames or frost had emerged, and he hadn't been attacked. What is the professor doing? Pierce, too, was puzzled. It couldn't be an attempt to scare them, could it? This must be some new kind of magic. Johnny guessed, then looked at both of them and said rapidly, "Our only chance is to go on the offensive. I'll take the lead this time, and you two assist." With no other ideas in mind, the two nodded, and just as they were about to cast their spells again, their bodies suddenly froze. Ilk's face twisted in agony, and he collapsed to the ground without warning. Pierce's reaction mirrored Ilk's. He clutched his chest tightly, veins pulsing on his forehead, as if enduring immense pain. Johnny managed to maintain his composure a bit better, struggling to stay on his feet. However, his heart felt like it was being squeezed, matching the erratic rhythm of Lynn's trembling finger. It pulsed like thunder one moment and slowed like a sluggish river the next, an uncomfortable and bizarre sensation that left Johnny powerless to resist. Their brains, too, suffered from the disrupted blood supply, and after a couple of seconds, the feeling gradually subsided. But in the next moment, their lungs and livers suffered a similar assault. "I surrender. I give up." Ilk, writhing on the ground, called out loudly, his face a mixture of fear and confusion. Seeing that the three of them had reached their limits, Lynn stopped casting the new magic to prevent any side effects. Johnny, Ilk, and Pierce took several minutes to recover from the ordeal. They looked at Lynn with a mixture of fear and relief. Just moments ago, they had feared their hearts might explode, but they couldn't figure out where the attack had come from. "Professor, what kind of magic was that you just used? Some kind of curse?" Ilk asked, his voice still trembling. This eerie magic even reminded him of the cursed sorcery that was infamous in the wizard lands. "Of course not." Lynn chuckled and shook his head, intentionally keeping the explanation vague. In reality, this magic was based on the phenomenon of resonance. In scientific terms, it involved a physical system absorbing more energy from its surroundings when vibrating at its natural frequency. In the conventional terminology of wizards, everything in the world was made up of elements, each with its own inherent frequency. When two objects' frequencies converged, they could influence each other. For example, the average human body resonated at 7.5 Hz, with different parts having their own resonant frequencies. Internal organs resonated at 4 to 6 Hz, while the head's resonant frequency was 8 to 12 Hz. Lynn's method involved creating a tiny magic wave that made vibrations as close as possible to the heart's frequency, inducing resonance and causing rapid disruptions to the heart's oscillations, ultimately leading to internal damage. This magic was not only hard to detect, but it attacked at the molecular and atomic levels. Unless one was prepared, it was challenging to defend against. However, during the experiment, Lynn realized that formal wizards like Johnny were more resilient to resonance magic than apprentices like Ilk and Pierce. Although he intentionally reduced the magic's power to avoid causing harm, he also understood that using resonance principles to directly kill powerful wizards wasn't easy. At best, it could have a slight impact on critical moments. It was a clever magic, but one Lynn chose to keep its principles secret to prevent the development of countermeasures. Johnny and the others were intensely curious about this strange and curse-like magic, but seeing that the professor had no intention of explaining, they suppressed their growing curiosity and asked, "What about the magic that deflected the flames and frost?" "That's called a deflection force field," Lynn replied, this time not concealing anything. "Deflection force field? Isn't that a fourth ring magic?" "Professor Lynn, have you reached the Grand Wizard level?" Philip, who had been watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in astonishment and excitement. Being able to use force field magic effortlessly was a hallmark of a Grand Wizard. Johnny, Ilk, and Pierce also looked at Lynn with amazement. The reason for the immense power of the explosion earlier was the deflection force field, akin to a turtle shell that seemed impenetrable. "No, I haven't," Lynn shook his head, denying Philip's and the others' assumptions. He then smiled and explained, "I merely took a shortcut. I named it secondary deflection force field. It should belong to the upper-tier third ring magic category." After calculating the gravitational constant, Lynn could effectively reduce the difficulty of casting force field magic. However, the deflection force field was originally a magic only grand wizards could use. Due to differences in magical power and computational abilities, the protective effect was naturally not as robust as the original version, hence the secondary designation. Moreover, force field magic wasn't invincible. Matter and energy themselves could affect space-time, making it possible for powerful spells to penetrate the barrier. The other issue was magic consumption. Even with reduced requirements, the magic consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Under the most abundant magical conditions, it could only be maintained for a short 15 seconds. The peculiar resonance magic that Lynn had just released was a byproduct of his research into force field magic. Back when he was fighting Heelram in the Howling Tower, Heelram had cast a wide-ranging ripple magic. Lynn had to dodge this spell to avoid being pierced by the iron thorns that came flying towards him. This incident had left a deep impression on him, and he had spent these days contemplating how to combine this ripple magic with force field magic. Through a strong magic wave, he could induce changes in space curvature, causing space-time to oscillate like water ripples, bypassing the enemy's defenses from a spatial perspective and killing them. Lynn had named this envisioned magic spatial wave. But judging from the magic's principles, it was at least a fourth ring or even fifth ring magic. Lynn's several attempts had ended in failure, and with his current computational power and magical reserves, he wouldn't be able to meet the minimum standards to cast this magic. Unless he could temporarily surpass his limits as he did in the past, borrowing others' computational power to reach the minimum threshold for casting this magic. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 164, How well do you understand the Holy See, our enemy? Lynn's inability to advance to Grand Wizard left Philip somewhat regretful, but he quickly adjusted. After all, it was only a matter of time before Lynn's talent would lead to his promotion. Moreover, in recent days, with the spread of the law of universal gravitation, the A.K.A. school of magic had gained immense popularity. During this time, Lynn received over 100 invitations to banquets and academic conferences, many of which were from top-notch schools. Unfortunately, Lynn, with his dedication to researching new magic, had to postpone all of them. "Do you know how people outside refer to you now?" Philip asked jokingly. Lynn shook his head. These past few days, he hadn't even stepped outside, let alone cared about what people were calling him. "They're calling you the twin stars of Green Ryle," Philip exclaimed. The other half of the twin stars, of course, referred to A.K.A., the most gifted wizard in the history of the wizard's land. He started practicing magic at the age of 12, became an official wizard at 16, and ascended to Grand Wizard at 24. His rapid rise was nothing short of a miracle, earning him the title of the Star of Magic. This also meant that, in the eyes of most, Lynn had been elevated to a level equal to A.K.A. Johnny, Ilk, and Pierce gazed at Professor Lynn with admiration. Lynn furrowed his brow. Such excessive praise wasn't a good sign. He wondered if someone was deliberately spreading this kind of news. Just as they were discussing, there was a knock at the door. "Professor, there's someone outside looking for you," Lydia's head popped in through the door, looking lively. "It's Master A.K.A." Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. They had just been talking about the Great Wizard, and now he was paying them a visit. Could it be a trouble? Lynn and Philip exchanged a glance but had no intention of turning away their unexpected guest. Instead, they asked Lydia to lead the Star of Magic to the guest room. 3 minutes later, Lynn, now dressed differently, arrived at the guest room with Philip, Johnny, and Ilk. "Welcome to my humble abode, Master August." Lynn approached him with a smile. "I just heard from Lydia that you have something important to discuss with me." "Indeed," August nodded, and there was a hint of a smile on his face, as if the recent rumors hadn't affected him at all. August's friendly demeanor eased Philip's tension. While Lynn had gained significant fame and earned the appreciation of the legendary wizard Harov, they didn't want to start a conflict with August, who was, after all, the star of magic and held considerable influence in the wizard's land. "I've heard from Roral that you arrived at A.K.A. harbor from the A.K.A.'s empire just 3 months ago." August adjusted his expression and inquired, "I wonder how you've been observing the development in the wizard's land during this time." "In general, the academic atmosphere here is quite impressive, and in many aspects, it's much better than the A.K.A.'s empire." Lynn pondered for a moment, drawing from his previous life's memories. He was quite sure of his answer. Compared to Earth in his previous life, the wizard's land was undoubtedly still in a relatively primitive state. However, compared to the A.K.A.'s empire, which was stuck in the late Middle Ages in terms of science, culture, and quality of life, the wizard's land was far more advanced. "Is the Misty Sea really as desolate as the rumors say?" Roral asked curiously. "Not really," Lynn replied with a hint of sarcasm. "At least the nobles and clergy live in castles and luxurious estates. The convenience brought by divine magic is no less than that of wizardry. However, it's a privilege enjoyed by very few." "By the way, Master August, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Lynn inquired. "Looks like you're not well versed in the recent developments in the wizard's land," August shook his head and explained. Due to Lynn's propositions and his actions at the academic conference, many conservative wizards who clung to their old beliefs were now more inclined to explore the world beyond the wizard's land, giving the previously weaker progressive faction the upper hand. The council had been troubled by this situation. "So, you're here on behalf of the council, then?" Lynn asked. "No, I'm just here for a personal inquiry," August shook his head and then calmly added, "Personally, I support the idea of opening up the wizard's land." While the wizard's land was a massive island capable of housing over 600,000 people, as the number of wizards increased, resources available to each person decreased, leading to internal conflicts and intense competition. Roral, looking forward to the conversation, turned his gaze towards Lynn. As a young and talented wizard, he was naturally part of the progressive faction, believing that wizards should be the ones to rule the world. Remaining hidden in this small wizard's land was an act of weakness and timidity. Roral believed that if Lynn and his teacher, August, stood on the same side, they might influence the council's final decision. "How much do you know about the Holy See, our enemy?" Lynn suddenly asked. Roral hesitated for a moment, then spoke somewhat indignantly. "The wizard's land has been established and developed for hundreds of years. We've researched countless extraordinary magics, capable of freezing the sea and turning mountains into plains. We've even created many invincible golems to defeat any enemy." August, inquisitive, then asked, "What about you, Lynn? You came from beyond the Misty Sea, so you should have a better understanding than any of us." "Unfortunately, my knowledge of the Holy See is very limited," Lynn shook his head, then continued before the impatient Roral could speak, "In my daily life, I've only interacted with bishops, which are roughly equivalent to official wizards." Roral's face showed his disappointment, but he allowed Lynn to finish. "But," Lynn added, "I believe that the leaders of the council may have a clearer understanding of the kind of enemy we're up against." Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 165, Talking about Doomsday in a World of Magic and Science. Compared to Lynn, who was born in the land of wizards and knew nothing of the outside world, Roral had a more optimistic outlook. If the power accumulated in the land of wizards was enough to defeat the Holy See, then there was no reason for the council to refuse a broader domain. There was only one possibility, the power possessed by the Holy See was beyond what these wizards could match. The goddess Ira. Roral couldn't help but recall the terrifying shadow he had seen before leaving the harbor town. If wizardry's power stemmed from magic, using knowledge to unleash spells and harness the world-changing forces, what about divine magic? How could it surpass wizards and their magic? This was the most perplexing question for Roral in this new world. Those divine practitioners seemed to rely solely on unwavering faith to wield divine magic. In the midst of Roral's contemplation, the private conversation had to come to an abrupt end after Roral and August left. When it was just Philip and Lynn, Philip hesitated for a while before asking, "Professor Lynn, is the Holy See's power really that formidable?" Even the Society of Mystical Arts had to yield to their authority. The Society of Mystical Arts is merely an academic organization for the study of magic, Lynn replied, shaking his head. Don't forget that this world is vast, and the influence of the land of wizards and the church is not the only power. I can't be sure how many scholars from distant lands might not be willing to interfere in this matter. Lynn patched things up once again, so that in case the wizards overthrew the Holy See and took control of the empire, they wouldn't struggle to find anyone. Late at night, in the ancient mansion of Grainrill City, hundreds of wizards dressed in robes gathered in the grand hall, attentively listening to the speech of a middle-aged male wizard. His voice was hoarse and resonated with a unique charm. As we all know, this world is moving from order to chaos. Our endless exploitation of the elements has offended the great elemental spirits, and the judgment of all living beings is imminent. When the 4 stars are high in the sky, parallel to the silver moon, the elemental spirits will pass their judgment. The earth will sink, and the entire world will be engulfed in a terrifying elemental flood until the silver moon is finally drawn to this land, bringing about complete destruction. The Council continues to deceive us, keeping us captive, depriving us of our freedom, and leading all wizards to indulge in the plunder of elemental powers, hastening the arrival of doomsday. Now, with only 5 years left until the final judgment of the elemental spirits, we must all abandon the idea of enslaving the elements and let them return to order. Otherwise, we will face nothing but eternal darkness and death. As the middle-aged wizard delivered his impassioned speech, the atmosphere in the grand hall gradually heated up. Every wizard's face was filled with zeal, but there were a few who appeared hesitant. After hesitating for a long time, a young female wizard finally spoke up. But, a few days ago, Professor Lynn explained during the symposium that this phenomenon of consecutive pentagonal stars is a normal astronomical occurrence, related to the cycles of planetary motion. We only need to calculate the least common multiple of a few planetary cycles to predict the next occurrence, which happens roughly every 70 years. Furthermore, the speed of the celestial bodies and the gravitational balance formed a new equilibrium, and in the vacuum, there was no air resistance, so the moon falling is impossible. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. Absurd! The male wizard's face contorted in anger as he glared at the young female wizard who had questioned him, sternly rebuking her. The theory of planetary motion is a complete lie. The so-called wizard from beyond the misty sea is nothing but a cunning deceiver, trying to delude us with this foolish magic trick. This world is undoubtedly flat, otherwise, sea water would flow backward, and nothing would be built on uneven terrain. The male wizard continued with emphatic gestures. Think about it, how would we survive in a world that's curved? The land would be impossible to cultivate, and buildings could never be constructed on uneven ground. Under the continuous persuasion of the male wizard, the wizards who had previously harbored doubts quickly reaffirmed their beliefs. What a bunch of brainless fanatics, A.K.A. muttered, hiding in the corner of the hall using shadow magic, observing the wizards who were fervently echoing the speaker's words, as if they were under some kind of spell. This so-called doomsday theory was nothing but baseless speculation. A.K.A. couldn't help but mock their blind faith in doomsday and the elusive elemental spirits. Comparing this to Professor Lynn's rigorous experiments during the symposium, proving the celestial chart seen beyond a doubt, A.K.A. couldn't help but sigh. This was the academic spirit that wizards should embody. Don't you find this situation a bit strange, Aidon? Beside him, another law enforcement officer wore a grave expression, feeling that the wizards attending the gathering were displaying some unusual emotions. Even when he was listening to the speaker's lecture, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable zeal. Perhaps this was the effect of some kind of magic. With his companion's reminder, Aidon quickly noticed the anomaly and gazed at the red-robed male wizard on the platform, recalling the information about the Doomsday sect. This strange sect had emerged about 15 years ago, originally going by a different name and was, at best, a relatively obscure academic research organization. Many of their theories were highly compatible with the legendary wizard Altok's elemental theory, such as the world steadily moving from order to chaos and the idea that the elements might possess consciousness. But in the last 3 years, there had been a noticeable change. Not only did they adopt the name of a sect, but their rhetoric also became extremely radical, openly propagating the concept of elemental spirits. Now they had even begun openly opposing the council. Aidon had a sense that things might have gone beyond their control. You stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll go inform Lord August, Aidon whispered, realizing that these wizards might actually stir up trouble. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 166, Praise the Great Elemental Spirits. After a few quiet instructions from Aidon, he tried to leave. However, as he glanced towards the main gate, he was shocked to find that several wizards in red robes had blocked all the entrances. Before we officially pray to the elemental spirits, there's one more thing to resolve. The male wizard on the high platform stopped his speech and suddenly said, his voice cold. Infiltrators from the council have entered our estate. They are the enemies of the elemental spirits, followers of the apocalypse. They will destroy everything we've worked so hard to build. Upon hearing this, the wizards in the hall turned their heads and shouted in unison. Where are those damn guys? I'll tear them apart. For the elemental spirits. The crowd was filled with excitement, but they couldn't find the enemies, and suspicions and accusations started to rise among them. Aidon, hiding in the shadows, broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't be sure if they had truly discovered his invisibility or if they were bluffing to lure him out. There were at least 300 wizards in the hall, and Aidon had no chance of winning a direct confrontation. He scanned the room, looking at the windows. At that moment, the male wizard in the red robe on the high platform took out a strange figurine from his robes. It was entirely black, but it emitted a blue ethereal light on the surface. The light grew brighter, quickly covering the entire hall. Oh no! Aidon suddenly saw the wizard on the high platform look in his direction. He felt a powerful force locking onto him. Do you think you can escape? The red-robed man said. In front of the great elemental spirits, your shadow can't protect you. The red-robed man extended his right hand, and a massive whip, nearly 10 meters long, materialized out of thin air, striking Aidon's back. Thud! With a muffled sound, his mage shield was instantly shattered. Aidon felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his spine seemed to snap in two. He was forced out of his shadowy state and tumbled to the ground. Cough, cough, Aidon coughed up blood, using his hands to support his body and struggling to stand. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain that coursed through his entire body as he gazed at the red-robed wizard in front of him, a horrified expression on his face. The fact that a single strike had shattered his shadow and destroyed his mage shield meant that his opponent was likely a powerful wizard. Yet, Aidon had seen all the prominent wizards in this land, and he didn't recognize this man. Aidon knew he had no hope of escape. He had to focus on getting away and spreading the information. That was the most important thing right now. With the precious moments bought by his colleague's sacrifice, he was only a few meters away from the nearest window. But at that moment, the red-robed wizard, who had been observing, took action. Aidon's heart raced, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. He could clearly sense a powerful force locking onto him. "Do you think you can escape?" the red-robed man said. "In front of the great elemental spirits, your shadow can't protect you." The red-robed man raised a strange figurine from his robes and shouted with malice. "Feel the power bestowed upon you by the elemental spirits." A burst of red light shone from the figurine's twin eyes and enveloped the hesitating apprentice, Sia, who stood in front. Sia instantly felt her mind being forcibly filled with something, and her magical energy inside her body quickly drained away. In just 1 second, a ball of flames the size of a human head formed in her hand, crackling with violent energy. This wasn't just a first-tier spell, but a much more potent second-tier spell. The flame burst. Though her flame burst was slightly larger than the usual, Sia didn't care. She was ecstatic, completely consumed by the rush. As an apprentice, she couldn't believe she was able to use such powerful magic. It was clear that this was the power granted by the great elemental spirits. "Praise the great elemental spirits!" Sia shouted with excitement, her doubts vanished, and without hesitation, she hurled the raging fireball towards the terrified Aidon. "Praise the great elemental spirits!" Amid the explosion, dismembered bodies, and flames, the wizards in the hall joined in the fanatical chant, believing wholeheartedly in the impending apocalypse. They had to force every wizard to renounce the idea of enslaving the elementals. By correcting this mistake and praying for redemption from the great elemental spirits, each of them would gain their approval and receive even greater power. The red-robed man watched with great satisfaction as the scene unfolded, and the figurine in his hand had closed its eyes. It seemed like he was savoring something. Let's begin today's prayer ceremony. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 167, Naming the Planet. Sunday morning, Grinner, the headquarters of the A.K.A. Academy. Several carriages driven by fire lions were parked steadily in front of the mansion's gates. The fluttering banners displayed an all-seeing eye symbol, which was well known in the Wizard City, as it was the emblem of the Society of Mystical Arts. "Professor Lynn, we better hurry with our actions, or we might be late." Philip had been waiting by the gate, urging Lynn from a distance. Accompanied by Johnny, Ilk, and other apprentices, Lynn had donned a new robe of gold and red, personally crafted by a master alchemist. The robe was enchanted with 3 spells: dust repulsion, medium elemental resistance, and nature's blessing, providing protection and enhancing the wearer's physical abilities. Of course, this came at a high cost. The robe, along with the carriages, set him back a hefty 1,000 magic gold coins, leaving Lynn feeling a pang of regret. When added to the 4,000 gold coins spent on the mansion, it was as if he had returned to square one in one night. But, as per Philip's perspective, he was now a person of status, and this occasion required some extravagance. Thankfully, Lynn remembered that Darren and his team had already begun producing the first batch of glass, ensuring a steady source of income. This thought helped ease Lynn's financial concerns. Riding in the carriages driven by fire lions, the group quickly arrived at the crown of the Sun Tower. The Magic Council, the governing body of the entire wizard world, was located here. Lynn gazed up at the massive sky mirror atop the tower, the core of the Magic Council. Only council members with proper credentials were allowed inside. The annual medal award ceremony was held inside the sky mirror. At this moment, the square in front of the tower was already crowded with thousands of people. It seemed like the entire wizard community in Grinner had gathered, not wanting to miss this grand ceremony, which happened only once every 100 years. As Lynn stepped down from the carriage, the enthusiastic wizards surrounding the square came forward, offering their congratulations. Some tried to curry favor with the rising magical star, showering him with flattery and compliments. Lynn responded casually, not letting the adulation affect him. Meanwhile, the A.K.A. Academy's wizards, such as Philip, Kevin, and Orlando, were immersed in the praise and flattery, even attracting the attention of scholars and senior wizards who approached them. Philip couldn't help but feel that his decision to have Lynn lead the Iida Academy was undoubtedly a wise one. Congratulations, Lord Lynn. You are the first three-ring wizard ever to receive such an honor. This will be recorded in the annals of magical history, Raphael said, smiling as he guided them. Thank you for your praise, Master Raphael, Lynn responded and followed him as they ascended the crown of the Sun Tower. At the entrance, two guards bowed slightly as Lynn's group approached. The interior of the tower had been lavishly designed, resembling a miniature palace. Countless alabaster pillars supported the domed ceiling, which sparkled in the light of magical lamps. The marble floor gleamed, reflecting a translucent radiance. The walls were covered in intricate alchemical runes, and in the center stood a winding staircase leading to the tower's pinnacle. The Council is considering naming our planet, no, our star. We've discussed it for a long time and couldn't decide. In the end, we've decided to let you, the founder of Star Studies, choose the name. Raphael said with a grin as he walked toward the sky mirror at the tower's top. Naming the planet? Philip and the others were amazed. This was an honor equal to receiving a medal. Lynn was equally surprised that the council entrusted such an important task to him. It was his first time naming a planet, especially one as significant and life-filled as theirs. Should it be called Earth? Or perhaps Blue Star? Lynn contemplated these options for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Let's call it the Eternal Star. The Eternal Star. Raphael pondered for a moment and nodded. May it stand in the endless cosmos, eternally undying. During their conversation, the magically enhanced stairs swiftly brought them to the top floor, the Sky Realm. This place served as the hub of the entire wizard world and the venue for significant meetings. Magic permeated every aspect, and the concentration of magical energy exceeded any place Lynn had visited before. Raphael led them to the area, and their entrance drew countless gazes. Lynn's gaze shifted to the high platform of the council, where 5 chairs were placed, the seats of the legendary wizards and the council president. Apart from Harov, whom he was very familiar with, 2 other council presidents had arrived. One was a frail, white-haired elder, the legendary alchemist, magic artisan Victorio. The other was a strikingly beautiful woman in a vivid red gown, a founder of the divination school, the witch Orla. Lynn had gathered quite a bit of information in recent days and recognized Orla as the founder of the divination school. He hadn't forgotten the heated debate where he had humiliated divination school wizards, which was equivalent to a slap in the face. Lynn could only hope that Orla wasn't one to hold grudges. As for the remaining 2 empty seats, they remained unoccupied. It was nearing 9 a.m., the scheduled start time for the medal ceremony, but the wizards in the Sky Realm remained motionless, as if they were waiting for something. I heard that the legendary wizard of the Polymorph School, Lord Phase, with the power of the giant dragon, will also attend the ceremony. Perhaps he's running late, Raphael explained in a low voice. And the other legendary figure? Lynn asked curiously. Lord Altok, the elemental master, might not be in a suitable condition to attend such a grand event, Raphael replied, subtly explaining the unusual behavior of the elementalist wizard. There were rumors within the wizard world that this legendary wizard had encountered a terrifying creature known as the elemental phantom while researching microelements. It had severely affected his mental state, making his behavior somewhat unconventional. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 168, The Legendary Witch Aurora. Is the Society of Mystical Arts you mentioned really that amazing? As the people below anxiously waited, the artificer Victorio looked in surprise at Harov, the magic artificer. He asked with a puzzled expression. During this time, he had been busy optimizing an alchemical array and didn't have much energy to focus on the affairs inside Green Real City. It wasn't until the past few days that he heard some of the Grand Masters of the Alchemy Association mention this matter. They were full of praise for Lynn from the Misty Sea and the mysterious Society of Mystical Arts, making Victorio incredibly curious. Yes, I've had some exchanges with a few legendary wizards from the Society of Mystical Arts, and their understanding of the cosmos, stars, and space far surpasses ours," Harof replied. He paused for a moment, changed his tone, and shook his head. "No, or I should say, it's not even comparable. During the last gathering of legendary wizards, when they were discussing the birth and death of the universe, he could only describe it as embarrassing because he couldn't understand what the other side was saying. The only thing he could confirm was the concept of galactic redshift. But even so, Harof could tell that their theories were logically rigorous, and he even had the feeling that the universe should be just like that. Victorio, on the other hand, found Harof's description a bit too mystical. He wasn't willing to believe that a wizard organization from the Misty Sea could surpass the continuous development and advancement of magical theories in Greenriel over the past 300 years. While the two were chatting, the discussions in the celestial sky realm had grown louder, and it had been 1.5 hours since the award ceremony was supposed to start. "What's going on with Archbishop Onlook?" Victorio also found it strange. In theory, Archbishop Onlook couldn't be absent from the awarding of the Daystar medals, such an important event. "Perhaps something delayed him," Aurora said casually. After a moment's hesitation, Harof decided not to wait any longer and proceeded with the award ceremony. Waiting longer might lead to a postponement. According to the Council's regulations, other than matters like declaring war, fully opening the land of the wizards, or increasing the number of council seats, which could affect the survival of Greenriel, all other important proposals only required the agreement of more than half of the council members, and as long as no councillor expressed clear opposition. Thinking of this, Harof stood up, cleared his throat, and spoke, "Since Archbishop Onlook has some urgent matters, let's proceed with today's agenda." As soon as he finished speaking, the once noisy hall suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the platform. "First, Mr. Baron, your vitality elixir can quickly restore a wizard's strength, and its materials are simple. It has high popularization value. According to the review by the symposium, I will award you a Daystar badge as a recognition." Harof looked at a male wizard sitting in the front row. Baron stood up, extremely excited, and his wrists were trembling as he received the badge. Normally, the award ceremonies were presided over by grand wizards from the symposium. But this time was different, the awards were given directly by legendary wizards, a significant honor. Next, Harof awarded Daystar badges to several wizards who had made significant contributions. This was another way to gain recognition besides academic achievements. It involved making outstanding contributions to the prosperity and development of the land of the wizards or carrying out important tasks like eradicating enemies. August was among the recipients. As Harof evaluated each person's achievements, Lynn realized that most of them were awarded for one specific task: hunting down the psychic wizards who were still causing trouble and creating disturbances. A few years ago, although several grand wizards dispatched by the council successfully eradicated the evil mage school led by Merc, they left behind some troubles. August's mission was to eliminate a significant figure among the remaining psychic wizards, a key lieutenant of the dark mage Merc. However, everyone present understood that the awards for these contributions were just appetizers. As expected, Harof soon turned his attention to Lynn. "Last but not least, Lord Lynn. The theories you presented about the planets and the theory of gravity have completely overturned the understanding of the entire world by the wizards. Your groundbreaking theories, along with a few extraordinary experiments, have verified that these magical theories are not mere fantasies but ironclad facts. In the future, the three great laws of the stars and the universal law of gravity will be required reading for those studying field magic. Given the contributions made by Lord Lynn, the Council has unanimously decided to award him the highest honor in magical academia, the Daystar Medal." Harof shouted loudly, and his voice echoed in the celestial sky realm, making the atmosphere in the entire venue even more heated. Accompanying the cheers was a wave of applause, and Philip and the others applauded vigorously, as if they wanted to make this wave even more intense. Lynn stood up and walked towards the platform, while the wizards around him cast various admiring, longing, and astonished glances. As an official wizard from the Misty Sea, with just a few academic works, he had become the brightest rising star in the entire land of the wizards in just a few days. It inspired many young wizards to dedicate themselves to magic when they returned, hoping to earn this honor someday. Harov solemnly received a box handed to him by a council member. Inside the box was a very special metal, entirely made of dark gold, with a gloss resembling a gem. The materials used were extremely precious and could not be found anywhere in the known world. The front of the metal depicted the council's emblem, while the back featured a towering Daystar tower. In addition to its exquisite appearance and associated honor, it was also a powerful alchemical item. It could activate a 6-ring protective spell called Victorio's Barrier once actively or when faced with a life-threatening situation. It was a one-time use item. After releasing this spell, all internal mana would be depleted, rendering it nothing more than an ordinary honor medal. Similar to the Daystar and Silver Moon medals, it had protection spells of the corresponding level, serving as a safeguard for those who showed extraordinary talent in academic research and made outstanding contributions to the land of the wizards. Just as Harov was about to take out the medal, a hand reached out and took the Daystar medal first. "Let me do it. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community." Chapter 169, The Dragon Falling from the Sky. At some point, Aurora had already risen from her seat, taking over Harov's duties with a subtle, captivating smile. She walked towards Lynn, leaving him somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but recall their earlier clash with the divination school and was worried about her intentions. However, Aurora's next move completely took Lynn by surprise. The legendary witch skillfully placed the dark gold sun crown medal on Lynn's chest, then leaned in and planted a light kiss on his forehead, whispering in his ear, "Good day, my tawny star." Lynn turned in astonishment to see Aurora's smile and those blue-violet eyes. Even the wizards and council members present at the Skyrealm were taken aback, and whispers, gossip, and suspicions filled the air. Even Harov was stunned, not knowing what Aurora was up to. But the legendary witch showed no inclination to explain herself. She acted as though it was just a fleeting moment of whimsy, and after placing the medal on Lynn, she returned to her seat. Lynn was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Aurora had suddenly made such an intimate gesture. This should have been their first meeting. Could it be that the legendary witch had taken a liking to him? Lynn couldn't help but shiver at the thought. He couldn't let Aurora's youthful and alluring appearance cloud his judgment. After all, she had already become a legendary wizard, likely several times his age. But what did she mean by tawny star? Lynn was utterly baffled. According to Philip, many people were now calling him the twin star of Green Vale. Was this a new nickname? Ahem, Lord Lynn, you've received the highest honor in magical academia. Don't you have anything to say? Harov cleared his throat, easing the tension and redirecting everyone's attention to the matter at hand. Lynn immediately responded, addressing the gathered wizards. I'm deeply honored that my theories and research in magic have been recognized by the council. In truth, this honor doesn't belong to me alone. The 3 stellar laws were the result of collaborative research by many scholars within the Society of Mystical Arts. I simply summarized their findings and experimented to validate the theorem. The path to seeking the truth of magic is destined to be filled with challenges. All our research is merely an elucidation of the surface of things. The grandeur and mystery of the world far exceed our imaginations. Wizards are like wanderers on the vast sea, rejoicing at every discovered island. But I believe that one day, we will reach the continent called truth and find all the answers. Lynn's gaze swept across the room. After a pause, he continued, of course, this will require the collective efforts of all wizards. During my time at the Society of Mystical Arts, I heard a saying that became the foundation of my academic research: practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. Lynn's resolute words drew the audience's attention, and they applauded enthusiastically. "An excellent speech, Lord Lynn," Harov praised, then continued, "In addition to the Sun Crown Medal, the Magic Council has decided to grant you a council seat. Let's proceed with the vote now." If the Sun Crown Medal represented honor, a council seat symbolized an elevation in status. All significant decisions within the Wizard's Land were discussed and voted on by the council. The Wizard's Land was home to thousands of wizards, yet there were only 150 council seats. Apart from about 30 Grand Wizards, the remaining council members were exceptional three-ring wizards in various fields. For example, Lynn had met Tyak, a master alchemist who had earned a council seat due to his exceptional alchemical skills. However, everyone knew that today, the council would gain one more member. The vote was more of a formality, as no one would openly oppose a rising magical prodigy. The final result was a unanimous approval. Lynn expressed his gratitude once more, and Harov officially declared the honor ceremony over. The wizards in the Skyrealm, who had been gossiping about Lynn's relationship with Aurora, now stood up, discussing Lynn's speech and whispering about his connection to the witch. Just as everyone was about to leave, a series of urgent bell chimes resonated from a distance. The once noisy council chamber fell into sudden silence. Several legendary wizards' expressions changed, and they looked up at the sky. Lynn also followed their gaze and saw a colossal, ominous black dragon slowly approaching the cerulean sky. Through Tyak's farsight magic, Lynn could clearly discern the ferocious black dragon's appearance. With a wingspan of over 30 meters, its jet-black scales emitted a cold, icy light, like indestructible steel, inducing fear in anyone who gazed upon it. "Isn't Lord Faze coming a bit late?" Raphael chuckled. He had been puzzled by the sudden alarm sounded by the magical clock earlier, but it seemed to be a false alarm. "The Dragon of Force, right?" Lynn immediately remembered its name. It seemed that was the reason for this. Lynn realized that this was the first time he had seen a dragon in person. He was curious and took a few more glances, but quickly sensed that something was amiss. The black dragon's flight path was erratic, and it was shrouded in a gloomy and lifeless aura. After flying over Greenvale City, it let out a painful roar and descended straight down. How could this be? Lord Faze! The black dragon crashed into the ground, causing a violent tremor that seemed to shake the entire city. Panic and cries erupted within the council chamber. Several legendary wizards had already disappeared from their council seats, leaving early. "What should we do now, Professor Lynn?" Philip, who had initially intended to ask Lynn about his relationship with the legendary witch, was now more concerned about the situation. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 170, The Magic Stone Mine, Space Gate, and Legendary Creatures. Harov, Aurora, and Victorio arrived at the scene early and, after checking on Faze's injuries, their expressions became somewhat grave. The atmosphere at the scene was heavy, and the onlooking wizards were all anxious. "Chairman, how is Lord Faze doing?" a wizard from the Shaping School asked eagerly. Harov did not respond, while Aurora looked at the anxious wizards gathered here and said, "While he is not lightly wounded, his life is not in immediate danger. He just needs some time to recover." Upon hearing this, the wizards present breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. However, they were still eager to know who or what could have injured Faze, a legendary wizard. The legendary wizards did not explain further and, together, used magic to return Faze to his wizard form. They then summoned the best magical healer to take him for recuperation. After all this, Harov turned to the members of the council, indicating that they should come to the Skyrealm tonight for the next meeting. Late at night, on the top floor of the Sun Crown Tower, the meeting hall of the Skyrealm, 151 council members had gathered. Compared to the lively and noisy morning scene, the meeting room was exceptionally solemn at this moment. Only a few members were whispering among themselves, and everyone wore expressions of concern and anxiety. "Lord Harov, Lord Fei's injuries can't be that simple, can they? August was the first to speak in the silence, and the other council members turned to Harof, waiting for his response. Indeed, Fei's is severely wounded this time. I've administered a resurrection elixir, but the situation is still not optimistic, Harof said, shaking his head with a sigh. So, what happened? Who attacked Lord Fei's? Raphael asked in confusion. The only beings in the wizard's domain who could threaten a legendary wizard like Fei's were the other council members. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, Raphael exclaimed, could it be a problem in the magic stone mine? If he remembered correctly, Fei's had flown in the direction of the magic stone mine. Fei's has a severe wound on his abdomen, a wound that could threaten his life. It's possible he encountered creatures like the Eye Demons, Death Lords, or even more powerful entities. Harof furrowed his brow, and with each name he mentioned, the council members' faces grew graver. Only Lynn wore a confused expression, turning to Tyek and quietly asking for an explanation. Under Tyek's explanation, Lynn learned that not far from Green Riel, within the enormous Kogar mountain, there was an extensive crystal mine with such dense magical energy that it was difficult to imagine. This led to the distortion and chaos of the space in the entire area, with the core forming a strange magical vortex. It was like a naturally occurring space gate, but no one knew what lay on the other side. The wizard's domain had sent several teams to investigate, but none of them had returned alive. Some speculated that the other side might lead to another vast magic stone mine, while others believed it could connect to another world because from time to time, the magical vortex would emit creatures they had never seen before. It was precisely because of Green Real's rich magical creatures and or resources that a small wizard's domain could support so many formal wizards. But with it came many troubles, such as more than 10 years ago when several mind flayers inexplicably appeared in the mine. With their strange psychic powers, they broke through the heavy defenses and caused chaos within the wizard's domain. It took the council a great deal of effort to find and eliminate them. While Lynn was asking, Harof was in discussions with the council members about the next course of action. Kogar Mountain was too close to Green Riel City, and the emergence of a powerful and unknown creature inside was undoubtedly a huge threat. Many council members proposed immediately assembling a team led by legendary wizards and consisting of all senior wizards to swiftly search and eliminate this creature. However, Tyek and others believed that this proposal was too risky. They had no idea about the creature that attacked Fei's, and their numbers and abilities were all unknown. Reckless action could lead to significant casualties. We can wait for Lord Fei's to wake up and find out what happened before deciding how to proceed, suggested Raphael. But his proposal was met with opposition. That's too simple. Lord Fei's injuries are severe, and nobody can be certain when he will wake up. If we delay for too long, the creature, just like the mind flayers, may roam the wizard's domain, causing even more trouble. Who will deal with it then? Why don't we send a few people to investigate the situation first? Send who? Are you willing to go? That's no different from sending someone to their death. The entire meeting hall descended into chaos, with council members splitting into two factions, those advocating immediate action to deal with the problem in the magic stone mine and those who preferred a more cautious approach, investigating first and acting later. Lynn did not participate in the discussion. He had just become a council member and was not familiar with the council's procedures. Besides, there was very little information available, and he couldn't think of a foolproof plan. After an urgent consultation, Harof soon made a decision, opting for a decisive approach. He would lead a team along with the other two council members and bring 9 alchemists skilled in the use of alchemy to ensure safety. Harof was inspired by Lynn's theory of universal gravitation and thought they could set up an alchemical array to further restrict the peculiar space gate, preventing a recurrence of such a situation. Thinking about it, Harof hesitated about whether to include Lynn in this mission, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. The situation inside the magic stone mine was still unknown, and even Fei's had suffered severe injuries. The danger was evident, and Lynn, despite his deep knowledge of astronomy and gravitational theory, was just a regular wizard with limited self-defense abilities. In the face of danger, he might not even be able to resist. "August, in our absence, you will oversee the council's affairs," Harov ordered with solemnity. "Thank you for your trust, Chairman." August placed his hand on his chest and respectfully bowed. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 171, Unless someone's willing to use magic to pull down the moon. In the days following the assault on Phase, the entire city of Greenreal was on edge. A colossal black dragon crashing down was impossible to conceal, stirring widespread unease. Despite the council's swift clarification that the legendary wizard was attacked by unknown creatures within the magical ore mine and was currently stable, needing time to recover, rumors persisted and grew uncontrollably. In Greenreal, legendary wizards were the pinnacle, supreme figures. There had never been an instance of a legendary wizard being assaulted and gravely harmed. This meant that the wizard city, once perceived as utterly secure, might now be unsafe. Rumors even speculated that the appearance of powerful creatures in the magical ore mine heralded the apocalypse. Those doomsday sect wizards claim that when 4 planets align with the silver moon in the sky, doomsday will arrive. Elemental torrents will engulf the entire continent, and the moon will fall from the sky. Lydia vividly recounted the gossip she'd heard while out shopping. Ridiculous! Ilk interrupted before Lydia finished. Didn't you hear what the professor said during the seminar a few days ago? The celestial body's orbits are stable, how could the moon suddenly fall? Johnny, Pierce, and the others treated it as a joke. You're right, Professor. Ilk turned to Lynn, grinning. Lynn, deep in thought while jotting down titles, paused. Unless someone's willing to use magic to pull down the moon, or unless our luck is at its nadir and a massive cosmic meteor or a wandering asteroid collides with the moon, knocking it off course and hurtling toward us. Ilk and the others exchanged glances. Initially dismissing the talk of doomsday as baseless, Lynn's serious analysis made it seem strangely plausible. But Lynn quickly reassured, overall, the possibility is minuscule. Even a legendary wizard might not influence a celestial body at such a vast distance. As for an asteroid hitting the moon? Lower probability than a fire lion suddenly giving birth to a giant dragon. Ilk relaxed, nearly convinced that doomsday wasn't imminent. While the apprentices treated the doomsday talk as a spectacle, Lynn sensed something amiss. The legendary wizard Phase, known for the power of the dragon, had just been assaulted. The spreading doomsday rumors in Greenreal made Lynn suspect deliberate fear-mongering. After all, apocalypse and salvation were the prime aspects of faith. This had been confirmed numerous times in past lives. This organization styled as a sect reminded Lynn of the clergy, but ordinarily, heretics should have been more at odds with the clergy than these wizards. Shaking her head, Lynn thought that despite having platforms like the Magic Daily, the Council's attention to public opinion was clearly insufficient. If someone dared spread such doomsday talks in Iota Harbor, she would have dispatched people to capture and interrogate those responsible. Lynn, we've finally replicated it. At that moment, Darren rushed out of the estate's small workshop covered in dust, his singed robe riddled with holes, yet his face beaming with joy. He held several transparent glass pieces in his hands. The apprentices gathered eagerly. One of them picked up a glass piece, inspecting it closely, seemingly searching for something. This time, absolutely flawless. Darren confidently stated. Overcoming days of struggles, they followed Lynn's methods, striving to create glass that previously contained many air bubbles inside. Lynn took the glass Darren offered, examined it, nodded approvingly, and asked, "What about the paper I assigned you to make?" "We're in the final stages of ironing and trimming. Tomorrow, at the latest, we'll have results," Darren exclaimed ecstatically. The techniques Lynn imparted to them were nothing short of magical. Those sheets, thinner and lighter than swan feathers, were made from commonplace wood. If Lynn hadn't witnessed her turning sand and stones into glass, she'd have believed it a jest. Lynn then turned to Johnny and the others. "How's your grasp of the inscription magic I taught? I can now record 41 words in one go," Ilk boasted. "I can manage only 37 words, Pierce shook his head. Both then looked at Johnny. 69. Johnny hesitated briefly before revealing. Ilk and Pierce were astonished, the difference was considerable. They were unaware their comrade had already become a certified wizard, thinking Johnny's prior display of power was aided by the alchemical apparatus magic hand. In reality, recording 69 words in one go wasn't the limit for a young sorceress, but rather around 300 words or so. "Excellent. With that in mind, you can start transcribing today." Lynn handed over neatly arranged papers detailing the theory of universal gravity and 2 advanced arithmetic books. This inscription magic Lynn developed was a zero-tier sorcery, even apprentices could use. It resembled movable type printing, first, constructing corresponding templates in the mind, then imprinting magical marks on paper, parchment, or desks. Each sorcerer skilled in inscription magic became a humanoid printing press, their computational prowess determining their output. "Professor, the problems you set are incredibly challenging." Ilk flipped through a book titled Advanced Arithmetics, pondered for a moment, and then scrunched up his face in consternation. One thought dominated his mind: were these problems really solved by humans? "A few days ago, an arithmetic grandmaster from the Secret Mage Society asked me to find a group of wizards exceptionally talented in mathematics to collectively solve a conundrum in the arithmetic realm. So, the problems I've set are meant to identify these individuals naturally, they had to be difficult," Lynn explained. Of course, this was an excuse. In reality, Lynn intended to leverage this pretext to recruit a batch of astonishingly talented sorcerers into the realm of magic. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 172, Can Humans Really Solve These Questions? Recent appearances of powerful creatures within the Magic Stone Mine and the sudden emergence of the Doomsday Sect made Lynn sense a hint of danger. The former wasn't something he could meddle with. Even if those legendary wizards joined forces and couldn't solve this trouble, his own efforts would likely be futile. The latter concerned August, the current overseer. However, Lynn wasn't about to entirely rely on others for his safety. Finding a way to enhance his own strength, to adeptly deal with potential threats, became an urgent matter. Continuing to advance in wizard ranks seemed the best choice, but he had only recently ascended to the second circle. Despite the enormous power gained from the Eye of Death not yet entirely depleted and his magic still in rapid growth, the distance to the next promotion remained substantial. So, Lynn had to approach this from another angle. Just like when confronting Hurlram previously, with the computational support of 9 Third Circle wizards, he could briefly contend even against a 5th Circle Grand Wizard. Though during that encounter, he had outwitted Hurlram and caused a magical backlash, leaving Hurlram's strength reduced to merely about 30 to 40% of his original power. Still, it was enough to crush the strength of ordinary official wizards. Precisely because of this, during these days in Grenrail, besides preparing speeches and experimental materials, Lynn spent most of his time crafting new rings of arcana. To distinguish them, these newly made rings weren't as glamorous as Harof's and didn't transport the wearer beyond space-time. Instead, they connected to a planet within the magical realm. The brain was currently working fervently to quickly determine the location for the second assembly. Ultimately, Lynn settled on 12 people for this journey. The reason for limiting the number was twofold. First, his brain's computational capacity was limited, and more computational power didn't necessarily mean better results. Secondly, the magical realm was in its nascent stage. If too many people were brought in at once, there was a risk of exposure. As for the legendary wizard Harof, who had previously entered the magical realm, Lynn didn't dare allow the brain to attempt deciphering his mental frequency. Given the huge gap in their strengths, it might be noticed. The true targets were those third circle wizards. With a diversionary force field for defense and spatial vibrations as an offensive measure, even when facing a grand wizard, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. 2 days later, at noon, within a temporarily leased magic shop in Grenrail City, the place was already packed. "Is this the glass mirror?" a young witch marveled, holding up a palm-sized round mirror. Its flawless, smooth surface perfectly reflected her charming face, porcelain skin, crimson lips, even the strands of hair drifting across her forehead were crystal clear. Almost instantly captivated, she couldn't put it down. Apart from its clear reflection, the glass mirror itself looked like a work of art. However, its steep price made the young witch hesitate. The larger and more high-end the glass mirror, the higher the price. A full-length mirror was priced at a whopping 20 magic coins. Not a small sum even for wizards. Beautiful witch, these miraculous glass mirrors are exceedingly rare, and their crafting process is extremely complex. For instance, the largest full-length mirror has only one piece left. We don't know when the next batch will be made. If you miss today, who knows how long you'll have to wait. Darren, in charge of sales, incessantly explained the rarity of the glass mirrors, emphasizing their low production and the throngs of people eager to buy. If she waited even a minute longer, they might all be sold out. Seeing this, the young witch couldn't afford further hesitation. She bit her lip and immediately used all her savings, 30 magic coins, to purchase the largest full-length mirror and a small handheld one. Gleefully, Darren opened a drawer and stacked the earned magic coins inside. In just half an hour, the whole drawer sparkled with the glint of coins. Lord Lynn's hunger marketing strategy was simply brilliant. To cater to apprentices and commoners with limited purchasing power, apart from the best-selling glass mirrors, they also produced many equally exquisite glass utensils, teapots, cups, and even trays. Their prices ranged from 70 silver coins to 5 magic coins, but compared to their extremely low production costs, it was almost like highway robbery. However, other wizards saw it differently. These exquisitely crafted glass products were symbolic of status and position. Soon, a wave of purchasing glassware swept through Grenrail City. Quite a few savvy wizards intended to buy in bulk, planning to resell at a higher price in other cities within the wizarding domain. Also sold out were 2 books, Fundamentals of Numerology and Advanced Numerical Studies. Some wizards were curious about the thin and pristine white pages, while others were solely interested in numerology. Tyke was among them. When he heard Lynn's lectures on numerology at A.K.A. Harbor, he was deeply impressed by the subject's intricacy and rigorous logic. Naturally, he was highly interested in numerology. Thus, upon learning that a Master of Numerical Studies from the Society of Mystical Arts intended to invite 12 formally recognized wizards who excelled in arithmetic to tackle a major numerical problem, Tyke became instantly intrigued. Confidently, he believed he could be one of the 12. After all, compared to other wizards, he had attended numerology classes 2 months earlier, laying a solid foundation. With these thoughts, Tyke didn't even bother looking at the so-called fundamentals of numerology but directly flipped open the more advanced numerical studies. However, upon seeing the first question, he froze. Find the sum of the formula 1 2 plus 2 2 plus 3 2 plus 4 2 9 9 9 9 2. After confirming he hadn't misread the exponent symbol, Taik couldn't help but gasp. Adding squares from 1 2 to 99 99 2 would take up dozens of pages just to write out the entire formula. It might take days or even half a month of sleepless calculations to arrive at the result. And this was only the first question. Did it have to be this difficult? Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 173, Calculus Conception and Sudden Attack. Taik was utterly bewildered. He had thought that, with 2 months of advanced study in math sorcery and a well-stocked knowledge base, tackling math sorcery problems would be a breeze. But this first problem had him stumped. If the sequence had stopped at a few hundred or a few thousand, he could have persevered, working his way slowly to an answer. However, the final value was 999,999. No, there had to be a pattern. Quickly realizing this, Taik's mind raced back to when Lynn had engaged in an exponential sum game back at A.K.A. Harbor. It was a similarly complex calculation, yet through a marvelous exponential formula, Lynn had effortlessly simplified the intricate computation to a level an apprentice could solve with some time. With this in mind, Taik swiftly grabbed a quill, swiftly jotting down the products of the first 10 indices on the paper, then meticulously added them together, analyzing similarities and differences between each value. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 5, 14, 30, 76. Taik pondered furiously, each number flashing through his mind. He attempted to apply the exponential sum formula learned in his math classes, comparing the derived values to the result, continuously modifying the formula in search of the correct answer. No, 10 numbers were too few, insufficient to ascertain the pattern. Taik's quill trembled over the parchment, digits and symbols written, then quickly crossed out, beginning the calculations anew. Pages upon pages piled up and were discarded, accumulating around his ankles. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had given way to dawn. Taik had spent the entire afternoon and evening on this problem, eyes bloodshot, yet his spirit heightened. Finally, he stood up, unable to contain his excitement. That's it, that's it. Like a parched wanderer stumbling upon an oasis in the desert, Taik eagerly seized another sheet of paper, meticulously matching the previously derived values with those from the formula. They're all correct, my formula is right. Taik was ecstatic, mimicking Lynn's exponential sum formula, solemnly inscribing one line after another on the paper. S_n equals 1/6, n plus 1, 2n plus 1, n. After finishing, Taik sat back down, feeling incredibly content. The sensation of discovering unknown patterns and summarizing them was profoundly captivating. Eagerly, he glanced at the next problem. 5 monkeys found a pile of peaches by the seaside, deciding to divide them the next morning. The first monkey, arriving earliest, couldn't split the peaches evenly, so it ate one and divided the rest into 5 portions, taking its share and leaving. The second monkey, unaware of the first's visit, also ate 1 peach, divided the remaining, and kept its share. This pattern continued with the third, fourth, and fifth monkeys, each eating 1 peach, and dividing the remainder into 5 equal parts. How many peaches were there in total? At first glance, Taik sighed in relief. This seemed like a straightforward equation, right? What jumping frogs, sliding snails, he'd seen those apprentices in A.K.A. Harbor solve those types of problems numerous times. All it required was to set a few unknowns and solve the equation. But as he poised his pen to solve it, Taik abruptly realized something was amiss. Lynn's conditions this time were simply too scarce. The sole known condition was that these peaches had been divided a total of 5 times, subtracting 1 each time, leaving Taik clueless about the quantity divided each time or the peaches left after the last monkey's share. Taik listed the known conditions, pondered for long, even plucking several strands of hair in frustration, eventually feeling utterly at a loss, a desire rising within him to pummel the question setter. Could a person even solve this? Helplessly, Taik had to make a random estimation of the peach quantity, assuming it as the total number, trying to plug it in and slowly seek out the pattern. This night tormented many a wizard in the same way as Taik. Most wizards stumbled at the first 3 problems, tearing the paper into pieces in their fury or smashing furniture. However, the true warriors surged forward, relishing this simultaneously painful and delightful sensation. Meanwhile, while hundreds of wizards cursed and desired to thrash him, Lynn was constructing a new setting within the magic realm. The second gathering place was transformed into a library, filled with various math-sorcery books. Lynn pondered on what bait to use to entice these wizards to linger in the magic realm for an extended period. Cracking a formal wizard's mental frequency, thus accessing their computational power, wasn't an easy task. The faceless gathering concocted by Hurlram had taken a year or 2 to crack the mental frequency of 10 triple-ring wizards. Lynn didn't have that luxury of time, hence conceived a way to expedite the process, by keeping these wizards engrossed in solving brain-teasing math-sorcery problems, depleting their mental energy and hastening the decryption of the genius brain. Calculus might be a good choice. Many of the theories and formulas proposed before had left numerous wizards perplexed. Learning calculus might help them comprehend the derivation process of these formulas and theories. Of course, the wizards of Green Rill weren't entirely clueless about calculus. For instance, their method of approximating pi using the method of inscribed polygons continually approximating the circumference of a circle was based on calculus. Some wizards had even succeeded in deriving an algorithm to calculate the volume of a sphere, akin to the method of Gauss, yielding highly accurate results. It was a testament that intelligence existed everywhere. However, few wizards were willing to devote themselves seriously to the study of mathematics. Most preferred elemental or morphological subjects, where learning directly augmented their magical prowess. Only alchemists spent time delving into this esoteric field. As Lynn contemplated, a sense of impending unease suddenly crept in. In a flash, Lynn broke free from the magic realm, eyes snapping open. Nothing stood before him, but an invisible magical barrier enveloped him. Following that, a faint sound, akin to a blade slicing through cloth, echoed. A peculiar dagger, adorned with intricate runes, materialized, gliding toward his neck. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 174, The Demon-Breaking Dagger and the Resistance Ring. The temporary magic barrier was as feeble as paper before the peculiar dagger. But this momentary pause, this fleeting apparition, was enough for Lynn. With a forceful push from his right foot against the ground, leveraging the reactive force, he swiftly leaned back, evading the dagger aiming for his neck. He tumbled backward, landing along with the chair, rolling away to create distance. Yet as Lynn rose to his feet, he couldn't locate the enemy. The lounge was empty, as if everything before was a mere illusion. Some form of visual deception magic? Without hesitation, Lynn cast a mage shield upon himself. Simultaneously, the elusive danger approached again, this time from his side. Phosphorus, resistance ring. Focused entirely this time, Lynn retaliated almost instantly. He didn't know where the attack originated, but he didn't need to. Intense flames surged around him, engulfing everything without escape. The ground cracked layer by layer, the scorching heat engulfing all within its reach. The resistance ring was one of Lynn's achievements in the field of force field magic, belonging to the high-tier third circle of magic. Although this single strike consumed a quarter of Lynn's magical power, its effect was significant. The proximity left no room to evade, the terrifying phosphorus fire quickly adhered to the assailant. Piercing screams and wails echoed in the lounge. Amidst the flames emerged the figure of a middle-aged mage, his body engulfed in fire, phosphorus devouring his flesh. He futilely slapped his body, resembling a dance in the inferno. As Lynn suspected, this kind of magic merely deceived vision, not truly disappearing. Relieved, Lynn soon noticed the mage, now consumed by flames, dropping a weapon. It wasn't the dagger but a short sword. Lynn's pupils constricted, a wave of dread washed over him. This meant there was not just one attacker. The mage shield shattered once again as Lynn realized this. Fortunately, the deflection field worked, narrowly averting the sudden attack. The peculiar dagger appeared only in the moment the mage shield shattered, then vanished again without a trace. But the lack of visual confirmation didn't nullify other senses. Lynn's index finger trembled faintly in the air, emitting barely detectable magical waves that rapidly spread in a circular pattern. Upon collision with obstacles, these waves rebounded, identifying the only object shifting its shape within the room, undoubtedly the first assailant. However, contrary to Lynn's expectations, the attacker didn't approach but bolted madly towards the outside. Clearly, consecutive failed attacks coupled with the companion's tragedy made them reconsider. Thinking of escape now? Too late. Lynn adjusted the vibration frequency of the magical waves, aligning them with the brain's frequencies. Unlike his encounters with Ilk and others, Lynn held nothing back this time. This unique and imperceptible attack immediately took effect. The fleeing assailant, feeling as if their brain were about to explode, collapsed in distress. Unable to sustain the magic, they soon materialized. Only then did Lynn discern the attacker, a man in a grey robe, gaunt-faced, sparse and unkempt hair, sunken eyes, prominent cheekbones, hands clutching his head, a visage twisted in agony. In the next moment, 4 ice blades materialized from nowhere, pinning his limbs. Ceasing the resonance magic, Lynn approached, retrieving the peculiar dagger. Gazing at the grey-robed mage, immobilized on the ground, he coldly inquired, "Name, identity, and what's your reason for attacking me?" The mage showed no intention to reply, his face filled with a mix of fear and confusion, seemingly yet to recover from the bursting pain that seemed to explode his brain. "Fine, I'll have a look myself." Lynn disregarded extravagant interrogation methods, placing his hand on the mage's head, activating the psychic magic obtained from Ladek. Memory retrieval. This psychic magic searched relevant memories within a person's mind. It usually worked best against significantly weaker opponents or those mentally unstable. Clearly, this was an opportune moment. However, the moment Lynn touched the mage's memories, the man's pupils widened, body trembling uncontrollably. Before Lynn could react, he collapsed instantly, lifeless. Another soul binding similar to before? Frowning, Lynn, familiar with such circumstances, recalled a similar incident while interrogating Nur, the wizard's apprentice in A.K.A. Harbor. The ability to engrave a soul binding in a formal wizard's mind, causing instant death while disrupting their memory, required expertise in psychic magic. The flames ignited by the resistance ring, the piercing screams, were unmistakable in the silent estate. Barely a minute had passed since the attack began, and the door was already violently thrust open. "Professor Lynn, I heard an explosion and screams. What happened?" Philip and Kevin rushed in first, visibly relieved to find Lynn unharmed. "I'm not sure. I was about to rest tonight when these two attacked me." Lynn gestured towards the corpses, sounding perplexed. In his days at Green Rill, it seemed he had only offended those divination scholars. If they were to act, it should have been before the verification of the universal gravitational theory. Surely, it couldn't be because his math problems were too challenging, causing someone to impulsively attempt his demise? Philip and Kevin glanced at the attacker's first pinned to the ground by Lynn's ice blade, the other reduced to a charred mess by the scorching phosphorus fire, long devoid of life. Exposed skin tore apart in struggle, blood vaporized, leaving holes where fingers once clawed. A horrific sight, with remnants of phosphorus flames incessantly consuming flesh as fuel, strengthening themselves. This was the hellfire, wasn't it? Philip and Kevin recalled the tale of the hellfire that Lott had mentioned when Lynn first arrived at the Iida Academy. At that time, they hadn't taken it seriously, but witnessing the gruesome demise of this attacker made them realize the terror of such flames, truly deserving of the name Hell. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 175, Cult of Apocalypse. The security squad, apart from Philip and his group, swiftly arrived at the scene upon receiving the message. Archbishop Onlook himself led the team. After inspecting the two attackers and noting down the details, Onlook instructed a few wizards to take the individuals for identity verification, hoping to unearth any possible leads. He then turned to Lynn with a concerned gaze. "Are you hurt, Lord Lynn? Do you need a potion master?" Onlook asked. Lynn shook his head, indicating that he was all right. Onlook sighed. "That's good. In fact, this is the fourth attack in nearly 2 days. Before you, 3 council members were assaulted. You're the only one who survived." Lynn paused, surprised by the severity of the situation. It was a blatant attack on several council members, tarnishing the reputation of the entire wizarding community. "Lord Lynn, you should have tried to keep one of them alive. Extracting information could have given us a lead," Roral interjected. The security squad had been incredibly busy these past 2 days. With a string of attacks within the city of Green Rill, all targeting highly important council members, the pressure mounted. Archbishop Onlook, temporarily holding the position of the speaker, faced considerable criticism. To prevent widespread panic, the council promptly restricted information and, based on the commonalities among the targeted individuals, set up surveillance near the residences of several elemental studies experts. Surprisingly, Lynn, located in a different district, became the latest target. "Can't say that, Roral. Ambushes like these differ from regular battles. Even the most powerful wizards can be caught off guard. Surviving is a stroke of luck," Onlook countered Roral's words and then turned to Lynn again. "However, Lord Lynn, please tell us in detail how it transpired. It might yield some crucial clues." "About 15 minutes ago, I was seated nearby, studying the spell model of a new magic. Suddenly, a dagger aimed for my neck." Lynn recounted the incident, glossing over his use of psychic magic to retrieve memories. As the wizards listened to the entirety of the attack, a shiver ran down their spines. They only knew Lynn had been attacked, unaware of the chillingly perilous details. Such unexpected ambushes were virtually impossible to predict, especially with attackers wielding weapons capable of instantly piercing a mage shield. No wonder 3 council members mysteriously perished at home. Roral imagined himself in Lynn's shoes and shuddered. If he were the one under attack, he'd probably be a lifeless body by now. However, it seemed the attackers had chosen the wrong target this time. This young male wizard from the Misty Sea was no easy opponent. Roral had experienced this firsthand at Iida Harbor. Master Onlook, do you know what kind of magic allows one to evade sight? Lynn asked curiously. Likely polarized magic or shadow arts. In addition, some psychic magic can induce illusions, Onlook pondered. Those proficient in these are scarce. That's a crucial lead. Any suspected individuals? Lynn persisted. 2 days had passed, 3 council members were dead, and the security squad seemed to have no leads. Having inexplicably faced an attack, albeit unharmed, Lynn felt a lingering unease. If his reactions had been a tad slower, the outcome might have been unpredictable. These attackers are likely associated with the recently active cult of Apocalypse, Onlook said gravely. The assaulted council members were all exceptional in elemental studies, presenting unique insights as triple ring mages. From the intelligence gathered by the security squad, the cult's wizards seem to believe that elements possess life and consciousness. They wish for all wizards to abandon studying, researching, and exploring the elements, believing it to be the cause of the impending apocalypse. Lynn was astonished. Were these wizards all delusional? Elemental studies were the cornerstone of magic. Abandoning them was akin to self-mutilation. No, if they're targeting experts in elemental studies, why come after me? Lynn puzzled. He hadn't made any recent statements related to elements. Professor, could it be because your theory on universal gravity contradicts their apocalyptic prophecies? Lydia hesitated before timidly suggesting. Lynn quickly realized this point. Lydia had previously mentioned how his gravitational theories contradicted the cult's prophecies of 5 stars aligning and the moon falling. By correcting their apocalyptic claims, Lynn effectively undermined the grounds of the cult of Apocalypse's existence. If you've suspected ties to the cult, why not apprehend a few disciples for interrogation? Lynn inquired again. These wizards were shamelessly spreading doomsday prophecies, practically wearing a troublemaker label. Upon Onlook's explanation, Lynn understood how he had reflexively approached the issue with a mindset from his past life. Official wizards in Green Rill held a privileged status. Without concrete evidence of wrongdoing, arbitrarily arresting and investigating an official wizard would incite significant public backlash against the council. Moreover, considering the number of believers in apocalyptic prophecies and elemental spirits, hastily acting could trigger greater chaos. But for now, we can't worry about all that. Onlook pondered. I've dispatched several security squads to track and investigate those wizards spreading apocalyptic claims, hoping to find crucial evidence. Lynn nodded. The complexity of the situation exceeded his expectations. Mishandling this could spark citywide turmoil in Green Rill. This is all the information I have for now. The situation is far from over. Be vigilant these days, preferably avoiding solo ventures, Onlook cautioned solemnly. He left a few security squad wizards to reinforce the estate's defenses, then hastily bid farewell with the 2 attackers' bodies, returning to the Skyrealm, ready to search for new leads. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 176, Gathering of the Mystical Arts. Professor Lynn, what should we do now? Once the security team had withdrawn, Pierce, Darren, and the rest wore expressions of deep concern. Even though Lynn had handled the attackers, no one knew if another assault would follow, nor could they be sure they wouldn't become the next targets. How about we hop on an airship and head back to Iida Harbor? Lydia suggested, raising her hand high. The suggestion seemed to brighten everyone's spirits. Fleeing was undoubtedly a viable option, surely they wouldn't all be pursued if they returned to Iida. However, Philip, Kevin, and Orlando shook their heads. Lynn had only recently been honored and swiftly became a prominent figure in the magical world after being appointed as a Magic Council member. If they were to flee in fear after an attack during such a critical time in Green Rill, it would be a severe blow to Lynn's reputation. Being a Magic Council member didn't just represent authority but also came with corresponding responsibilities. "Perhaps we could strike first and eliminate those doomsday cult wizards," Ilk suggested enthusiastically. Compared to Philip and the others, Ilk was full of vigor, believing in tit-for-tat retaliation. Yet, the most crucial aspect was his long study of magic without any chance to showcase his skills. "No, we do nothing. Strengthen the estate's defenses and leave the rest to the council's investigation," Lynn shook his head, vetoing their suggestions. The sole restraint found in the attackers' minds indicated that this matter likely involved a powerful wizard, one Lynn couldn't presently contend with. However, as Philip and the others thought, leaving now would mean abandoning most of the progress made in the recently published universal gravitational theory. Lynn reassured the others and then, along with the remaining professors, strategically placed trigger-based magic around the estate to prevent further intrusions. While the attackers weren't particularly formidable, their ability to evade visual magic was unsettling. Once their deception was uncovered, they weren't much more challenging to deal with than regular wizards. The consecutive attacks on council members hinted that complacency had settled in the wizarding world, leaving them defenseless and vulnerable. Regarding the dagger capable of dispelling the mage shield, Lynn claimed it as a spoil of war. Simultaneously, the idea of developing a heat-sensitive magic piqued his interest. While using magical wave echoes for location identification was a viable method, Lynn couldn't constantly release this magic. In the following days, while Lynn pondered how to unravel visual magic, completely engrossed in the arcane sea, unaware of the attacks in Green Rill, Tyack and others had successfully solved all 15 arcane math questions. The challenges ranged from testing computational ability to pure logical deductions, but mostly involved deducing formulas based on mathematical deductions. Contrary to Lynn's estimation, these wizards managed to solve all the questions in less than 3 days. Lynn then handed over the corresponding ring of secrets as promised. Finally done. Inside a small hut in Green Rill City, Tyack pushed the torn introduction to arcane mathematics and advanced arcane mathematics aside, gazing contentedly at a parchment that elegantly detailed the answers to the 15 arcane math questions. To derive these values, he dedicated a relentless 3.5 days to the task, deeply immersed in the exploration of the unknown. He was equally astounded by the immense logical aspect of arcane mathematics. Tyack felt he had touched upon something called arcane mathematical thinking, searching for corresponding patterns, summarizing them into arcane formulas, and ultimately solving problems. It resembled the research and development process of magic. For the first question, he spent 10 hours, 5 for the second, and merely 4 for the third. Once the thought process was triggered, seemingly intricate problems became significantly simpler with a different perspective. However, despite having all the answers, Tyack remained full of questions. He was impatient to have a proper exchange with a true master of arcane mathematics. He was even more curious about the kind of challenge that could perplex a master of arcane mathematics. Tyack neatly collected the papers on his table, disregarding any grooming, quickly cast a dust-cleaning spell, meditated for an hour to replenish some energy, and hurried towards Lynn's estate. To his surprise, the one receiving him was Elemental Studies Professor Philip from A.K.A. Academy. After inspecting Tyack's papers and confirming the accuracy of the answers, Philip handed over a ring of secrets. Tyack accepted it, feigning indifference, and casually inquired, "I wonder how many people solved it before me." 75 hours for 15 questions. Tyack felt his speed was unparalleled, owing to his early exposure to arcane mathematics compared to everyone else. However, Philip hesitated, seemingly unsure how to respond. Finally, he gently replied, "Sir Tyack, this is the 12th ring of secrets I've distributed." "The 12th? Taek's lips twitched involuntarily. Did that mean he was the last one? How was that possible? Taek was at a loss. Lynn had been clear that the Association of Arcane Mathematics sought formal wizards to research a challenging arcane math problem, likely for computational assistance, ensuring the eventual recognition of their research findings. It was unlikely that the self-proclaimed Grand Wizards would deign to participate. The remaining formal wizards specializing in calculations, whom Taek knew somewhat, like Ellison, who had calculated pi to the 9th digit, or Alva, deeply immersed in alchemical geometry. Their talents were undeniable, but there was no reason they should have been faster than himself, who had ventured into arcane math earlier. After pondering, Taek concluded that perhaps his extended meditation for energy restoration had consumed too much time, causing the delay. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 177, Zeno, the Eternal Chaser of Unreachable Turtles. Taek, with a stern expression, slid the ring of mystic arts onto his index finger and, without looking back, walked straight to the front hall, finding a seat. It was a peculiar sensation, his perspective seemed split in two. In front of him lay a spacious exhibition hall, lined with shelves like a complex maze, all constructed purely from magical energy. Taek quickly realized this was a domain composed entirely of magic. What surprised him, though, was the vividness of everything here. The oxygen he breathed, the gentle breeze, and the pristine white marble bricks beneath his feet all felt so real that, if he didn't know he was currently a blend of magic and spiritual power, he might doubt if he were still in the real world. Taek, in amazement, approached a bookshelf, running his fingers over the neatly stacked books. Even the texture of the pages could be perfectly simulated. He casually picked up a book, Fundamentals and Studies of Arcana. Opening the title page, he read, Arcana is a discipline that studies concepts such as quantity, structure, change, space, and information. It is a universal method for rigorously describing and deducing abstract structures and patterns of things, applicable to solving any real-world or magical problems. So, this is Arcana. Taek muttered to himself. Although he had been exposed to Arcana for 2 or 3 months, it was the first time he had seen such a precise and systematic explanation. The pages he held suddenly trembled, then, under Taek's astonished gaze, floated up and drifted towards a specific direction. Taek paused, realizing this must be guiding him to the gathering place. Navigating through walls constructed of bookshelves, Taek soon reached the center of the entire library. Several colleagues skilled in arithmetic and alchemy, whom he recognized, were gathered here. 11 people were engaged in lively discussions. One male wizard, upon seeing Taek approaching, smirked and spoke. Never thought the last one would be you, Taek. Gotta say, you're a bit late. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Sorry, Alva. I thought you guys would be a bit slower, so I took the opportunity to get a good night's sleep and tidy up a bit, only to find out I missed the hour. Taek raised an eyebrow, responding effortlessly. You seem quite leisurely, just in time to arrive at the end. Alva didn't believe a word of Taek's explanation, mockingly retorted, and didn't bother to expose the lie, continuing to speak. We were just discussing the second Arcana question. I wonder, Taek, how long did it take you, and what method did you use to get the answer? Taek pondered before responding. This question is relatively easy. Just change your perspective, and the answer becomes clear. If, since the beginning, we give the monkeys 4 extra peaches, each monkey can divide them equally. So, the total number of peaches is 5 to the power of 5, minus the initial 4, resulting in 3121. 7 out of the 11 nodded, acknowledging Tyek's method, while the remaining few compared it with their own approaches. As for solving this question, it took me about 4 hours, Tyek said, somewhat sheepishly. I only used 3 hours and 27 minutes. Alva proudly declared. Last year, during an internal discussion at the Alchemy Association, Tyek had pointed out numerous flaws in a new spell formation proposed by Alva. This time, Alva finally gained a victory. Tyek looked somewhat disgruntled at the others, discovering that most of them solved the problem in 3 to 5 hours, meaning they were generally faster than him. 2 hours. Ellison, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. The wizards present turned to Ellison with expressions of awe. This question wasn't very difficult, but for Alva and the others who hadn't systematically studied arcana before, it wasn't easy to shift their thinking. How is that possible? Tyek couldn't help but ask a few more questions, only to realize that Ellison, to achieve such a quick result, had mobilized dozens of apprentices to work together, essentially using a brute force method of enumeration. Others had also exchanged ideas with their colleagues. Learning this, Tyek felt disoriented. These people were so unscrupulous, no wonder each of them was so fast. He was the only one honestly working on the problem. Just as Tyek silently cursed, the entire magical space shook heavily. Then, countless thick books floated out from the shelves, pages fluttering, and intricate mathematical symbols, as if alive, detached from the books and hovered in the void, outlining three-dimensional patterns. Welcome to the Sea of Arcana. Accompanied by a deep, resonant voice, the restless knowledge gradually settled down. Turning around, Tyek saw a wizard with curly hair, dressed in a brown robe, walking towards them. Under the influence of some force, the floating books returned to their original positions, leaving only the strange symbols still swirling in the void, as if reluctant to return to the confines of the books. You can call me Leibniz. The wizard introduced himself politely. Master Leibniz, Tyek and the others immediately bowed respectfully. For a great wizard and a pioneer in arcana, they maintained a sufficient level of respect. I heard from Lynn that you specifically gathered us to solve a problem troubling the world of arcana. Alva, less formal, was the first to ask the question that had everyone's curiosity piqued. That's right. Leibniz nodded, then explained, it all started with a bet I made with another wizard named Zeno. He's currently preparing to race a turtle, allowing it a head start of 100 meters. He'll then start chasing, running 10 meters every second, while the turtle moves only 10 centimeters per second. Zeno believes he can never catch up with the turtle, and I need to prove that he can. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 178, A Mathematical Crisis in the 17th Century. Master Leibniz, isn't this just a simple math problem? Tyek asked, puzzled. Even apprentices could solve it, let alone wizards proficient in arcane mathematics. Alva and the others were equally disappointed. Was this the puzzle tormenting the entire realm of arcane math? Was it? Do you truly find it simple? Leibniz looked at everyone, expressing regret. The issue lies not in when they can catch up, but in why they can catch up. Zeno told me, at his speed, it takes 10 seconds to reach the starting point of the turtle. But by the time he arrives, the turtle has moved a meter. Though the distance between them has closed significantly, there's still a meter gap. So, he needs another tenth of a second to reach the turtle's current position. Yet, by then, the turtle has moved again, requiring him to spend 1,000th of a second catching up to the new position. As Leibniz explained, he extended his right hand, drawing a magical line in the air, denoting the start and finish of the race. He used red light to mark Zeno's progress and green light for the turtles. Despite closing in, a minuscule length persisted between them, an infinitesimal yet persistent gap. Zeno dashed forward, seemingly unable to catch up to the leisurely turtle before him. Tyke and the others stood stupefied, their expressions shifting from confusion to gravity, quickly descending into contemplation. The theory was easy to comprehend. The wizard named Zeno, in pursuit of the turtle, inevitably passed the creature's starting point. But when he arrived at this point, the turtle had crawled forward, creating a new starting point, leading to an endless cycle of deduction. Alva pondered deeply, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it precisely. He was unaware that this contradiction was a clash between reality and logical mathematical deduction. Tyke was nearly dizzy from the mental gymnastics. It took him a while before he suddenly grasped something. Wait, Master Leibniz, no matter what, at the 11th second, Zeno should always catch up to the turtle, right? That's precisely the problem, my friends. Leibniz nodded, then emphasized, if time and space are infinite and infinitely divisible, logically, the later participant in a race can never surpass the former, as they're separated by an infinite number of fractions. This distance, in a sense, is infinitely long, for it can be divided into countless fractions. But if Zeno can inevitably catch up to the turtle, does that not imply that in our world, space and time are not continuous but possess a minimum scale? It's because Zeno, as the later participant, crosses this smallest scale at some point, allowing him to catch up to the leading turtle. Your contemplation is truly thought-provoking, Master Leibniz. Alva breathed out, expressing admiration. Only now did the wizards understand that the debate between these two masters of arcane mathematics wasn't truly about a mere racing problem. It delved into whether a value could be infinitely subdivided and probed the existence of the smallest scale in time and space. So, you've reached a conclusion and won this dispute, haven't you? Tyke exclaimed, fascinated by the deductive leap from an inevitable winning race to the potential existence of the smallest scales in time and space, a truly creative line of thought that earned his admiration. Not quite, for if that were the case, I wouldn't be able to answer his second question. Leibniz lamented. There was another question? Alva and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Leibniz extended his hand, summoning an iron arrow into the void, which swiftly embedded itself into a nearby bookshelf. He turned to the group and asked, "Do you think this arrow, once shot, has moved or remained still?" Another seemingly simple question that left Tyke, Ellison, and the others pondering for a long time, contemplating if there might be a deeper meaning hidden within. Alva, on the other hand, didn't dwell much. He decisively stated, "It has moved, of course." He had seen it with his own eyes, and no eloquence could change that fact. If, according to what we just discussed, time exists in the smallest scale, does this mean that in each of these smallest scales, the arrow has a definite position, occupying the same space as its volume? Leibniz continued. Alva furrowed his brows, contemplating for a while before cautiously stating, "I believe so." So, disregarding other factors, in that moment, is the arrow moving or still? Leibniz pressed on. Undoubtedly still. Alva firmly responded. Tyke and the others nodded, easily envisioning a suspended iron arrow if time were to halt at a certain point. If this moment is motionless, what about other moments? Those should also be motionless. Alva responded uncertainly. In other words, at each point in time, it remains stationary. So, the arrow shot is also motionless, correct? Leibniz concluded. Of course. Alva hesitated in his reply, then froze entirely. How could a flying arrow be motionless? Tyke, Ellison, and others frowned deeply. If Leibniz's earlier statement was correct, that time existed in the smallest scale and was indivisible, then following the logic, each moment of the iron arrow was motionless. Hence, the flying arrow couldn't be in motion. After all, how could something constantly motionless be called in motion? Could it be that an infinite sum of stationary positions equaled motion itself? Or perhaps, infinite repetitions of stillness constituted motion? If Leibniz's statement was wrong, and there was no such thing as the smallest scale, if time could infinitely subdivide, and everything was continuous, then the flying arrow would naturally remain in motion. This formed the basis for the paradox's dissolution. But if that were true, would Zeno never surpass the turtle? The assembled individuals suddenly felt themselves swirling in a colossal vortex, teetering between the motion and stillness of the iron arrow, Zeno's potential catch-up with the turtle, their minds on the verge of collapse. Leibniz observed Tyche and the others lost in contemplation and couldn't help but smile. These two paradoxes, simple as they appeared, would have sparked the second mathematical crisis if placed in the 17th or 18th century. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 179, Motion and Stillness, Infinity and Limitation, Contemplating Time and Space. Tyche stood in place, pondering for a full 3 hours, his mind spinning at super speed, contemplating the resolution of these two paradoxes. Yet, he found no leads, finally turning to Leibniz with a helpless expression. Please forgive me, Master Leibniz. This question is too profound, I fear I can't provide you with any answer in the short term. Alva, Ellison, and the others felt some reluctance but had to admit the same. These two paradoxes truly befuddled the entire realm of magical mathematics. Based on the most common motion of objects, they were simple and straightforward yet profoundly thought-provoking. Leibniz didn't respond verbally but secretly communicated with the intellect. His prior speculation was incredibly accurate. Under the rapid thinking and the brain's rapid rotation, the intellect's decryption of spiritual power frequencies was almost 10 times its usual speed. The assembled formal wizards felt uneasy at Leibniz's silent response, mostly resigned to the situation. Even these mathematical masters couldn't provide precise answers to such paradoxes. Hoping they could solve it might have been asking too much. Leibniz, of course, didn't expect them to crack it. Once confirming his speculation, he immediately put on a more amiable expression. In fact, regarding the resolution of these two paradoxes, I've gained some insight. Tyche and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then looked to Leibniz, intensely curious about his methods to resolve these paradoxes. The key to these two questions lies in whether values can be infinitely subdivided, whether two values infinitely close or equal, and how we should calculate them. This problem has confounded every discipline in the past. Thus, I believe magical mathematics needs a revolution to redefine this world. Leibniz solemnly proclaimed. I'll name it calculus. Tyche felt a surge of spirit. They hadn't expected that, for the sake of a gamble's outcome, this master of magical mathematics would prepare to establish a new branch within their field. And they never anticipated they would have the chance to be a part of it, becoming one of the founders of this field. At night, after spending a full 10 hours in the magical realm, Tyche finally emerged from the ocean of thoughts, rubbing his throbbing forehead, with only one thought left in his mind. Difficult. It's so darn difficult. Compared to calculus, Tyche felt that all the magical math he had encountered before was child's play. His mind was dizzy from concepts like tangents, functions, and limits, to the extent that upon seeing some approximate curves, one thought surfaced in his mind. Can this thing even be integrated? What surprised Taik even more was that his magical power had actually grown and improved to a certain extent. Ever since he at a harbor, he had heard that many apprentices could enhance their magical and spiritual growth by studying magical mathematics, even better than the effects of meditation. However, for a formal wizard like him, the effect was minimal. Initially, Taik had some regrets, only now realizing it wasn't that this method wasn't useful for them, but those magical math problems they'd encountered before were just too easy for them to exercise their computational abilities. Not only Taik but also Alva and others were pleasantly surprised. Most of these third circle wizards were not young anymore. For most, the growth of their magical powers had long stagnated, with slim chances of further advancement. Now, research and exploration into the field of calculus had brought new hope to Alva and the rest. Despite losing a few hundred hairs in just half a day, faced with the dual temptation of increased magical power and becoming a foundational member of a new school of thought, nobody would retreat due to these slight difficulties. While Taik and others were immersed in their studies and research of calculus, oblivious to the outside world, the situation within the Magic Council was different. In recent days, the Apocalypse sect had become increasingly active. Some city guards assigned to monitor and track certain sect followers had inexplicably disappeared, causing a mixture of anger and fear among the council members. "We can't tolerate this any longer. I suggest taking action immediately and clearing out the entire Apocalypse sect." Raphael slammed the table, angrily shouting. "Are you planning to start a war within Grenner City, Raphael?" Another council member stood up, vehemently retorting. This involved hundreds of wizards, these weren't unarmed civilians. Once a full-scale war broke out, the losses would be hard to predict. Moreover, they still didn't know which wizards were being manipulated and who the instigators behind this turmoil were. Several sect members captured previously had only spouted about the end times and elemental spirits. They couldn't extract any useful information, leaving them unable to confirm the link between the recent attacks on council members and this peculiar sect. "Otherwise, are we just going to sit here and watch things get out of control?" Raphael roared. "Regardless, we must investigate thoroughly first. We can't recklessly attack so many wizards without cause," the council member insisted. The resources required to train a formal wizard were unpredictable. Grenner couldn't afford the cost of clearing out hundreds of wizards in one fell swoop. It would be self-destructive. The sky boundary quickly turned into chaos inside, with many council members arguing, worrying, or getting angry. Several grand wizards looked pityingly at August, the acting speaker. Before, when Harof made this magical luminary responsible for council affairs, they were somewhat envious and even resentful. But now, it was just relief because this was a complete mess, and who wanted to take over and bear the consequences. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 180, Council Disputes and Intel from the Apocalyptic Sect. Within the Sky Realm, tensions and debates intensified, nearing the point of rolling up sleeves and engaging in physical altercations. Just then, August, who had been silent all along, interjected. "Everyone, please quiet down a bit. We should focus on how to handle the current crisis rather than shifting blame and squabbling," August said, his tone slow and plain but carrying a certain intimidating power. Amidst the clamor, the previously boisterous meeting room fell silent, all eyes on this acting chairman. However, there were dissenting voices, mocking and discontent. "It seems our acting chairman has thought of foolproof strategies." August didn't respond but turned to Roral, saying, "Why don't you speak instead?" Roral nodded, solemnly passing around a stack of parchment. This is recent intelligence from the security team regarding the apocalyptic sect. Have a look, he suggested. The assembly of lawmakers took the parchments, swiftly scanning through them. Lynn also grabbed a copy. Aside from recording the names and backgrounds of some apocalyptic sect members, the pages held many peculiar theories about magic. What caught Lynn's eye was the depiction of elements. The wizards of the apocalyptic sect seemed to have some understanding of the microcosm. However, their path of research deviated. They believed all elements might be part of a collective consciousness, naming this consciousness the spirit of elements. The wizards' relentless and uncontrolled manipulation of elements would lead orderly elements into chaos, an irreversible process and the reason for the impending apocalypse. Absurd. Raphael shook his head, unable to withhold his rebuttal after merely scheming the first part. Elemental studies were fundamental to almost every wizard. Convincing them to abandon centuries of research and instead pray to some ambiguous spirit of elements seemed like sheer madness. Don't you find these magical theories somewhat familiar? Auguste unexpectedly asked. The faces of the counselors changed collectively. When the apocalyptic sect initially proposed the concept of the spirit of elements, some had realized it might stem from the legendary wizard Altok's elemental theories. The information Roral collected undeniably supported this notion. Are you suspecting a connection between this matter and Altok? Raphael exclaimed in disbelief. The other wizards also stared in shock at Auguste. Though they had suspicions before, nobody dared point fingers at a legendary wizard. This is impossible. A counselor proficient in elemental studies exclaimed vehemently. Auguste nodded, stating, "Of course, personally, I believe this matter has no connection to Altok." However, despite his words, the counselors still harbored doubts. After all, only an entity of similar stature could have attacked and severely wounded a legendary wizard. Moreover, according to rumors, the elemental controller Altok had gone mad while exploring the microcosm. Nobody knew what such an individual could do. Lynn, not well versed in the legendary wizard of elemental studies, listened silently, organizing the intel without drawing any conclusions. Furthermore, the security team has received intel that in 3 days' time, these apocalyptic sect wizards will hold a large gathering. This might be the best opportunity to capture their ringleaders. Auguste solemnly declared. However, the security team is severely understaffed. Ensuring the success of this operation will require your assistance. Raphael and others understood the importance of this operation. Capturing the leaders of the apocalyptic sect would resolve numerous problems and troubles. But shouldn't we wait for Chancellor Harof's return before dealing with these people? A witch hesitantly questioned. If this matter were related to the elemental controller Altok, it might not be within their ability to resolve. Chancellor Harof has been in the magic stone mine for several days now, without any messages. He might have encountered some trouble. Auguste shook his head, continuing with a serious tone. I suspect the spatial disturbances previously seen in the magic stone mine were not natural. Someone might be trying to divert the attention of several chancellors. Consequently, these apocalyptic sect wizards might not give us much time. Lynn nodded, finding Auguste's thoughts akin to his own. The chaos in the city of Green Reel coinciding with Harof's departure was unlikely to be a coincidence. Under the magical prodigy's insistence, the discussion regarding the details of the capture operation quickly passed through the agenda, garnering the agreement of the majority. Delaying this matter might spark greater chaos. Although the council lacked legendary wizards, it housed a considerable number of powerful ones. While some leaders of the academic factions returned to their territories after the seminar, 7 prominent wizards stayed behind. They were capable of handling most situations, even cooperating against a legendary wizard if needed. Discussions on the operation details persisted until 10 p.m., with the worried-looking counselors leaving the chamber. After organizing the distributed documents, Roral breathed a sigh of relief. As one of Auguste's assistants, he had been incredibly busy these days, sometimes even skipping meals. Fortunately, these hectic days were nearing an end. Once they dealt with these misguided apocalyptic sect members, he'd have a few leisurely days. And perhaps, Teacher August would firmly secure his position as acting chairman thanks to their achievements. Who knows, they might even earn a Morning Star medal for this feat. Lost in these thoughts, Roral gathered his papers to leave but was halted midway by Lynn. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Roral. I have something important to discuss with you alone," Lynn requested. "Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers." Chapter 181, Realm of Apocalypse and Falling Stars. "Lynn, what's wrong?" Roral halted, puzzled, gazing at Lynn. Then, as if a realization struck him, he hastily inquired, "Has there been another attack by those doomsday cultists in these days?" "No, not at all." Lynn shook his head. Since dispatching 2 intruders during the last encounter, his estate had been peaceful, with no further invasions. After a pause, Lynn spoke again. "I've reviewed the intel you gathered. Is it true that the Doomsday Cult was merely an academic organization until 3 years ago when it suddenly changed?" "Indeed." "What's wrong with that?" Roral furrowed his brow. "I have a sudden idea. Please investigate individuals who, like me, arrived from the Misty Sea to the Wizard's domain in the last 5 years and what they've done here. Also, details about the spiritualists from several years ago, if possible," Lynn said earnestly. "Do you mean?" Roral's expression turned grave. "Don't you find the timing of these events too close?" Lynn reminded. Apart from the collapse of the spiritualists and the sudden shift of the Doomsday Cult, there was one crucial factor Lynn hadn't mentioned: his mentor, Kolu, who had gone mad 4 years ago, abandoning a comfortable life in the Wizard's domain, seeking the future of spiritual magic in the Seeka's empire. So, Lynn speculated there was undoubtedly a connection between these events, perhaps even the same event. He had dispatched Orlando to dig into the archives since Ieda was the most crucial port for the Wizard's domain, possibly containing relevant records. However, a round trip took several days, and Ieda lacked information on spiritualists, leading him to seek out Roral. With Lynn's prompting, Roral swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. "I understand, Lynn. I'll organize this information as soon as possible in these coming days. Regarding this speculation, please don't divulge it to others. After all, it's merely my personal theory, not necessarily correct," Lynn instructed finally. In the dead of night, within a luxurious estate in Grainrail City. Having been in deep slumber, Faze abruptly opened his eyes. Struggling, he slowly sat up. The grotesque wound on his chest hadn't vanished, emitting a black mist. Yet, compared to the physical injuries, the incessant dizziness in his mind proved unbearable for Faze. Cough, cough. Amidst severe coughing, Faze spat a bit of dark red blood, gradually regaining some color in his face. Only then did he ease, recognizing his familiar surroundings. Since he was back in Grainrail, at least safety wasn't his immediate concern. However, Faze soon noticed something amiss. The state was too eerily quiet. His hearing, enhanced since he acquired the dragon's body, detected nothing, not even a hint of insect chirping. The only sound he caught was a faint, approaching footsteps. At that moment, the tightly shut door burst open, revealing a red-robed sorcerer, politely addressing him. "Are you resting well, Lord Faze? You should take more rest." "Odessa." Faze's visage turned fierce, resembling a ferocious tiger. The sorcerer before him was one of his most trusted disciples. However, it was this very individual who, inside the magic stone mine, took advantage of a critical moment during Faye's battle with an eye demon, using an unknown eerie artifact to launch a sudden attack. It was an assault from the spiritual realm, coupled with the eye demon's sudden appearance in the magic stone mine. Faye nearly met his end. In the end, relying on the immense strength of the dragon's body, he barely escaped, albeit at an excruciating cost. "No, you are definitely not Odessa." Faye stared coldly, his tone frigid. "Who are you?" "Impressive, Lord Faye. Or perhaps, you've had similar experiences, naturally guessing this." The sorcerer named Odessa smiled slyly, his face bearing a mischievous expression. With a flick of his hand, a peculiarly shaped statue appeared. Faye's heart sank. His current power was severely limited. The pain in his chest and head threatened to shatter his will. Thankfully, being in Grainrail, stirring a bit of commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the council members. With that thought, a surge of magic within Faye agitated. A formidable aura engulfed the entire estate, nothing more conspicuous than a dragon's form. At the same moment, the sorcerer in the red robe raised the statue in his hand, uttering slowly, "Realm of Apocalypse." A burst of red light swiftly spread, enveloping the entire space, shrouding every structure within the estate. It was a crimson space, twisted blood streaks decorating its surroundings. Stout chains sprawled across corners, emanating a putrid, bloody scent. The most astonishing sight, 5 colossal celestial bodies suspended in the sky exuded terrifying pressure. "Feel the judgment of the apocalypse!" the red-robed sorcerer shouted. From the central silver-colored star, a dazzling radiance erupted, hurtling towards Faye at an indescribable speed. It was a falling star capable of shrouding the entire sky, emanating a suffocating pressure as it descended upon the ground. Merely an illusion of magic. Faye, now transformed into a dragon, fearless, spread his wings and fiercely propelled himself towards the plummeting star. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening impact, Faye collided with the silver star. A massive shockwave ravaged the entire crimson space. Fragments of rocks rose from the ground, then crashed back down. The colossal star, resembling a mountain or an island, was almost shattered by the insignificant dragon form, eventually breaking apart amidst the violent collision. Despite the ordeal, Faye, covered in blood and bearing numerous wounds, continued glaring at the sorcerer before him, emanating a strong aura of murder, unleashing a scorching breath. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 182, Who Dares Join the Society of Mystical Arts After This? The searing breath of the dragon spread instantly, extending hundreds of meters, siphoning the elements within the domain of doom, creating a terrifying sea of fire that stretched for a kilometer. The space itself seemed to ignite, carrying temperatures soaring tens of thousands of degrees, rushing towards Odessa like a tidal wave. The crimson-robed sorcerer's expression changed abruptly. He hadn't anticipated such immense power from Faye while being so weakened. Divine Sanctuary. Odessa spread his hands, conjuring several golden barriers in front of him. Cracks. The first barrier nearly instantaneously ruptured, followed swiftly by the second and the third. The scorching sea of flames advanced relentlessly. Odessa's demeanor grew increasingly grave. With a gesture, the blood-red chains that had encircled the domain seemed to come alive, positioning themselves in front of him, colliding with the oncoming flames. Violent collisions reverberated through the skies, shockwaves rippling outward, threatening to collapse the entire domain under this tremendous energy. Curses! Odessa cursed under his breath, as the peculiar statue he held cracked faintly. He hadn't anticipated that this legendary wizard, so weakened, could unleash such potent dragon's breath. If not for the need to eliminate a dozen or so faction wizards and a master alchemist stationed within the manor, he wouldn't have procrastinated to act against Fuzzies until now. Fortunately, Odessa wasn't unprepared. What he had administered to Fuzzies earlier wasn't just the simple healing waters for injuries. As expected, the black dragon, breathing fire, soon experienced a heart-rending sensation. Intense magical backlash compelled him to cease the dragon's breath, and his colossal form plummeted from the sky. Constrain! Odessa sighed in relief, reactivating the statue. More chains surged from all directions, entangling Fuzzies' dragon form. Moreover, within the interweaving chains, sharp spikes emerged, attempting to penetrate Fuzzies' body, disrupting his bones and organs. Pained roars exploded in the sky. The agony momentarily suppressed Fuzzies' magical backlash, but the horrific magic surged again. Visible shockwaves radiated outward from his body, causing the surrounding chains to rupture. Then Fuzzies wielded his colossal form as a weapon, charging straight at Odessa. Dash! Half an hour later, the crimson-robed sorcerer reappeared in the room, looking disheveled with tousled hair and numerous wounds. The peculiar statue he held bore cracks, yet his blood-red eyes seemed eerier, his mouth moving as if chewing on something. You were too hasty. I should have told you, a legend isn't easily dealt with, a familiar voice echoed through the silent manor. The crimson-robed sorcerer turned, bowing respectfully. Sometimes, risks are still meaningful, aren't they, Lord Merc? It's merely luck on your part. If Fuzzies had retained consciousness upon reaching Greynoer, all our preparations would have been futile. Merc, a sorcerer, pushed open the door, walking in, shaking his head, speaking coldly. The crimson-robed sorcerer remained silent, accepting the reprimand. Is your new identity settling in? Merc continued. This Bodis integration is only about 70%, but it's sufficient for now, the crimson-robed sorcerer replied casually. Good. After this matter concludes, I'll find you a more suitable body, Merc reassured. As for these days, refrain from acting on your own, engaging in meaningless endeavors, understood? I will comply, Lord Merc. The crimson-robed sorcerer nodded slightly. Clean up everything here. I don't want any unfavorable rumors these days. According to the plan, Fuzzies should perish at the hands of that person. Merc instructed. As you wish. The crimson-robed sorcerer bowed, outwardly deferential, yet their eyes betrayed an icy indifference. Dash. Mind Core, initiate overload mode, connect to the magical network, utilizing everyone's computing power except Herof's. 2 days later, at dusk, within Iada's temporary headquarters, in an enclosed training ground, Lynn silently called out in his mind. Instantly, Lynn felt an unparalleled clarity in his mind. His mental prowess was rapidly expanding, and the world appeared different, indescribable by a sense of perceiving things that were previously invisible. Control over magic increased manifold. As if the space around him had turned incredibly fragile, a mere punch could shatter it. But Lynn didn't let this inflate his ego. He knew it was all illusory, and these sudden surges of power were borrowed. After becoming an official wizard, the overload mode from the mind core wasn't as effective for him. However, the emergence of the field of magic nicely compensated for it. He named this ability to connect minds, utilizing others' computing power, the magic network. It was like a network constructed from magic and mental energy, where these wizards were akin to his puppets, computers remotely controlled by hackers, aiding him in the computational aspects of crafting spells. Although it had been only a few days, thanks to Tyke and others tirelessly staying within the magical field, learning what he provided calculus from basics to Burial's mind core's progress in breaking the mental frequency had surpassed 10%. Of course, the deeper they delved, the more they touched upon the core, the longer it would take to break. Thankfully, for Lynn, this was sufficient. Drawing too much computing power wasn't beneficial, surpassing the limits would become a burden, affecting Tayek and others more severely. Lynn didn't want a repeat of the past, where after a battle, half of the faceless core members died on the spot, and the remaining half lost connection altogether. Who would dare join the Society of Mystical Arts after this? So, Lynn kept the upper limit of computing power utilization at 15%. This way, he could amplify his strength without causing severe consequences. Next up, it was time to test his newly created magic. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 183, Spatial Wave Magic Spatial Ripple. The moment Lynn grew accustomed to the powers now within her, she eagerly extended her hand, fingers rhythmically trembling as her magical reserves were instantly depleted by half. An imperceptible magical ripple expanded in a circular pattern directly ahead, causing a slight distortion in space wherever it passed. Several combat puppets made of steel, 3 meters away, were cleanly bisected by the magical ripple without any hindrance. However, those positioned farther, about 10 meters away, experienced a different fate. The spot where the ripple passed twisted like a corkscrew, while the wall over 30 meters away remained unaffected. This outcome didn't surprise Lynn. It was akin to tapping the surface of water, creating ripples that gradually expanded their reach but weakened in intensity. This magic proved effective for breaching enemy defenses at close to medium range. Common shields or magical barriers like the Mage's Shield or Magic Barrier appeared as fragile as paper before the spatial ripple. Yet, it had its drawbacks. Its wide scope and indiscriminate nature made it easy for a single spell to down foes and allies alike. If someone were bisected, Lynn wondered if the alchemists could salvage them. Approximately 60% of mana expended. Lynn pondered for a moment, swiftly deducing the aftermath. Despite possessing a magical reservoir surpassing that of many Tier 3 mages, employing the spatial ripple required depleting most of her stored mana. Fortunately, the results were satisfying. Ever since her battle with Hurlrum, Lynn had been studying methods to counter the diversionary force field. She had devised 3 solutions. The first involved using continuously large-scale magic. The principle behind the diversionary force field involved distorting the surrounding space-time, creating a magical field that diverted any magic aimed at Hurlrum, akin to light refracted in water, bending away from its target. However, magic that covered an entire area like toxic domain or vacuum domain couldn't be protected by the diversionary force field since attacks could come from any direction. Yet, defeating a Grand Mage with this method alone seemed unrealistic. The second method relied on sheer force. Mass and energy inherently influenced space-time. Similarly, magic possessed this property. The diversionary force field couldn't protect against higher-level magic. Furthermore, any object moving fast enough could break free of the force field's restraint. Unfortunately, both options were beyond Lynn's capabilities. Her only choice was the third, using force field magic to counter force field magic. Successfully developing the spatial ripple meant she finally possessed a means to threaten a Grand Mage. As for the mana issue, Lynn sighed. Then, without hesitation, she retrieved a bottle of sapphire blue magic potion from her sleeve and drank it down. In less than a second, her depleted mana was fully restored, her reserves back to optimal levels. This was Xian's superior magic potion. An invention of a senior alchemist, priced at a hefty 70 magic gold coins per bottle. Originally designed to replenish Grand Mage's mana, it was a luxury for regular mages. However, Lynn downed it without a second thought. 70 magic gold coins amounted to the price of 4 glass mirrors, easily recouped by having Darren and the others work a bit more. In fact, Lynn bought out all 30 bottles available on the market. Obviously, the alchemist hadn't anticipated anyone like Lynn using it during magical practice. After a brief break, Lynn repositioned a batch of combat dummies, preparing to test if material composition affected the spatial ripple's strength. Time was of the essence. Tomorrow marked the Council's operation for capture. She had to swiftly familiarize herself with this new magic. Just as Lynn prepared to cast her spell, her body involuntarily paused. A cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She suddenly sensed a slight variance in space curvature about 5 meters to her right, different from elsewhere. If not for the computational support of the 12 Tier 3 mages, she might not have perceived this minute difference. Yet, that area was empty. The only possibility, someone had infiltrated, standing nearby watching her practice magic, causing this subtle change in space curvature through their magical power. Her warning magic set at the training ground entrance had failed to activate. Lynn's heart raced to her throat. Despite her composed exterior, she abruptly raised her hand, launching an attack without warning. Spatial ripple. The barely detectable spatial ripple manifested once again. With a distance of a mere 5 meters between them, at the speed of magical waves, it had nearly reached its target. Faintly, Lynn heard the sound of something shattering. Hit? Or did it miss? Backing away abruptly, Lynn observed numerous magical projectiles materializing from the void, hurtling toward the right side but vanishing as if swallowed by an abyss. Evidently, her adversary remained alive and possessed resistance capabilities. The invisibility spell remained intact. Simultaneously activating her magic barrage, Lynn's left hand grasped a bottle of Shien's superior magic potion, swiftly consumed, while her right hand clasped the corona medal. If even a direct hit from spatial ripple couldn't kill her adversary, her only chance was to rely on the protective magic of the corona medal to buy time, raise an alarm, and await the arrival of the Magic Council members for a righteous brawl. Vittorio's Barrier is a Tier 6 spell, usable only once. Are you sure you want to activate it now? Suddenly, a light laughter broke in abruptly, followed by the appearance of a graceful figure within the spacious training room. Aurora. Lynn halted her movement to activate the corona medal, recognizing her quickly. Much like their last encounter, this legendary sorceress donned the same crimson gown, exuding a captivating allure. Her delicate features resembled a perfectly sculpted artwork, radiating a mesmerizing glow in the darkness. However, Lynn's attention shifted to the sorceress's abdomen, severed by the spatial ripple. Her body seemed partitioned into upper and lower halves, yet no blood oozed from the cut. The eerie sight made Lynn doubt if what she saw was an illusion. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 184, Rapid Regeneration? Scapegoat? Time Reversal? This is the new magic you've been researching? The power is impressive, already ranking among higher-level magics just in terms of destructive force. Aurora remarked with a playful tone. It was the first time she'd encountered a third-tier wizard developing a high-tier magic theoretically reserved for grand wizards. Can you tell me how you managed this? Aurora asked, brimming with curiosity. Every magic can be expressed through the principles of the A.K.A. formula. I used it to construct the spell framework for spatial vibrations. Lynn casually fabricated a reason. After all, the existence of the magic net couldn't be revealed casually. But it wasn't entirely nonsense. Theoretically, it could be achieved. If it couldn't be done, then it would be due to insufficient understanding of Ieyasu, not something to blame Lynn for. Ieyasu. Aurora nodded thoughtfully. She had been present during Lynn's presentation at the symposium, especially the law of universal gravitation, which could calculate changes in spatial curvature through formulas, a truly miraculous feat. However, she also realized that casting higher-tier magic outside one's level was extremely strenuous for Lynn. He frequently consumed magic potions, indicating a workaround rather than a genuine breakthrough. Aurora, are you okay? Lynn's gaze inevitably fell to the witch's waist. The gash caused by spatial vibrations was evident, a person cleaved in two, yet standing here and conversing. Aurora evidently noticed Lynn's gaze, lightly chuckling. She then placed her hand on the severed area, lightly stroking it. The rift seemed to vanish as if erased by an eraser, disappearing without a trace, even the clothes damage restored. Lynn felt a chill. This was harm caused by spatial distortion, vanishing so effortlessly. Seeming to understand Lynn's astonishment, Aurora gently reminded, no matter how powerful a magic is, if you don't target the right thing, it's just a waste of effort. The right target? Lynn paused, and numerous speculations flooded his mind. Rapid regeneration? Scapegoat? Time reversal? Or perhaps bodily energy conversion? But Aurora didn't seem inclined to explain further. Lynn's fluctuating emotions soon settled. He didn't feel disheartened by the failure of the new magic. He developed spatial vibrations to counter grand wizards. An attempt to threaten a legendary wizard was clearly an overestimation. That was why he didn't show obvious hostility towards Aurora. Secondly, I'm curious, how did you discover me? Did my magic have any obvious flaws? Aurora looked at Lynn with interest, inquiring. She developed polarizing magic, not merely affecting vision but also considering magical factors, even evading most detection spells. Logically, it should have been quite perfected. However, being recognized twice in less than a month, especially by a third-tier wizard like Lynn, left Aurora somewhat frustrated. Smell. Under the legendary witch's gaze, Lynn calmly replied, with no intention to tell the truth. After all, the sensation of someone silently approaching was eerie, particularly different from the last attack. Aurora's invisibility magic was challenging to detect, even his protective magic at the door was useless. Smell? Aurora instinctively raised her sleeve to smell but quickly realized, given her current state, it was impossible to acquire any scent. It was evident the other person was trying to deceive her. Realizing this, Aurora's gaze turned dangerous. Lynn quickly diverted the conversation. Aurora, are you not leaving yet? His expression subtly hinted at her departure. If you wish, I could consider it. But perhaps another time. Aurora pursed her lips, then her graceful figure disappeared from Lynn's sight. Good night, my brown star. The witch's clear and pleasant voice echoed in the spacious practice room, finally dissolving into the night. Yet, Lynn's expression twitched imperceptibly because he distinctly felt the subtle changes in spatial curvature where Aurora had stood, signifying she had simply turned invisible again, not actually left. Lynn felt speechless, unable to force her departure. He pretended not to notice and resumed experimenting with the new magic, acting as if she didn't exist. At least from the phrase brown star, it was evident that it was indeed Aurora and not someone using shape-shifting magic to impersonate her. Hidden within her polarizing magic, Aurora deliberately cast a spell to block any scent. Seeing Lynn resume his magic practice, seemingly unaware, she fell into deep confusion. Could there really be something very noticeable about herself? Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 185, The Mad Doomsday Cultists. The Silent Domain, Magic Shielding, Advanced Elemental Resistance. At noon the next day, outside a vast estate, hundreds of wizards were scattered across its various corners, casting spells together. A sturdy magical barrier suddenly enveloped the entire estate, creating a barrier isolating it from the outside world. This was to prevent the upcoming battle from affecting the surroundings, avoiding unnecessary chaos and trouble. After all, this area belonged to the city, and besides the wizards, there were many non-magic civilians. Lynn, Orlando, Kevin, Yuland, and others were fully prepared, quietly awaiting the signal to attack. According to the previous agreement, all members involved in this operation, including the city guards, counselors, and civilian wizards, were divided into 4 teams. The first team, led by A.K.A. and 3 high-level wizards, would launch a frontal attack, swiftly breaking in to capture the core members of the Doomsday Cult. The second and third teams would attack from the other 2 entrances of the estate, completely blocking any possibility of the Doomsday Cultists escaping in those directions. As for the last team staying outside, they were to prevent any sudden situations and were responsible for apprehending the incapacitated cultists, clearing the remnants, and tending to the injured. Lynn was part of the third team, a total of 19 members led by his old acquaintance, the Grand Wizard Raphael. Not a large number, but all were second or third tier wizards, no weaklings among them. Facing such a grand setup, some young civilian wizards showed no hint of fear but rather seemed eager. The upcoming battle, you all better be vigilant. According to the city guard's report, these doomsday cultists are beyond madness. They won't show any mercy. Any carelessness can be fatal. Raphael said sternly, then turned to Lynn to continue. Lynn, theoretical magic and practical combat sometimes don't match. During the fight, prioritize your safety, don't let your guard down. In Raphael's eyes, theoretical wizards like Lynn usually had slightly weaker combat abilities. After all, human energy was limited. Lynn had exceptional knowledge of elements, arcane arts, and celestial bodies. It wasn't reasonable to expect him to possess extensive combat experience. Instances of powerful wizards being killed by minor spells due to negligence were plentiful. Kevin, Orlando, and the others nearby wore odd expressions at these words. These wizards from the A.K.A. school were well aware of Lynn's background. He had come all the way from the Sekaz Empire under the Church's rule. According to Loud's account, before Lynn crossed the sea to the land of wizards, he destroyed half a town, killing thousands of armored guards. With Raphael's reminder, Lynn nodded in agreement. In fact, if possible, he wished to be assigned to the 4th team for logistical support, but unfortunately, A.K.A. didn't give him that opportunity. Also, Lynn glanced sideways. In the mental link mode, he swept a glance toward 5 o'clock behind him. The legendary sorceress Aurora had followed him for a whole night and half a day, always staying within 10 meters, not even exempting him when he went to the restroom deliberately. As a result, a ridiculous idea vaguely surfaced in Lynn's mind. Could it be that she had no way to leave him? Otherwise, who would idle around following someone all the time, not letting go even during meals, sleep, or bathroom breaks? Could this Aurora have some extremely unique personal preference? While pondering, a sudden explosion resounded from inside the estate. Everyone's expressions changed. That was the signal for action. Let's go! Raphael shouted, leading everyone straight into the estate. Inside the estate now lay chaos, flames soaring, thick smoke billowing, explosions mingled with screams continually echoing. The scene was pure pandemonium. What the hell is happening? Enemy attack! Quick, inform the ambassador. These continuous shouts reverberated within the estate. The first wave of attacks seemed incredibly smooth, and Lynn's group hardly encountered any decent resistance as they charged into the front hall. Considering many doomsday cultists were bewitched wizards, they didn't show lethal intent, using imprisonment and unconsciousness spells to subdue individuals, leaving the rest to the logistical team. However, the chaotic scene didn't last long. As they advanced, the resistance they encountered became fiercer. The doomsday cultists, now realizing the situation, unleashed their madness to the fullest, displaying fearlessness in their actions. Flame burst, multiple fireballs. Just as Lynn and his group passed through a corridor, they were met with a barrage of scorching fireballs. "Let me handle this." Yulin stepped forward quickly, extending her hand. Blizzard storm. In the void, the constantly moving water molecules seemed to be summoned, gathering and condensing into sharp ice pieces, rushing forward like a whirlpool. A frost storm instantly covered the entire corridor, extinguishing the fireballs before they could approach. Raphael, who had been observing without intervening, believed this operation against the doomsday cultists was an excellent opportunity for the formally trained wizards lacking combat experience, his responsibility being their safety. However, just as this thought flashed in his mind, Raphael felt an ominous warning. After the ice and flames dissipated, the scene in the hall appeared before them. 10 or so doomsday cultist wizards had a fanatical look. In front of them was a menacing advanced magic crystal cannon, substantial magical energy condensing at its half-meter wide muzzle. Were these people insane? Raphael gasped. Using a magic crystal cannon in such a confined space was courting death. In that moment, the brief charging had been completed. A dazzling blue light burst forth, aiming directly at Lynn and his group. "Get down!" Raphael roared, simultaneously unleashing his strongest protective magic. Sighing wall. In an instant, a colossal wall of steel rose before them, blocking the terrifying energy beam released by the magic crystal cannon. The sturdy sighing wall, however, was torn apart like soft mud in front of the charging magic crystal cannon, and then the blue light exploded violently. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the entire estate trembled. A terrifying shockwave spread, sweeping up billows of dust. Except for Raphael, everyone present was sent flying by the intense shockwave. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 186, The Unseen Enemy. After the explosion subsided, the once brightly lit hall was now a debris-strewn ruin. Coughing, Yulin, Kevin, and the others struggled to rise, their faces stained with blood. Even Raphael, though a bit paler, had his runic bracelet split into two. Dodging the crystal cannon shot wasn't hard, but he chose to shield Yulin and the rest, bracing himself for impact. Lynn was in a slightly better state, the psi wall and Raphael had absorbed most of the impact. Still, the lingering shockwaves took their toll on his body. "Keep firing, kill them." The doomsday cultists, not far off, staggered from the shock. However, their leading wizard disregarded it, bellowing furiously. The high-level crystal cannon lit up almost instantly. Its blue energy beam surged again, the people present bracing for the worst. Raphael was prepared to intercept the second attack, but the terrifying energy beam vanished after a flicker. Damn it! The lead wizard furiously kicked the cannon, it had failed at a critical moment. Lynn immediately glanced towards the obscured spot where Aurora hid, the only one capable of manipulating things from the shadows. Raphael reacted swiftly, casting the 4-ring spell Iron Sand Bind. Countless sharp iron sands condensed and shot out like lightning. Several cultists tried to raise shields but were instantly pierced. They crumpled, blood staining the ground crimson. The lead wizard suffered the brunt, riddled with dozens of iron sands, turning him into a sieve. The damaged item was the high-level crystal cannon, precisely Raphael's intended target. The remaining cultists panicked. One warlock, terrified, fled but collided head-on with a blood-red whip, disintegrating in a spray of blood. Bunch of waste. A middle-aged wizard in a red robe emerged from the shadows, observing the chaos and the ruined cannon, his eyes chillingly sharp. Lord Emissary. The cultists immediately rallied around the wizard in the red robe. Raphael's expression turned to shock. Odessa. Never thought it'd be you. Seems the attack on Lord Faze wasn't merely an accident. Odessa's presence made Raphael tense. The council had confirmed that 3 wizards, including Odessa, had followed Faze into the magic stone mine, but only Faze had returned. Raphael had assumed they'd all perished inside, but here was Odessa, appearing before him as the so-called doomsday emissary. If you miss Faze so much, I can arrange a reunion. Odessa's tone turned icy. Without waiting for Raphael's response, he produced an odd figurine, activating the doomsday realm. In an instant, the ruined hall vanished, replaced by a blood-red space reeking of slaughter and blood. Colossal pillars spanned the void, and cracks resembling abysses scarred the ground. What place is this? Yuland fought nausea, asking in fear. This is the imminent apocalypse, the future of the wizard's domain. It'll be their graveyard, Odessa said dispassionately. Dream on. Raphael roared angrily. Elemental forces surged in the vast space. It was the 5-ring spell magic torrent. Step back. Raphael warned loudly before casting the spell. Even before Raphael spoke, Lynn and the others had fled dozens of meters away, avoiding getting caught in the battle of the 2 grand wizards. Elements clashed, creating a tidal wave of powerful energy that annihilated everything in its path. Try this, dragon's breath. Odessa smirked, creating a fierce dragon breath, clashing with the magic torrent. The storm even affected Lynn and the others from a distance. What do we do now? A trembling witch spoke up. She had thought this operation against the Doomsday sect would be a mere formality, perhaps a chance to take down a few enemies to boast about later, but it had escalated. As long as we hold on till Master August arrives, we'll be safe, Philip encouraged, but he was deeply anxious. Why hadn't August and the team responsible for the frontal assault arrived yet? Instead, they'd encountered the leader of the Doomsday cultists, and they had no idea how to leave this eerie space. 3 o'clock direction, Yuland, get down. Lynn, who hadn't spoken until then, suddenly yelled at the outermost Yuland, abruptly shouting directions. What? Yuland hesitated, clueless about Lynn's clock direction method, completely unaware of his right side as a hidden dagger lurked in the shadows, aiming for his neck. But Lynn was quicker, kicking Yuland's lower leg, forcing him to kneel. Flame touch. Lynn raised his hand, a scorching blaze streaking over Yuland's head towards the assailant's position. Infuriated by the inexplicable kick and nearly singeing his hair, Yuland was about to retort when a piercing scream beside him halted his words. Under the high-temperature flames, the assailant turned into a burning figure, agonizingly struggling. The dagger in their hand gleamed with an eerie green light, sending chills down Yuland's spine. He could imagine that if that thing had struck him, he'd be on death's doorstep. Thank you for the help, Sir Lynn. Yuland swiftly retreated into the group, expressing deep gratitude. Lynn nodded, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Through his heat vision, a dozen or so sources were rapidly approaching them. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 187, Cutting the Falling Stars with Spatial Tremors. Sensing their exposed presence, the disciples of the Doomsday Cult, walking in the shadows, ceased their persistent close-range attacks, instead tactically casting spells together. Dozens of ice blades, fireballs, acid, and even crossbow arrows suddenly rained down from various directions. Each time the disciples cast their spells, their figures briefly emerged, swiftly disappearing back into the shadows, akin to what one might call mage assassins. The assembled wizards found themselves caught off guard. They had no idea of the enemy's numbers or their positions. They could only passively defend against the incoming elemental magic. By the time they countered with their own spells, the adversaries had often vanished, relocated to another direction. In just a fleeting moment, injuries began to appear among their ranks. A young male wizard had just deflected an incoming acid jet with a protective spell when a crossbow bolt, seemingly from nowhere, pierced his ankle. Intense pain forced him to stumble and fall, yet the Doomsday cultists showed no mercy. He instantly became the target of their assault. Fortunately, at that moment, 30 magical missiles flew from behind, precisely intercepting the incoming curses. The one who intervened was Lynn. Yuland, previously attacked, roared and unleashed another wide-ranging ice storm, but it failed to hit anyone. "Lynn, do you have a way to determine their positions?" urgently asked a witch within the group. Shadow magic was an extremely obscure form of wizardry, difficult to master. Yet, astonishingly, every Doomsday cultist seemed proficient in it. However, now was clearly not the time to ponder over this fact. What mattered most was they hadn't prepared in advance to counter these spells. Raphael was busy dealing with Odessa, the leader of the Doomsday cult. Among them, Lynn was the only one who could see these cultists. "Of course," Lynn replied casually before swiftly casting a spell, conjuring 4 walls of icy barriers, trapping everyone, allies and Doomsday cultists alike, within. Then, Lynn pulled out a vial, tossing it into the sky amid perplexed gazes from Yuland and the others. Though the Doomsday cultist wizards had no idea what Lynn was up to, they understood they couldn't allow it. Instantly, several beams of magic struck the vial. Surprisingly, instead of alarmed expressions like Yuland's group, Lynn reacted with unexpected words. "So considerate, aren't they?" The Doomsday cultist wizards quickly realized their mistake. The vial exploded in midair, emitting a cyan glow, as alchemical powder showered down, outlining the contours of everyone present. "Is that luminous stone powder?" exclaimed Philip, who had some knowledge of alchemy. These unique minerals existed in the darkest mines, holding considerable magical power and possessing self-illuminating properties. Kevin, Yuland, and the others, who had been holding their anger, almost immediately launched their counterattack. Without the aid of shadow magic, the true strength of the Doomsday cultists was promptly revealed. They were forced into a retreat as they were continuously attacked. Meanwhile, Raphael, engrossed in combat with Odessa, kept a watchful eye on the battle. He wasn't entirely unaware of the cultists hidden in the shadows, he simply hadn't had a chance to intervene. Upon witnessing Lynn's successful use of luminous stone powder to nullify the shadow magic, Raphael breathed a sigh of relief and silently praised Lynn's vigilance. However, this momentary distraction cost Raphael dearly. The blood-red chains encircling the domain of the Doomsday suddenly came to life, lashing out viciously at Raphael, akin to long whips. An invisible magical barrier materialized around him, but it shattered in the next moment. One of the chains pierced through Raphael's right arm, creating a hole, instantly staining his robes red. A piercing pain surged through his mind, yet he dared not pause. Gripping the chain embedded in his body, he shattered it with a burst of magic. Odessa pointed ahead, a crimson glow shimmering. Raphael couldn't evade it completely, but the next moment, both of them felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Although it lasted only a moment, it was enough to cause Odessa's magic to veer off course. "Lynn, observing from a distance, ceased the resonance magic. This spell had limited impact on a grand wizard. Once the opponent was wary, success the next time wouldn't come so easily. Therefore, Lynn didn't dare to recklessly expose the intricacies of this spell. As Odessa, unexpectedly ambushed, fortified himself with several layers of protection, he glared coldly at Raphael. Since the cultists had lost their usefulness, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. Judgment of Doom. Odessa gripped the figurine tightly, shouting loudly. The blood-red sky seemed to darken, a sense of oppression enveloping everyone. Yolande raised her head in astonishment, then witnessed a breathtaking sight. The suspended silver moon in the sky appeared to be drawn by some force, carrying an air of imminent destruction, hurtling downward. A celestial body several kilometers in diameter obscured the entire sky, casting darkness down. A wave of fear and helplessness surged through everyone. The remaining doomsday cultists below prostrated themselves, devoutly praying, seeking forgiveness from the great spirits of the elements. Even Raphael's mind quivered. Beneath the terrifying power of such a celestial collision, evasion and defense seemed futile. Amidst the prayers and cries of despair, Lynn could no longer feign ignorance of Aurora. Speaking in a lowered voice, Lynn said, "Aren't you going to act, Lady Aurora?" The next moment, a soft breath sounded near Lynn's ear. "Shh. My powers are limited. They need to appear at the most critical moment. Use your most potent magic. Just remember, that isn't the real moon." Lynn furrowed his brow. Of course, he knew that couldn't be the real moon. That thing was at least 1,000 times larger than this, and the crimson space gave him a sense somewhat similar to a magic domain. A magical illusion? The more belief, the stronger the construction? Lynn speculated silently, then raised his hand, pointing at the enormous celestial body plummeting from the sky. Spatial tremors. His fingers trembled rapidly, and an imperceptible ripple of magical force spread rapidly. However, unlike before, the power of spatial tremors did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it intensified rapidly, eventually becoming visible to the naked eye. Just like a sharp curved blade slicing through butter, in the unbelieving eyes of everyone, the colossal silver moon was split apart. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 188, Have you ascended to the legendary realm? A rift appeared on the surface of the massive silver moon, swiftly expanding into a crack that spread across the entire celestial body, eventually shattering into pieces with a resounding boom. Fragments of the silver moon rained down like a fiery meteor shower, yet devoid of the prior terror they once held. Before the meteor shower could reach the ground, it turned into ashes. But it was the sorcerer, Odessa, the one casting the spell, whose emotions faltered at the moment the silver moon was severed. Everyone present stood frozen, staring blankly at the shattered silver moon in the sky and at Lynn, who raised his hand high to cleave the stars. Even Raphael, his face a mix of astonishment and incredulity, was not an exception. Has the apocalypse ended? The doomsday cultists, who were kneeling and praying, were dumbfounded, gazing skyward as if something within them was collapsing. Lynn, have you broken through to the legendary realm? Yolande struggled, swallowing hard before speaking up. Whether it was the scene of the falling silver moon or Lynn's scene of severing the stars, it shattered Yolande's understanding of magic. Could wizards truly do this? Perhaps only legendary wizards could unleash such terrifying magic. That was just a magical illusion, Lynn remained composed. In the realm of magic, as long as the computational power was sufficient, he could simulate a stellar explosion without a hitch. Of course, Aurora's assistance was indispensable. This legendary witch somehow nullified the drawbacks of space ripples, keeping the power at its peak. Attacking from a spatial perspective, even a genuine meteor would be sliced in two. Sinner! Odessa growled angrily, a hint of fear in his words. The spectacle of the falling silver moon was indeed a magical illusion formed by magical energy, but even as the legendary wizard Phase questioned it verbally, he couldn't help but feel fear himself when facing the shocking sight of the stars falling. And that fear would solidify at the moment the silver moon descended, reverberating into their physical beings, pulverizing everything. Elemental spirits, unleash your wrath and punish the sinners before us! Odessa shouted hoarsely. The crimson space immediately trembled, the earth cracked, and blood surged from the depths, transforming into monstrous beings, standing tall at 2 meters, wielding twisted swords, charging toward them in astonishing numbers, appearing like a blood-red tide from afar. Raphael, enduring the injury to his right shoulder, unleashed a group fire blast. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded violently, accompanied by a series of fire bursts. However, the demons charging forward seemed unaffected, rushing out from the smoke and flames as if nothing had touched them. This eerie situation made Yuland and the others' scalps tingle. How could they possibly fight this? Prompted by Aurora's reminder, Lynn immediately explained, "No need to worry too much, most are visual illusions. Only a very few have the capability to harm us." "But how do we distinguish the real ones?" Philip hurriedly asked. The magical fluctuations of these demons were almost indistinguishable, making it even more challenging to discern the genuine from the false. The group, Fire Blast Raphael had just cast proved ineffective, meaning they couldn't stop these demons from approaching. Even if 1 out of 10 struck unexpectedly, it could be fatal. And they had no clue when the real attack would come. "We can differentiate with magic." Raphael glanced at Lynn. His most powerful spell, Elemental Torrent, was insufficient to cover such a vast area. "In 3 seconds, only those still standing will be fakes." Lynn drank a bottle of high-grade mana potion and stated firmly, immediately using space ripples again. Enhanced by Aurora's word-bound magic, a visible ripple of magical energy swept across the entire battlefield. Just like ripples in water, the range of space ripples only widened, perfectly suited for this situation. The oncoming demons seemed like tofu hitting a steel wire at high speed, being sliced apart. Some demons continued their charge unfazed, but others fell to the ground, turning into pools of blood. In the next moment, the tide of demons was upon them. The twisted blades and grotesque faces made Yuland and the others shiver, even though they knew it was just a visual illusion. They couldn't help but conjure mage shields. The towering demon ignored the protection of the mage shield, bringing down its twisted blade. A witch closed her eyes in fear, but as Lynn had mentioned, there was no sensation of pain as the blade passed through her body. However, the reinforced space ripples had a glaring flaw: it significantly compromised stealth. Odessa had already evaded ahead of the magical wave's arrival, growing a pair of blood-colored bat wings behind him. Moreover, Odessa created 7 magical illusions of himself, all suspended in the sky. Painful touch. Crimson light flared successively, shooting from various directions. "The 4th one is the real body." Aurora's soft voice echoed in Lynn's ears, and he promptly relayed to Raphael. Nodding, Raphael disregarded the other illusion's attacks, casting Sighing Wall to block the 4th red streak, allowing the rest of the magic to pass through his body. "Damn it! Damn it!" Odessa yelled angrily, fear gradually spreading within him. He couldn't fathom why his magic was so easily seen through. "It should be you who's damned, Odessa." Raphael's voice turned cold. Following that, a sandstorm billowed forth, turning iron sand into spikes and blades, flying toward the sky. Odessa didn't pay much attention to this 4-ring magic, evading effortlessly with his blood wings. Yet, he failed to notice a few spherical objects flying alongside these spikes and blades. Hidden within the attack, these objects suddenly exploded. A blinding light suddenly erupted, momentarily shrouding Odessa's vision and causing a brief pause in his movements. It was at this moment that Raphael roared loudly. "Now's the time! Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers." Chapter 189, I have quite a few tricks up my sleeve, there's always one to make you gape. Odessa, trapped in momentary blindness and stiffness, sensed the looming threat of death. A fierce reluctance surged within him. He hadn't witnessed the annihilation of the wizard's land yet, nor had he fulfilled the Lord's will. Simultaneously, Odessa couldn't afford to conceal himself any longer. He promptly invoked his most potent defensive divine spell. Divine Sanctuary. A golden radiance enveloped him, forming a sturdy barrier around his body, colliding with the rushing spatial tremors. Accompanied by a faint tearing sound, cracks appeared on the golden barrier. Cold sweat beaded Odessa's forehead. He barely managed to block it. But before he could catch his breath, the second wave of magical force followed. However, Lynn, as a precaution, had consumed a magical potion while unleashing the spatial tremors. Immediately, without hesitation, she cast a second spell. The two successive spatial tremors overlapped, the golden barrier couldn't hold, instantly bursting apart. Odessa only had time to twist his body to avoid a fatal blow. The next moment, he felt his right side numb, tumbling helplessly from the sky. Also severed was the peculiar statue clutched in his right hand. Thousands of illusory demons vanished amid cries, and the blood-red space swiftly dissipated. The moment they exited the Doomsday Domain, everyone present finally relaxed. Odessa's appearance was pitiful at this moment. His right arm and a section of his lower leg had been severed by the spatial tremors, the cuts eerily neat, crimson blood continuously gushed out. The severed peculiar statue lay beside him, its former mystical aura gone. Raphael hurried forward, clamping Odessa's mouth shut, and administered a bottle of blue potion. The potion quickly took effect, staunching the blood gushing from his arm and leg. Simultaneously, an icy chill almost pierced Odessa's consciousness, his body freezing. Only his eyes and mouth remained movable. "You better tell me the truth, Odessa. What's the deal with this doomsday sect?" Raphael's face was as dark as water. Having nearly died in the doomsday domain, he felt no mercy for the person before him. Rescuing the other with the potion was merely to extract more information through interrogation. Facing Raphael's inquiry, Odessa remained silent, gazing coldly at the two, showing no intention to answer. "You just used some divine magic, right?" Lynn suddenly interjected. Having witnessed Odessa utilize subtle divine power, breaching the norm with a fourth-tier magic divine barrier. Odessa's previous defense against the first spatial tremors must have been an upgraded version of that. Divine magic. As someone born in the wizard's land and never exposed to the outside world, divine magic was a very unfamiliar existence to Raphael. So much so that he didn't recognize it immediately. However, this didn't imply Raphael didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. The reason they wizards remained in their land was primarily due to the church's blockade. "I have quite a few tricks up my sleeve. There's always one to make you gape." Raphael sneered. Meanwhile, Lynn glanced at the bisected peculiar statue, using mage hand to retrieve it. Yet, she dared not touch it directly, this thing exuded malice, possibly tampered with. Aurora's voice soon sounded in Lynn's ear. "This is an idol of an evil deity. What you're holding is merely an instrument of power. It seems the person isn't here." While Lynn and Raphael were concerned, the other wizards were more focused on something else. Do you know when Lord Lynn was promoted to Grand Wizard? Yolande looked at Philip, quietly inquiring. Even though Lynn had clarified that the severed star was merely a magical illusion, defeating the envoy of the Doomsday sect alongside Master Raphael required at least being a Grand Wizard. I'm not quite sure. Philip, equally perplexed, hadn't been informed by Lynn about this matter, feeling a bit resentful. Just as the group chatted, a powerful surge of magic suddenly emanated from a distance. All turned their heads, through the shattered walls, gazing toward the towering Sun Crown Tower. Oh, their real target should be the core of the Sun Crown Tower. Aurora's slightly panicked voice echoed in Lynn's ear. Odessa, who had been silent, also looked at the towering tower, unable to suppress his laughter. He knew no one could resist that temptation. 20 minutes ago, in the data room of the Sun Crown Tower, Roral, who remained at the council, had arranged the personnel and brought out the collected information. He was highly intrigued by Lynn's previous speculation but had left the task of gathering intelligence to a few colleagues due to the recent rush. Only 37 people had entered the Wizard's Land through the Misty Sea in the past decade, and even fewer stayed for long. Roral patiently reviewed each profile. Soon, a familiar name caught his eye: Kashimo. Approximately 5 years ago, Kashimo arrived in the Wizard's Land aboard a ship from Iida Harbor, staying for half a month before departing. Later, for unknown reasons, they joined the School of Shinix, becoming the trusted right-hand person of the Dark Mage Merc. As Roral perused this information, his eyes gleamed brighter. The timing of Kashimo joining the School of Shinix, merely a year and 7 months after the tragic event, coincided with the emergence of the Doomsday sect shortly after the fall of the School of Shinix. Kashimo was undoubtedly the key figure. Roral couldn't contain his excitement but quickly remembered that Kashimo had been eliminated by his mentor, A.K.A, 2 months ago, dousing his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Unfortunately, this lead had run dry. With a tinge of regret, Roral took out the relevant information, preparing to discuss it with Lynn to see if they could find clues elsewhere. However, if this operation went smoothly, perhaps there wouldn't be a need for that. Roral pondered as he walked out, the wind carrying a faint scent of blood. Having undergone numerous battles in recent days, Roral immediately grew alert. His brow furrowed, hastening towards the source of the bloody odor. Anxiousness gripped him. This was the Sun Crown Tower, the core of the Wizard Council, fortified with magical barriers. Could it be that the fanatical Doomsday cultists had breached it? Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 190, Surpassing All Wizards to Become the Second God. Roral dashed downward, the scent of blood growing stronger. Along the way, he had encountered several bodies, their deaths peculiar, as if life had been snatched away by magic without any chance to react. Curses! What in the world is happening? Has the council been infiltrated? Roral cursed loudly. The defenses within the Crown of Sun Tower had utterly failed. Undoubtedly, there was a traitor within the council, leaking information about their operation. Then, taking advantage of the vulnerability in the tower's defenses, they infiltrated the core of the Mage Council. Roral was extremely anxious but encountered a group of familiar figurists, ones led by A.K.A, who had gone to besiege the Doomsday sect. Teacher! Roral exclaimed in surprise, instantly relieved. If A.K.A was here, then the situation on the other side should be resolved. But he didn't have time to inquire further. Teacher, your return is timely. Enemies have breached the Mage Council. The guards I arranged were attacked, and the protective enchantments failed. There might be a traitor inside. And there's the Doomsday sect. It's likely connected to Kashimo, the one you killed 2 months ago. I investigated his records. He was the right-hand man of the Dark Mage Merc 5 years ago. I suspect recent events are all related to him. Roral rapidly conveyed his speculations. August remained calm, patiently listening to Roral's account while heading deeper into the Crown of Sun Tower. Then, with interest, he inquired, "Are these your own deductions?" "No, it's Lord Lynn's speculation, but I believe it's highly accurate," Roral asserted firmly. "He seems clever." August praised generously but then shook his head after glancing at Roral. "But compared to him, you lack a bit." Roral hesitated, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Naturally, he couldn't compare to Lord Lynn. "Teacher, where are we going?" Roral followed August, puzzled. Shouldn't they be gathering forces to search for the traitors and intruders? "The control chamber," August replied casually. Soon, they arrived at the door of the control chamber, a bronze door adorned with intricate alchemical patterns, notably featuring a central device resembling a roulette wheel. There were no signs of damage, indicating no one had breached this place. Roral wasn't surprised. The door to the control chamber was fortified with profound magic, accessible only by the counselors. "Do you know, Roral, sometimes magic can be deceived, like mistaking you for someone else, just like this." August placed his hand on the center of the wheel. With a violent tremor, the pointer on the wheel shifted to the imprint representing the phase dragon. Click! Accompanied by a faint sound, the wheel began rotating slowly, soon sinking in, and the heavy bronze door opened slowly, revealing a spacious area beyond. No, perhaps describing it as an ocean of elements was more fitting, a vast hall storing all the elements known to wizards. They floated in the void, mimicking forms with magical luminescence, emitting enchanting radiance. This itself was a powerful magic, the second layer of defense within the control chamber. However, as a council member, August naturally remained unharmed. "Teacher, did Lord Faze instruct you to come here? What are we doing here?" Roral sensed something amiss but was reluctant to believe his suspicions. "We're here to take something," August said leisurely, and then asked, "Do you know why the council restricts the study of psychic magic?" "To prevent the emergence of evil psychic wizards like Merc," Roral tentatively answered. "No, you're mistaken. Those legendary wizards did so to prevent the discovery of a secret." August's expression turned somber, his voice becoming icy. "Psychic magic is the foundation. There's no real difference between so-called gods and wizards. Or rather, the pinnacle of magic is theology." "The pinnacle of magic is theology?" Hearing August's words, Roral felt a chill creeping up from his feet. The so-called Lord of Stars, the goddess of the moon, Elish, was the first to transcend the limits of wizards. August patiently explained, akin to his previous lectures on magic to Roral. "That's why the council prohibits anyone from delving deeply into psychic arts, and they vie for the limited resources of the wizarding domain. Although harnessing the collective power of the entire wizarding domain can only foster one new magical deity, yet here we have 5 legendary wizards. They distrust, guard against, fear, and covet each other. None dare to take that step forward, preferring to confine themselves to this small wizarding domain, vehemently preventing new wizards from ascending to legendary status. But it's time for a change now." August's tone grew sharper, hinting at fervor. "From today onwards, all of Grinriel will transform into a divine realm, and I will surpass all wizards, becoming the second god." Roral gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, stepping backward continuously until he stumbled and fell clumsily to the ground. "You are not my teacher, August. Who are you?" Roral's trembling lips shouted out. Perhaps the other party had used shape-shifting magic to assume this appearance. "If you mean that, teacher, the one who broke through to the mage's star within 4 years, that indeed was me. August spoke nonchalantly. His original body had aged, necessitating a search for a perfect, naturally gifted body. He had chosen the young prodigy August, already renowned within the wizarding domain. After faking his death and escaping, he had taken over August's body, effortlessly breaking through to the mage's star again, becoming Grinreal's highly sought-after magical star, and even smoothly entering the council. Of course, you can also call me Spirit of Elements, or the new god of magic Merc. August declared, word by word. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 191, Realm of Doom, The Arrival of the Godly Kingdom. Who I am doesn't matter, does it? Roral. What matters is the reputation of the Star of Magic. All the honor and status you've enjoyed, they've been bestowed upon you by me, declared August, beguilingly. Merely a change in titles. You can still serve as an assistant, or perhaps, bishop suits better. August suggested, undeterred, as he continued to inhabit this body. He found it easy to navigate and handle matters efficiently during this time. He didn't mind the extra effort in words. But Roral gaped, utterly shocked, murmuring incessantly to himself, this can't be. Roral couldn't accept that everything he knew was false. The Star of Magic, the knowledgeable mentor August, was merely an illusion. Observing Roral's stunned expression, August shook his head. It seemed he had overestimated the other's willpower and capacity for acceptance. Restraint. August pointed towards Roral. Considering that after turning Grinreal into a divine kingdom, he could forcibly convert the other into his follower, he didn't intend to kill him. Having done all this, August then glanced around the control room, where a transparent crystal lay atop an alchemical apparatus in the center. He didn't approach directly, this was the final trap. August opened his mouth, articulating a convoluted incantation. The elements in the void seemed to respond to a summoning, transforming into the purest form of magical energy that surged into the transparent crystal, illuminating it with a cerulean light. The crystal shattered with a resounding crack, revealing the condensed magic core inside the very object he sought. Crafted by the magical artificer Victorio, it held vast magical power capable of sustaining the entire city of wizards. If not for harnessing a portion of Faiza's power and memories in the realm of doom and manipulating the council's defenses using the guise of the Apocalypse sect, he wouldn't have qualified to reach here. After all, he still lacked the power to contend with the alliance of several archmages. Thankfully, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Realm of Doom, the godly kingdom arrives. August reached out, seizing the magic core. Empowered by the immense magical energy stored within, his strength surged rapidly. Eerie spirits with grotesque visages materialized within the spacious control room. Whether individuals transformed years ago by the soul-devouring magic or the wizards devoutly worshipping elemental spirits, upon death, their souls would be harvested, becoming a part of his power, augmenting his spiritual prowess. With both merging, he could now unleash this legendary divine magic. This time, the blood-red space almost solidified, intertwining with reality and swiftly expanding into the distance, soon shrouding the entire crown tower. Blissfully immersed in his joy, August failed to notice the subtle changes in his appearance, gradually drawing closer to that idol of the malevolent deity. In his mind, a chorus of voices echoed. Great elemental spirit, grant us salvation. Kill them, exterminate them all. Your loyal servants beseech your mercy, punish those who defy the gods. The apocalypse is false, Elemental spirits are non-existent. Augus's countenance darkened instantly. Amidst the cacophony of pleas, he surmised that there was trouble brewing in the estate. Unexpectedly, Kashimo, equipped with an instrument capable of harnessing some divine kingdom power, couldn't handle such a minor issue. At least, it bought him some time. The godly kingdom had descended. What in the world is happening? Just as Raphael and the others stepped into the crown tower, a streak of crimson light rushed toward them, engulfing the entire tower in a bloody hue. Perhaps it's best if we leave, Yulin spat. His encounter within the realm of doom had left him jittery. It's too late. It's not just this tower that's affected. Lynn shook her head, peering through the wide-open window at the rapidly spreading crimson glow outside. Clearly different from earlier events, they weren't simply drawn into a confined space. It remained uncertain if his realm of magic could manifest itself in the real world in such a way. Whoever's responsible, once we take them down, it'll all end. The one speaking was a polymorphist wizard, also one of the leaders in the assault on the Apocalypse sect. But compared to Lynn and the others, they had only apprehended some scattered sect members fleeing in all directions. You still enjoy spouting unrealistic nonsense, Sanchez? Within the crown tower, a disinterested voice chimed in. Subsequently, a figure bathed in radiant light emerged from the void, addressing the assembled people. Welcome to my godly kingdom. August. Despite the slight alteration in appearance, Sanchez recognized him instantly, his surprise palpable. Not having seen him at the estate, Sanchez had harbored some ill predictions, but the revelation that the entire Apocalypse sect was Augus's creation was beyond belief. Have you lost your mind, August? Raphael, equally incredulous, exclaimed. As the star of magic, the most prodigious wizard in all of Green Rill, August possessed all glory and a promising future. Even Harov, upon departing Green Rill, explicitly designated August as the acting speaker. It was evident, his ascension to becoming the sixth legendary speaker was merely a matter of time. No one would have ever thought such a person capable of betraying the council. Yulin and Philip, among others, even questioned if they were hallucinating. I think I'm quite well, Raphael. August wore a smile on his face, as courteous as ever. Better than ever. What exactly do you want? Raphael demanded in a low voice. As you see, I am preparing to turn Green Rill into a godly kingdom, and I shall ascend to the divine throne, becoming the second to transcend the limits of a wizard. August relished this moment of glory. As the godly kingdom expanded, so did his power, rapidly escalating. Raphael, Sanchez, if you're wise, I might consider accepting your faith and grant you positions as cardinals. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 192, Dream in Hell Instead. August's voice reverberated incessantly within the spacious crown tower. Yet, the initial reaction of Raphael and the others was one of sheer absurdity. A wizard talking about ascending to godhood, expecting others to believe in him, was he completely mad? Lynn seemed to sense something immediately, her expression growing intensely serious. Keep dreaming in hell. Sanchez sneered. In a burst of roaring fury, he transformed into a colossal monster, towering 5 meters tall. Flames engulfed him, 3 robust horns protruded from either side of his forehead, his fair skin turned verdant, and sharp claws crackled with tons of force, hurtling straight toward August. He'd been irritated by the other's presence for a while now. What was this star of magic? At most, it was a recently ascended Grand Wizard. What right did he have to claim the acting speaker's position? Almost as tall as a person, the monster's sharp claws, carrying a fierce gust, descended rapidly. But August had no intention of dodging. Instead, a trace of contempt flickered across his face. Without any visible action, crimson chains suddenly manifested, entwining around the monster's arms, waist, and neck. How feeble, Sanchez! You should understand the disparity between us. August raised his hand, pointing toward the monster's head, a dazzling light flashing at his fingertips. Death's finger! Sanchez's pupils contracted, sensing a mortal threat. Despite his struggles, the crimson chains remained unmoved, forcing him to watch death approach. Torrent of mana! Raphael intervened at this moment. Elements surged around him, converging into massive magical beams aimed at August. A 5-ring spell meant nothing to August, especially within his domain. With a thought, the air thickened like syrup, impeding the colossal magical beams, weakening them layer by layer until they dissipated into the void. But Raphael hadn't expected Mana Torrent to be very effective. It was a feint. August quickly realized the ground beneath him was collapsing. Though he reacted swiftly, suspending himself mid-air, he'd interrupted his prepared spell. Simultaneously, Lynn's spatial vibrations activated. Instead of risking an attack on the enigmatic August, she sliced through the chains binding Sanchez. An attack on the spatial plane proved effective. The seemingly sturdy chains instantly snapped in two. Having flirted with life and death, Sanchez's ferocity surged. After breaking free, he once again swung his claws at August. Amidst the stunned onlookers, August merely extended his left hand, meeting the assault head-on. The difference in their sizes was akin to a pebble crashing against a towering mountain. However, reality defied expectations. The pebble not only remained unshaken but crushed the mountain. Sanchez's right arm snapped at the elbow, blood gushing out. August ruthlessly kicked him in the chest, causing it to cave in. His massive form flew, crashing into the ground, carving a huge crater, reverting to human shape in a sorry state. August's speed was unimaginable, everything occurred in an instant. Raphael couldn't intervene in time. Sanchez lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. A grand wizard of the 5th ring, utterly defenseless before August. Raphael's heart sank. Perhaps today, all of them would perish here. By some time, even a few minutes will do, Aurora's voice echoed in Lynn's ears. However, Lynn rolled her eyes. Where could she buy time? August was simply beyond their league. Nevertheless, Lynn refrained from revealing Aurora's identity. The legendary witch might be preparing some magic, launching an attack from the shadows. Should she probe life, discuss ideals? Debate the feelings after one's ascension? Lynn pondered, but August didn't afford him the chance. My patience has limits. If you persist in your delusion and defiance, your souls will join the godly realm as its inhabitants. August's tone was icy. In the void, ghastly souls, twisted and menacing, appeared. These were souls consigned to the godly realm, mostly ordinary spirits devoid of magic, but among them were potent wizards, even those of grand wizard caliber. The only regret for August was Faye's soul's formidable strength, rendering it unusable. Yet, it was enough. All shall fade into silence. Countless spirits emanated blood-red mist, shrieking as they charged toward Lynn and the rest. The air turned bitterly cold, furnishings and bricks along the way succumbed to an inexplicable force, with the fallen Sanchez appearing drained, his body withering swiftly before being engulfed. Lynn and the others in the distance suddenly lost their ability to cast spells. Thousands of spirits launched a united soul scream, overpowering even grand wizards like Raphael. Gather around! Lynn endured the intense headache, shouting loudly, clutching the crown of sun on his right hand, activating the sealed 6-ring spell Vitor Rio's Bastion. With such a widespread assault of spirits, coupled with Aurora's lack of response, Lynn could only pin his hopes on this trump card. In the next moment, the dark gold metal floated spontaneously. Countless substantial alchemic runes gushed out, forming a circular barrier enveloping everyone. The piercing screams in their minds vanished instantly. Inside the alchemic barrier, it seemed like two different worlds. The spirits outside relentlessly battered the barrier, clawing and biting with their ethereal teeth and claws, leaving marks on the runes. The crown of sun, Hui. August gazed at the dark gold metal floating above them, sneering. He was well aware of the powerful protective enchantments imbued on it. Yet, he'd never witnessed it personally. However, to him, it was just a slightly special six-ring magic. To him, on the verge of transcending to greater heights, it was a minor inconvenience. Finger of annihilation. August's pupils turned blood red, his appearance once again mirroring the statue of the demonic deity. A tremendous, majestic aura radiated. Leveraging the newly heightened power, August unleashed his second legendary spell, Finger of Annihilation. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 193, Legendary Magic, Electromagnetic Railgun. After about 5 seconds of incantation, aided by the renewed power, August unleashed the second legendary magic, Finger of Destruction. It was a dazzling red light, carrying the might to obliterate everything, crashing directly into the circular barrier formed by alchemical runes. Almost instantly, the sixth ring magic, Victorio's bulwark, shattered. Countless vengeful spirits, previously held at bay, shrieked as they rushed in. The racing light surged forward, aiming directly at Lynn. The crimson light, capable of erasing all, reminded Lynn of Archbishop Onlook's heavenly judgment. However, the disparity in their power was staggering. For the individuals present, legendary magic seemed an insurmountable gap. Yuland, Philip, and the others had sunk into despair. Sigh. Suddenly, a faint sigh echoed. Immediately, a fiery red figure stood before Lynn. Perhaps due to the lightning speed of the light, Aurora couldn't even cast a defensive spell in time and was instantly struck by the red light. However, a clearer voice followed. Mirror shift, heaven and earth. The destructive red light, like sunlight passing through a mirror, altered its course, scattering in the opposite direction. It collided head-on with numerous vengeful spirits, dissolving rapidly within the dazzling radiance, their wails turning into a sky full of ashes. Aurora. August's expression shifted abruptly. He involuntarily retreated several steps. The sudden appearance of this legendary witch undoubtedly caught him off guard. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for the other two legendary wizards. Although August did not fear these so-called legends, he was aware that he had just crossed the limit of a grand wizard, breaking into a higher echelon. As per his expectations, it would require the divine realm to expand throughout the entirety of Green Real, devouring the mad elemental controller, Altok, before he would amass enough power to confront the three legendary wizards together. Aurora, my lady. While Aurora's sudden appearance startled August, it was a pleasant surprise for Yuland and the others. However, Lynn and Raphael were the first to notice that this legendary witch seemed to be in a dire state. Her exposed arm resembled porcelain, covered in intricate cracks. Moreover, these dense cracks were rapidly spreading across her entire body. Accompanied by faint cracking sounds, her arm, clothes, cheeks fragmented and fell, turning into fine powder. Aurora, are you, all right? Witnessing this eerie sight, Yuland and the others widened their eyes, anxiously inquiring. It seems this is my limit. Aurora shook her head in resignation. Then, her lips moved slightly, seemingly saying something. Among everyone present, only Lynn could hear. "Please stall for a bit longer with this magic, just a minute." Following Aurora's dissolution, a beautifully crafted round mirror tumbled and fell to the ground. The once flawless mirror surface was now shattered into fragments. To Lynn's astonishment, it was the same mirror he had handed over to Harof after the accolade ceremony. Finally, Lynn understood why Aurora had continuously mentioned her limited power. It wasn't a ruse. Simultaneously, the residual magic from this embodiment surged into his forehead, and a grey magic rune quickly appeared in his mind. It was Aurora's magic called True Reflection. It's merely the projection of power transmitted through a medium, August swiftly realized. A sardonic smile tugged at his lips as he turned towards Lynn and the others, a menacing expression adorning his face. Lynn hadn't anticipated this legendary witch's unreliability. Still, he pondered the usage of this magic and forcibly, with a composed tone, spoke, "If Aurora left an embodiment here, do you think the counselors would remain unaware of the events unfolding in Green Real? Didn't you notice the tremors on the surface?" Lynn suddenly remarked. August, suspicious, extended his senses, and his expression darkened. "Are you trying to deceive me?" "I'm not, just that you might not have sensed it," Lynn smiled. In those few seconds, he had already grasped the functionality of the True Reflection. "Let's try the gifts left by the other counselors," Lynn said as he activated the grey rune in his mind. A mark appeared on his pristine forehead, the spot where Aurora had kissed him during the ceremony. An aura almost equal to that of legendary wizards emanated from Lynn. Arcs of electricity shimmered around him, and a terrifying magnetic field formed almost instantaneously. Everyone felt an unbearable pressure. Philip and others closer to Lynn had their hair stand on end due to the electrical currents. Then, Lynn raised his hand, pointing at August in the distance. A solid iron sphere materialized in the void, trembling under the magnetic constraints. Thunder, magnetism. August's complexion altered slightly. Wizards had indeed researched this kind of magic in the land of wizards, but controlling thunder was exceedingly difficult due to its swiftness too fast to imagine. Unless predicted in advance, any attempt to evade was futile. "I call it electromagnetic railgun." Lynn's words resounded. The iron sphere, constrained by magnetism, suddenly accelerated, transforming into a silver streak, pulverizing everything in its path. The ground tiles shattered rapidly, and the sonic boom shattered Lynn's mage shield. Philip and Kevin, beside him, were covering their ears, almost having their eardrums ruptured. The so-called electromagnetic cannon utilized Ampere's force from the electromagnetic field to accelerate metallic projectiles, providing the necessary kinetic energy to strike the target. The method of attack was a simple collision. And its speed was 20 times the speed of sound, nearing 7,000 meters per second. The scorching heat began dissolving the iron sphere the moment it was launched. The silver streak swiftly turned crimson, directly colliding with August. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 194, Unleashing the Power of Electricity and Magnetism. What kind of magic is this? Faced with the speeding scarlet light, August's spectral essence felt a hint of impending doom. There was no time left for casting those legendary spells that required build-up. After Lynn raised his hand, August barely had a 0.03-second window to react. In that split moment, August managed only one spell. Guided by his rich combat experience, he instinctively chose to redirect the force field. Though a mere fourth-ring protective spell, empowered by a divine power, it unleashed a might surpassing its original level, causing spatial curvature around him, attempting to divert the attack elsewhere. Yet, he was up against an ultra-fast electromagnetic rail cannon. The sheer velocity itself possessed the power to warp time and space. However, August's hasty defense had some effect. The iron sphere, initially aimed at his heart, deviated slightly, piercing through his abdomen, shattering half of his body into fragments. The reduced crimson iron ball then ruthlessly demolished the wall behind, hurtling towards the sky, vanishing without a trace. By the time Raphael and the others recovered from the dizzying mental assault and the tormenting pain in their eardrums, they found only ruins before them. He can't be dead, can he? Yulin involuntarily swallowed. I'm afraid not, Lynn shook his head. He had no doubt that if it were a true 20-fold supersonic electromagnetic rail cannon, August would have been reduced to dust. Yet, regrettably, this was a magic projection created by the True Mirror. The True Mirror was an illusionary legendary magic of the illusionist school. Lynn had just instructed the genius brain to construct this spell within the realm of magic and then projected it. It was akin to Kashimo's usage of the falling stars. The distinction lay in Lynn's thorough theoretical foundation, unlike Kashimo's mere fantasies. Moreover, the True Mirror being a legendary magic could exert about half the power of the original. However, killing August with this proved to be not so simple. Lynn even suspected that even if he destroyed the physical body, the opponent could continue the fight in a spiritual form. As expected, after a brief silence, August's voice resounded once again. This is quite a nice gift. Simultaneously, massive rubble from the collapsed ground levitated, controlled by some force, hurtling towards the group. Lynn raised his hand again, a ripple in space appearing, sending the shattered debris flying. However, the mark shimmering on his forehead dimmed. He had exhausted the last shred of magic granted by Aurora, and the legendary spell slot in his mind shattered. Amidst violent coughs, August, drenched in blood, struggled to stand. His face masked with shadows and rage, his injuries now rapidly healing, yet the newly grown limbs looked somewhat grotesque. I must admit, your performance continues to astonish me, Lynn. August's gaze remained fixed on the young sorcerer before him. Since the days of the dual sphere experiment, leveraging the influence of the magic daily, he had noticed this overly ambitious young sorcerer gaining prominence in the wizarding world. A sub-20-year-old third-ring sorcerer, brimming with talent akin to August's own in his youth, seemed an ideal backup for his second body. However, as the youth's reputation soared, proposing even the theory of universal gravity, August's greedy desire turned into slight apprehension. August faintly suspected that this young sorcerer, much like himself, was once a powerful wizard, seizing a young and talented body to achieve his current accomplishments. Your magic is indeed formidable. Yet, in this domain, I am an invincible entity. August's voice was cold. In mere seconds, his broken body had completely regenerated, and his aura was even more imposing than before, as the divine realm now enshrouded most of Grolnir. Despite his words, August dared not approach recklessly. The electromagnetic rail cannon's speed was simply too swift. Only at a distance of over 100 meters did he have the assurance to divert the attack elsewhere at the moment of impact. I believe our battle has concluded, Lynn shook his head. His minute of delay was over. If you have something to say, perhaps you should explain it to the counselors. Surprisingly, up to this moment, August thought Lynn was still attempting to deceive him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Allow me to inform you, at the speed of a legendary sorcerer, it doesn't take even an hour to travel from Grolnir to Cogger Mountain. Why do you think they lingered in the Mage's Stone mine for half a month without any news? They might have already been swept away by spatial turbulence. A burst of enraged shouting suddenly interrupted August's words. Subsequently, the wall on the right side of the Corona Tower was forcefully shattered. It's you, and only you I hadn't anticipated, August. Amidst the swirling dust, Harof looked at the remarkably young sorcerer with profound disappointment. After checking Faye's injuries, he had guessed that this assault might not be as simple as it appeared. Yet, the anomaly within the mage's stone mine couldn't be ignored, prompting him to suggest leading the team there, hoping those hiding in the shadows would reveal themselves. However, he had unwittingly pushed August into the position of acting speaker. About 3 to 4 seconds later, 2 more figures appeared in the Corona Tower, both legendary sorcerers, Aurora and Victorio. The 3 formed a semicircular formation, vaguely surrounding August in the middle. Victorio didn't glance at August but turned to Lynn, showing keen interest as he inquired, "Was it you who shattered the Corona Tower with magic just now?" "I sensed the power of lightning and magnetic fields." Though they arrived late and hadn't witnessed Lynn casting the spell, they had seen a flash of scarlet light breaking through the Corona Tower, hurtling towards the sky at an unimaginable speed. "Yes," Lynn nodded, explaining, "this magic is still in a theoretical stage, a collaborative effort between me and some scholars within the Society of Mystical Arts. Thanks to Lady Aurora's assistance, I could glimpse its power this time. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers." Chapter 195, The Fallen God and Victorio's Magic Core. Harov? Aurora? Victorio? August's expression turned increasingly grim, but swiftly reverted to his usual calm demeanor, mocking as he spoke. "Of course, you didn't anticipate someone achieving what you so ardently dreamt of, becoming the second god." "Dreamt of?" Harov raised his tone, scoffing. "Why don't you take a look at yourself now?" Victorio, at the side, shook his head with a sigh, pity gleaming in his eyes as he glanced at August. Aurora acted more directly, gesturing into the void. A watery mirror materialized, reflecting August's current form. August gazed at his reflection, freezing in place. In the mirror, he saw a creature part human, part demon. Though still holding human features, his skin turned a dark bluish-green, covered in a faint layer of silver scales. Crimson eyes, and a massive horn sprouting from his forehead. It resembled the idol of that sinister god crafted by Kashimo. August hastily raised his hands, mirroring the scale-covered surface, turning to the crimson-robed warlock whom Philip and the others had dragged along. He spoke with a mixture of fear and anger. "Tell me, Kashimo, what's going on here?" During the idol's crafting, Kashimo explicitly mentioned this form was intentionally distinct from his original, to avoid recognition. "Ha ha ha." Despite being firmly bound by magic and injected with a potion suppressing physical activity, Kashimo burst into laughter. "Merc, perhaps you've forgotten. I told you from the start, in this world, there can be only one god. That's the eternal Lord of the Stars, the goddess of the moon, A.K.A. Shut up." Before Kashimo could utter that name, Victorio's face displayed a hint of panic. He swiftly cast a silence spell, sealing Kashimo's mouth, preventing the use of god-summoning techniques that might bring that terrifying woman. Aurora spoke slowly in response. "The elemental spirit was probably a fallen god, and by borrowing his name and power, your fate was sealed from the start. To summon the remains of a fallen god on such a grand scale, she easily guessed the culprit." August's expression turned extremely grim. He realized something was amiss but didn't believe he would lose to a so-called fallen god. As long as the plan continued smoothly and his power reached its peak, even if the so-called fallen god revived, with the power he currently possessed, he could suppress it, even consume it. "It's your turn, Victorio. Fighting within Griner City will only lead to unnecessary losses." Harov, seeing August disregarding his warnings, sighed involuntarily. "This is your mistake, yet in the end, I have to clean up. Victorio coldly snorted, clearly reluctant. Harof and the other's arrogant attitude thoroughly infuriated August. Feel the wrath of the gods! August shouted malevolently, his eyes turning crimson. He stopped restraining his power, more and more magical energy continuously drawn from the magic core, his body rapidly expanding. Victorio, this isn't the time for jokes. If that fallen god truly revives, it'll be troublesome. Harof urged again. Elemental disarray. It was only then that Victorio slowly raised a hand, speaking indifferently. August's body jerked suddenly. He sensed the magic core integrated within him rapidly vibrating, its stored elements seemingly slipping out of his control. The magic core was undoubtedly the most crucial treasure in all of Griner City, housed in the central control room of the Sun Crown Tower, accessible only to the speaker. All the protections were against outsiders because every speaker knew it was manipulable. A full name, Victorio's magic core. August, devoid of all of Faiza's memories, had undoubtedly fallen into a massive trap. His entire body and the entire realm of the apocalypse relied on the colossal magic of the magic core. So, when control was wrested from him, the entire apocalypse realm collapsed and disintegrated into specks of dust, dissipating into the void. August watched helplessly as the apocalypse realm he painstakingly built turned to nothingness. He plunged into madness, a violent aura bursting from his body, causing him to grow larger, his head gradually shifting to his back, two pitch-black horns emerging. Victorio, composed, formed hand seals. Complex runes manifested in the void, creating an intricate alchemical array. As a legendary alchemist, he didn't need to set up alchemical arrays in advance like others because magical energy itself was one of the finest materials. Is this the legendary alchemical array? Raphael, equally skilled in alchemy, murmured, intensely studying every detail of the array as if to engrave it in his mind. Lynn, also intrigued by alchemy, had too many subjects to focus on, leaving him with limited energy. With Victorio completing his seals, the magic core had been detached from August's body. It's mine! It's mine! As immense magic was siphoned away, August's appearance almost melded with that of the fallen god, his expression grotesque. He reached out, seemingly attempting to seize the magic core suspended in mid-air. If you want it that badly, then stay in there. Victorio said icily. Chains shimmering with silvery light shot from all directions towards August, one after another binding him, imprisoning him within the azure magic core. Crimson and azure lights intertwined within the transparent crystal. Once everything was done, Victorio's complexion paled slightly. It seemed sealing August wasn't as easy as it appeared. Seeing the situation resolved, Harof sighed in relief, then turned to Lynn and the others, speaking solemnly. I know you have many doubts, but now's not the time for explanations. Organize a team and quell the chaos in Griner City first. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 196, Dispelled Mist of Confusion. The chaos within the walls of Greenear City persisted for a solid 3 days before finally subsiding. The scope of the apocalyptic domain, Divine Land's descent, was just too extensive. Though it hadn't reached its maximum yet, it had already enveloped nearly half of Greenear City. Add to that the shocking news of the legendary wizard Faye's demise, and the entire wizard city was thrown into turmoil. Fortunately, the return of Harof and his allies stabilized the situation. The instigator, August, had been locked away in the magic core, preventing the situation from worsening. On the third night, within the dilapidated Sun Crown Tower, a meeting was once again convened in the celestial realm. When Lynn arrived, the meeting room was already packed. He was surprised to find Roral present. However, Roral seemed somewhat dazed, sitting silently in a corner with magical restraints around his wrists. As August's disciple, Roral had evaded a portion of the turmoil, untouched by the conflicts within the Sun Crown Tower. However, his awkward position led to his immediate incarceration upon rescue. After enduring 3 days of interrogation and memory probing, Roral's spirit had clearly reached its limit. But compared to this, the revelation of August's true identity dealt a far deadlier blow. While Lynn and others privy to the inside story, more members of the council were still clueless. As they entered, the room erupted with urgent inquiries. "Chairman Harov, what's going on? Did Master Phase really get assassinated? I refuse to believe this was Master August's doing. It must be a mistake. How could the Star Mage commit such an act?" The entire chamber buzzed with noise. The news of the legendary wizard's death and the looming threat of the apocalyptic domain challenged everyone's capacity to bear it. Moreover, the revelation that the mastermind behind everything was supposedly August, the so-called Star Mage, was simply unbelievable. "Everyone, please, some quiet." Harov's grave voice resonated through the chamber. "This situation is far more intricate than you imagine, a result of my grave negligence. According to Roral, the current Star Mage August might not be the person you all think he is." Harov's statement left the council members perplexed. "What do you mean, Chairman?" Instead of continuing to explain, Harov turned to Roral. Coming directly from August's disciple, Roral's account held more credibility. Under the mocking and bewildered gazes, Roral slowly began his explanation. He divulged every detail, from the information he found to the conversation with August in the central control room. His memories laid bare, leaving no room for concealment. Master August turned out to be the rogue sorcerer Merc. Tyke was speechless, unable to fathom how August, the Star Mage highly regarded in the Wizard City, could also be the merciless Merc, responsible for the slaughter of thousands using psychic magic. "But didn't Merc die a long time ago?" a council member asked, puzzled. Initially, the Parliament dispatched 3 powerful wizards to eliminate members of the psychic sect, a mission that involved over 100 people. Many witnessed Merc's demise. That was a scheme meticulously planned by the teacher, no, Merc. It was a feigned death and escape. Roral explained. Merc's goal was to amass enough souls and assume a more suitable identity within the council. The assembly of council members was immersed in this shocking revelation. Lynn wasn't surprised. After encountering both Kashimo and Merc, he had already pieced together the general sequence of events. The ease with which Hurlram obtained psychic sect information was likely orchestrated by Merc. No wonder, after receiving Tyke's communication, the Star Mage actively volunteered to come to Iota Harbor. Undoubtedly, it was to reclaim the sect's research findings. What about Odessa? Wasn't he Master Phase's disciple? But I heard Merc calling him Kashimo. What's their relationship? Raphael was utterly perplexed. Roral hesitated before shaking his head. He had no information about this. Odessa, as you've seen, is Merc's right-hand man, Kashimo. It seems they played a similar game. Harov sighed. He had instructed August to deploy more personnel to protect Phase, but it seemingly backfired. Harov felt immense guilt for the death of his old friend. Had he given more attention to the Apocalypse sect, perhaps the situation wouldn't have escalated to this extent. After a pause, Harov continued, his expression grave. If I'm not mistaken, Kashimo is likely affiliated with the Church. The Church? Raphael and others were momentarily stunned. For these wizards, the Church was both familiar and foreign. Apart from Lynn, none of the council members had interacted with the Church. Yet, they were acutely aware that the existence of the Wizard City was to resist the Church's aggression. Like a flock of trembling sheep barricaded within a fence to ward off external predators, they sought a fleeting sense of security. This could only be described as humiliating. Previously, they had harbored similar sentiments, subtly resenting the council's timidity. However, this apocalypse sect incident was their first tangible encounter with the threat posed by the church. Dark shadows cast over their minds. Esteemed Chairman, permit me to ask, what is Kashimo's true objective? Lynn, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired. 3 days ago, after the assault on the Sun Crown Tower, Lynn vividly remembered Kashimo's grotesque smirk. Surely, he hadn't orchestrated such a grand affair just for simple destruction? It's likely to lift the legendary spell, Lost Mist, Victorio spoke up first. At that moment, everyone present grew tense. The Lost Mist, shrouding the entire sea, dividing the wizard city from the Sika's empire, was undoubtedly the most crucial barrier. If this spell were dispelled, it would mean the imminent possibility of an assault by the church. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 197, The Origins of the Dark God and the First Practitioner. The magic core used to sustain the Lost Mist has become unusable, and the alchemical array in the control room has been severely damaged. Victorio shook his head, weariness heavy in his tone. Is there no way to repair it? Lynn asked, puzzled. It's not that easy, Victorio replied irritably. For the past few days, he'd been mixing various alchemical materials, attempting to mend the destroyed array, and it was driving him crazy. The Lost Mist wasn't an ordinary legendary spell, its range was astonishing, spanning over tens of thousands of square kilometers. It had taken a full 9 months to lay down this array, and the resources consumed were incalculable. Finding replacements for the materials and rearranging a legendary magical array was no simple task. However, Victorio had taken some remedial measures in these past days. The white mist still hung over the sea, albeit now stripped of its ability to block mental detection and disorient people. Coupled with the wandering eye of death and the previous reputation of the Misty Sea, perhaps they could deceive for a while, buying time until the repair work was completed. Harof didn't hold much hope for this. The church had gone to great lengths, smuggling in a statue of a dark god. It was evident that they were prepared to take action against them. She sacrificed a lot, being at least a cardinal, maybe even the soul of a saint, sighed Aurora. Those capable of executing this mission were undoubtedly the most devout believers. Otherwise, delving into magic was akin to breaking one's faith. After all, the source of a wizard's power lay in understanding and applying the laws of existence. The more one understood, the more inevitable the doubts about the creation recorded in the scriptures, especially upon learning that the goddess they worshipped was actually an evil wizard. Few could maintain their faith. In any case, we have to consider the worst possibility: a war. Harof said gravely. The meeting about the war went on for a long time, revolving around preparations before the specifics of time and place were known. A few frightened members proposed dispatching hundreds of alchemical ships to patrol the Misty Sea, sinking any vessels daring to enter. But that idea was quickly debunked. Firstly, the Misty Sea was vast, a few hundred ships wouldn't suffice, and they also had to guard against attacks from the Eye of Death. Secondly, how would they prevent someone from sailing away secretly, or worse, revealing the failure of the Misty Sea's protection due to their activities? Senator Lynn, how long does it take to make an airship? Harof turned to Lynn for an inquiry. With sufficient materials, it'd take about a month, give or take, with 10 skilled woodworkers. Having mages would speed things up, Lynn pondered and responded. Harof nodded, it was easier than he had imagined. When he had ridden the airship before, he sensed its tremendous value in war. Flight itself was an advantage, not to mention its ability to soar thousands of meters high, carrying substantial payloads. It could bombard from above. However, countering the Griffin Knights organized by the church remained the biggest challenge. Hence, further alchemical modifications were needed. Considering this, Harof didn't rush to buy too many. He cautiously asked Lynn to make 50 airships as a trial. Lynn offered a friendly price of 1,000 magic gold coins per ship. Once delivered, the principles would soon be understood, and the relatively low cost would likely be analyzed. Thus, even with knowledge premiums and development costs, Lynn didn't want to set an exorbitant price. Harof readily agreed. 50,000 magic gold coins were nothing for the council. Alchemists like Raphael immediately became active, presenting various design modification proposals. Some even brought detailed blueprints. Judging by the depth of detail, Lynn doubted these were drawn up in just these 2 days. Clearly, they had been meticulously planned for a long time. After the meeting ended, Lynn didn't hurry to leave but instead turned to several councillors. Lord Harof, I have another question. What exactly is the Dark God? Lynn was curious. Within the borders of the Sika's empire, there were many rumors about the Dark God. According to church propaganda, wizards were followers of dark gods and demons, influenced and ensnared by them. Initially, Lynn thought this was just church propaganda to suppress wizards. Now it seemed otherwise. Rather than directly explaining, Harof countered, "How much do you know about spiritual energy?" Lynn shook their head, indicating limited knowledge. It appears the legendary wizards of the Secret Magic Society haven't told you about this. Victorio, as the eldest in the wizard community, took the lead and began explaining. Originally, all wizards were spiritual energy users, influencing the material world with exceptional mental strength. Calling it the origin of magic wouldn't be an exaggeration. During the incomplete development of the magic system, only such innate practitioners could become wizards. The situation back then was far more chaotic than now. The wizards' research was described as having no taboos, but the current magic schools and the methods of ascension had been developed by these primal mages in their quest to understand the world. Subsequently, an unknown spiritual energy wizard discovered a secret, the ability to augment one's mental strength by consuming spirits. This method of unnaturally boosting mental strength became the mainstream for the wizards. I suppose it had some kind of flaw, right? Lynn pondered. Correct, Victorio nodded. Amplifying memories and powers of tens or hundreds of spirits might hold, but expanding it to thousands or tens of thousands would overwhelm even the greatest wizards. Many lost their sanity or underwent drastic personality changes. This state was termed soul contamination and was extremely lethal for wizards because spell casting relied on having a clear mind. Of course, this method hadn't been entirely abandoned. Countless power-hungry wizards were devoted to researching spiritual magic, seeking a way to purify soul contamination. However, it proved futile. But some wizards improved upon it, and Ella was one of the best among them. According to her, devout faith was the key to connecting one's spirits to each other. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 198, The Cost of Becoming a God. As Vittorio spoke, a tinge of reminiscence graced his features. He had limited knowledge of this ancient history. The continent had witnessed an enduring war, all for the sake of acquiring more belief. Eventually, the Church unquestionably triumphed, ending the chaos among the myriad nations, unifying 11 kingdoms and dozens of duchies into one colossal empire. So, those dark gods are powerful sorcerers who failed to vie for belief. Lynn speculated. He began to comprehend why the church relentlessly suppressed and purged sorcerers. Firstly, every potent sorcerer posed a potential threat as a contender for belief. Secondly, if another method outside belief could grant immense power, the church's influence would undoubtedly diminish. As for those with considerable talents, they could be assimilated into the theological system through belief, serving as bishops or cardinals. That's one way to put it. However, from what I know, many of those dark gods hail from a presence beyond this continent. Vittorio's expression turned grave, swiftly continuing his explanation. In essence, spirit magic was a shortcut to power, but it was akin to honey laced with poison. It ensnared individuals in the rapid surge of power. Even this belief system was not flawless. Those dark gods sought to leverage the connection of belief and harvest devout souls to augment their power, inevitably undergoing an influence in the process. Its horror lay in its subtle influence on the objects of belief, since the believers worshipped what they perceived as divine. As of now, Vittorio had not heard of any method capable of completely eradicating this soul contamination. Personality alteration. Lynn shuddered involuntarily. In other words, the price for rapid empowerment was the loss of oneself? The fate of the dark mage, Merc, was the perfect demonstration. As his power grew, his likeness drew closer to that of an elemental spirit, and his temperament underwent a drastic change. Even the one revered by the church. Lynn intended to mention Ella but recalled Vittorio's caution to Kashimo about not revealing the full name, quickly changing his words. That individual, too. Perhaps, Vittorio shook his head. She has delved deeper into this path than anyone else. After winning the war of belief, hundreds of years have passed. No one knows her current state, but one can only imagine that her power has grown to terrifying levels. On the sidelines, Harof affirmed, even she might not have entirely resolved this issue. Otherwise, the land of sorcerers would have been obliterated. This prompted the Magic Council to impose strict requirements on the study of spirit magic, reaching its peak after the catastrophes caused by the Spirit School. It proved that wizards, limited by their talent's inability to ascend, were capable of anything. What about the source of magic? I've heard that wizards in Grenville break their limits using this magical potion, enhancing their mental strength. The material contains something called spirit essence. Is their ascension achieved by merging souls too? Lynn couldn't help but inquire. No, spirit essence isn't entirely equivalent to the soul. It's just a residue of spiritual power and magic, relatively safe but shouldn't be continuously consumed. It needs to be used effectively with the corresponding potion, Harof explained. Thank you for clarifying, Counselor, Lynn nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Then Harof subtly inquired about the current situation of the Society of Mystical Arts. The pressure from the church was too heavy, and the sorcerer's land alone wasn't enough to counter it. Lynn understood Harof's underlying intentions but made no promises. He deflected, mentioning that the legendary sorcerers of the society were mostly engrossed in magical research and rarely interfered with external affairs. They might not even be on this continent. However, he might be able to contact some colleagues willing to resist the church. The next day, to dispel the gloom caused by the Dark Gods incident, an immensely grand celebration took place within Grenville City. The apprehension of the Doomsday Messenger, Kashimo, and successfully delaying the others like Raphael from August undoubtedly cast them as the heroes who saved Grenville City. Almost everyone in the team received a Morning Star Medal. As the most significant contributor, Lynn was nominated for the Silver Moon Medal individually. It was evident that securing the highest honor in the land of wizards wasn't an easy task. Lynn reckoned that he'd have to take down August himself to come close to achieving it. Thankfully, he remained indifferent to these honors. What pleased him most was the council's approval of his request to exchange for a new Sun Crown medal. After all, he had activated the defensive spell stored within the metal Vittorio's bastion to save the wizard's city. It wouldn't sit right if it wasn't reimbursed. Considering the anomalies in the Misty Sea, Lynn didn't linger in Grenville City. On the fourth morning, he submitted his resignation to the council, prepared to return to Iida Harbor. In the evening, an airship hovered over the city square. "Your Excellency Lynn, are you leaving already? There are still many calculus and curve equation questions I haven't had the chance to consult you about," Tyke expressed regretfully. In recent days, his study of calculus had consumed him. It was akin to uncovering the singular path to the microcosmic realm. Tyke believed many spell models could be reconstructed using calculus, enhancing their power while reducing casting requirements. Unfortunately, the master guiding them, Master Leibniz, seemed very occupied. Occasionally appearing in the ocean of mathematics, he merely tossed them new math books, leaving them to ponder slowly. Tyke dared not say more or ask more, as each math book was immensely profound in knowledge, formulas, and theories. He couldn't fathom the amount of effort put into compiling them. He could only feel ashamed that their progress was exceedingly slow, unsure when they could truly engage in the research to establish the calculus system. Lynn had become their savior, the only person in Grenville who understood these calculus books and provided answers. According to him, mathematics was a mandatory subject for all members of the Society of Mystical Arts. He had also had the fortune to study with Master Leibniz for some time, hence understanding a bit of related knowledge. However, after several consultations, Tyke discovered that Lynn was too modest. It wasn't just a bit, he seemed to know everything. If it weren't for the limited capacity of an airship, Tyke would have desperately wanted to accompany Lynn to the Iida Harbor. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 199, Everyone's a Thunder Mage. Don't worry, everyone. In a few days, the new aerial route will be established from Greenreel to Iida. It'll only take 2 to 3 days. We can gather again then, Lynn reassured amidst the farewells. Responding to the crowd, Lynn exchanged a few words with Raphael and those bidding him farewell. Eventually, his gaze settled on a witch approaching, holding a dark gold medal, surprising him. "Lady Aurora, didn't expect you to come personally." The legendary witch, clad in a vibrant crimson gown, just as she did during the decoration ceremony, had personally embedded the renovated Sun Crown medal on Lynn's chest. "Victorio is busy restoring the lost mist, and Harof has matters to attend to, so I'm here to represent them," Aurora chuckled, handing over a tome of magic to Lynn. "This is what you wanted." Accepting the hefty Buka tome of illusion magic, Lynn recognized the unfamiliar material, probably the hide of an unknown magical creature, bearing the title Visual Manipulation and Magic Illusions. "Thank you for going out of your way, Lady Aurora," Lynn expressed gratitude, intrigued by the magic called True Illusions. Hence, he had asked the council for a book on illusion magic to delve into it when time allowed. "Oh, I have a question. Why did you set that spell of magic on me in the first place?" Lynn was puzzled. He had no connection with Aurora, and they weren't familiar, making it difficult to comprehend her actions. If it was merely to leave a contingency before leaving Greenreel, the seers of prophecy might have been more suitable than himself. And what did that brown star signify? "Let's save those questions for our next meeting," Aurora's face held a faint smile, withholding information. Seeing the legendary witch playing coy, Lynn shrugged, turning to Philip and the others, saying, "Let's go back to Iida." For 2 consecutive days, Lynn and the others remained on the airship. Flying had been amusing initially, but after several experiences, the journey became somewhat monotonous. Except for occasionally using magic to ward off attracted storm birds, they only spotted sparse clouds in the sky. However, not every day went smoothly. Midway through the flight, dense dark clouds loomed ahead, fierce winds whistled, and raindrops trickled into the cockpit. "This is a storm warning." Philip's expression turned grave. They were now at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, and being struck by lightning, leading to the airship's downfall, was no joke. "Lydia, find a nearby spot to land and wait out the storm. We'll depart once it passes," Philip suggested cautiously. However, Lynn intervened. "No, ascend directly, Lydia. Before the storm hits us, let's fly above the cloud layer." "Ascend?" Philip was taken aback. "Wouldn't that be plunging into the storm and thunder?" Before he could protest, Lydia was already at work, channeling magical energy through the modified alchemy array. Helium produced from alchemy, transported to the auxiliary airbags, propelled the ship upward. "Charge!" Lydia exclaimed excitedly, steering the airship straight into the dark clouds, akin to a knight charging into battle, leaving Philip to protect himself hastily. "This madcap!" Philip cursed, unsure of the safety in this endeavor. Yet, with Lynn's insistence, he had no choice. Lynn remained unperturbed. Helium supplied the lift, which was relatively safe, especially since the storm clouds had just formed. As expected, the airship traversed unharmed, breaking through the storm clouds. As if transported to another world in an instant, intense sunlight bathed them, dispelling the storm that had blanketed the skies. Stunned, Philip stared at the sun overhead, the recent event feeling like a surreal dream, beyond belief. "What just happened, Professor?" Johnny asked, astonished. The cumulonimbus clouds of a storm typically hover between 1 to 2 kilometers. Crossing that distance is the key. To be extra safe from lightning, flying higher is better, Lynn explained with a smile. Everyone present was astounded. They had never imagined reaching above the clouds could evade a storm. After ascending over 3,000 meters, Lydia passed control of the airship to Darren and the others, curiously perched on the edge, her feet dangling, seemingly risking a fall. Below their feet, the storm raged, thunder booming, lightning streaking through the dark clouds as if to tear them apart. "Is that lightning?" Lydia's eyes sparkled with fascination, seemingly intrigued by the destructive spectacle. Philip and the other wizard apprentices were equally spellbound. They had never thought they would one day hover above the clouds, witnessing lightning traverse the skies. It felt incredibly surreal. "Professor Lynn, was the magic you used in the Sun Crown Tower related to thunder?" Philip suddenly recalled. The magic Lynn had used, the electromagnetic railgun, had nearly deafened him. In terms of speed and destructive force, it was the most potent magic Philip had ever witnessed, seemingly harnessing the power of thunder. In Green Real, many wizards sought control over this terrifying power of nature, yet due to its rampant and swift nature, thunder remained difficult to control, lacking a distinct school of mastery. "Yes, it's a manipulation of the electromagnetic field," Lynn nodded, then glanced at Philip and the others, saying with a smile, "In truth, thunder isn't something rare, it's within each of us." Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Chapter 200, The Magic in Everyday Life. Lynn's words surprised Philip and the others. They had electricity in them? Do I have it too? Lydia raised her hand, curiosity evident in her voice. Of course, that's why we can move and jump. To be precise, lightning exists in all elements, Lynn nodded, effortlessly tearing a thin sheet of paper into countless pieces and scattering them across the table. He then grabbed a glass sphere, vigorously rubbed it against his palm a dozen times, and brought it close to the shredded paper. Amidst the amazed gazes of everyone, the tiny pieces of paper trembled slightly, then lifted into the air, drawn to the glass sphere. Witnessing this spectacle, Lydia, especially, was astonished. She even doubted if this was an effect of magic. Shaking his head, Lynn chuckled. This is friction-generating electricity. You can try it too, glass works well. At his words, Lydia immediately grabbed a glass rod, mimicking Lynn's actions, rubbing her palm against it vigorously. Sure enough, all the paper bits stuck to it. Uncle Darren, I've learned magic! Lydia exclaimed, holding the glass rod high with uncontainable excitement, shouting at the halflings controlling the airship in the distance. Upon seeing Lydia's accomplishment, Darren and the others were equally astounded. Rubbing an object with your palm and temporarily gaining the power to control lightning, attracting things, this seemed no different from magic to them. Seeing this, Lynn couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling a famous saying, magic is everywhere, not just in the sciences. Johnny, Ilk, and others tried experiments out of curiosity. Professor Lynn, what's going on? Why does this attraction happen on these objects? Is it the power of lightning? Philip couldn't contain his astonishment. He understood the difficulty of controlling lightning far more than those apprentices. After Lynn's explanation, it seemed like this phenomenon was everywhere. Even ordinary people like Lydia could utilize its power. The principle is simple. When two objects rub against each other, due to differing abilities to bind electrons to atomic nuclei, one object loses some electrons, enabling the other to gain surplus electrons. In essence, friction generates electricity, Lynn explained succinctly. However, everyone present was utterly perplexed. What are atomic nuclei? Outer electrons? Philip was lost. He probably shouldn't have asked. Sir Lynn, can everyone harness this power? Even halflings? Darren eagerly asked. He had just heard Lynn say everyone has electricity, misunderstanding it as everyone being able to learn lightning magic. That couldn't be possible, could it? Ilk and others chuckled, believing it to be a natural law, akin to how a person automatically falls to the ground when they jump. According to Professor Lynn's theory, this was the influence of planetary gravity. In some sense, the land beneath their feet manifested a powerful magical force field. Friction-generating electricity probably operated on the same principle. Did this planet possess powerful electrical wizardry? Real magic probably won't work. If you mean utilizing the power of electricity with some knowledge and tools, then, of course, it's possible, Lynn said jokingly, also painting a bright picture for them. With enough knowledge, who knows, using some instruments, you might replicate my electromagnetic railgun to its fullest potential, rivaling legendary magic. The people present looked at Lynn strangely. This sounded way too exaggerated. Lydia even wondered if the professor was teasing them. Legendary magic, she didn't even dare to think about it. Lynn didn't offer more explanations but instead flipped the glass sphere in his hand, trying to sense magic but couldn't detect any charges. On second thought, this was normal. Those things were much smaller than atoms, belonging to microscopic particles. If it were that easy, wizards would have already developed electromagnetic magic. But electricity as a technology could be introduced first and then slowly researched for its magical applications. Lynn pondered silently. The current lost mist over the sea had lost its original effect, indicating that they would face threats from the church at any moment. The exact time frame wasn't certain, perhaps 2 to 3 months, maybe even half a year. It depended on how long the deterrence power of the mist sea would last. If the church sent people to investigate, or worse, if merchant ships accidentally entered the mist sea, their cover would be blown immediately. A.K.A. harbor, as an important port and gateway for wizards, would undoubtedly be a primary target. Preparation had to be made early. Compared to training more wizards, technological power was evidently the key to enhancing immediate defenses and coping with large-scale warfare. A must. Magic was indeed miraculous, but a formal wizard needed layers of selection and several years, even a decade, of training. Even with protective magic, they might not withstand several rounds of cannon fire. Sending them to the battlefield as cannon fodder was too much of a loss. They were better suited as researchers. Only grand wizards, archbishops, at that level could ignore the threat of cannons and to some extent influence the outcome of a war. Perhaps these human-shaped missiles would need electromagnetic cannons to deal with them. Gunpowder, internal combustion engines, electromagnetic technology. Lynn realized that the key technologies were too many. As for those more advanced technologies, Lynn didn't even consider them because they required establishing a complete industrial system first. Rubber, this was crucial, but the wizarding realm lacked it. He could only consider whether magic could solve materials science problems, maybe using alchemy to replace some complex work. The most crucial aspect was education. Workers familiar with and mastering certain knowledge formed the foundation for building an industrial system. But his time was clearly insufficient, teaching from scratch took too long. He had to recall all those graduated wizard apprentices, even formal wizards, for re-education. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. As a cherished member of our Patreon community, here is what you'll get. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks from the $5 tier and $10 tier, plus. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers.